plain slaughter you, use you, control you by magic, then drain you later. Marcia swallows. There's only one place to talk that doesn't entail leaving her children. The balcony is private, she says. He looks beyond her. Ah, there. He asks. The apartment is rather small. Marcia nods. Yes, but that will do. He raises his hands. May I wash up first? My hands smell like putrid chicken. More than anything, that makes Marcia think it might not be immediately dangerous. Marcia points to the right powder room. The powder room's right there. She watches him go in, and then glances at the balcony. It's early morning, but the balcony is western facing, so there is no sun. Putting her hand to her side, she wonders if he gives up his right to entry as soon as he steps back onto that balcony. I mean, it's like stepping outside again, isn't it? She's also considering and wondering if she can perhaps push him off the balcony herself. All this she's contemplating while he's in the washroom washing his hands. And that's the end of episode 3. It's interesting because, yeah, they are night elves, but because of the fangs, she's absolutely convinced the vampires, which maybe they are, maybe they're not. Who knows yet? I know my beliefs and I know what I think, but I guess the story will tell in time. Thank you for listening and many blessings. Hello everyone, welcome back to Magic After Midnight. We're moving on to episode 4. The sun is slipping past its zenith. In another 30 minutes or so, it will clear the balcony above Marcia's and shine on her guest. She feels vaguely sick. It might be because she is at a deep, intrinsic level very sick, and it might be because of all that Dare has told her. So you are a vampire, she says. We like to be called night elves, says Dare. He's sitting on the only other piece of furniture, on a balcony, a fold-out chair that has rubber lattice. He's too big for it, and his spotless Armani suit doesn't fit the cheapness of the chair any better. A vampire conjures too many images of predators, and you're more parasites. We prefer the term symbiote, Dare says, grimacing. Marcia narrows her eyes. You haven't exactly explained how you are symbiotic. He'd said that vampires require mammal blood for survival, but not enough to be harmful to the host, unless the host is a very small creature like a mouse. He also did state that to thrive and be healthy, they need human blood. Not very much, he assured her, and not even consistently. Whatever nutrient they need from human blood, they apparently can store for a long time. But without access to human blood, they eventually become infertile, ill, often so depressed that they die. Or gone were the words he used to describe it. Still, a symbiotic implies some benefit to the host species. Not harming the host isn't the same thing exactly. You know. Dare's face goes blank for a moment. I am not at liberty to divulge the benefit. He smiles tightly and gazes out at the parking lot across the street from her apartment. It might be Marcy's imagination, but she thinks he looks sad. You can't turn into mist, she says. He shakes his head, though it would be convenient. You don't convert anyone you bite into a vampire. He shakes his head. Marcia hosts a soft laugh. I always thought that wouldn't work. The predator-prey relationship would never be balanced. We prefer the term We're parasites. He amends at Marcia's sharp glance, but it works the same way. Marcia looks at her knees. She's still wearing her pajamas, and you aren't stronger than a human, faster or able to enthrall us, and blood drawing is a consensual thing. Vampires feel a bond between themselves and their hosts, and so wouldn't want to jeopardize it. He's quiet a moment, and then he says, "That all holds true." He bows his head and steeples his fingers. For most of us. Marcia raises her eyes. He meets their gaze. All magical creatures, night elves, light elves, dark elves, fire itans, vanilla, jeton, Ascian dwarfs, they all possess some innate magic they can do without thinking. For fire itans, it is a manipulation of fire. For all elves of all kinds, that innate ability is usually immortality. Marcia leans her head back on a chair. The word itself, well, it has a lot of weight. And then she bites back a laugh. Forget forever. She'd just take 3 years. Dare goes on. For the veneer, the SC and the rest, the innate ability is more individual. For some, it may be controlling fire or ice, great strength or longevity, or they might be particularly good at some craft or some trade. But all magical creatures, if they learn to harness magic, can learn to do all these things. Be strong, control fire, be faster, be charming. No turning into bats, though. Marcia asks impulsively. She's beginning to feel lightheaded. He smiles. It would be fun, but no. Marcia's brow furrows as she picks at her pajamas. They're too big. She's lost so much weight in the last few months. Well, in our myths, vampires are sadistic and evil. Dare supplies. Marcia's breath catches, and she turns to face him. Meeting her gaze, he says, "There is some basis in that." Marcia sits up very tall in her chair. Dare sighs. There are very few vampires strong enough to walk through the realms, and moreover, it has been illegal for us to do so for nearly thousands of years. As you can imagine, the only ones that have come, in Marcia's turn to sigh, lawbreakers, powerful lawbreakers. When Alicia was an infant, she'd become obsessed with all news of kidnappings and such alike. The network news people love to say, it could be anyone. That is technically true, but Marcia has discovered that it is a hell of a lot more likely to actually be a certain type of person. Someone who breaks the law is at the top of that list. A vampire that broke the law to get to Earth was unlikely to be a vampire who respected the laws of humans. I think, dare say softly, I think that certain members of my species, who were used to being able not to care nor to love, they sought to kill their hosts so they could loosen that bond. Marcia's eyes blur. This is a perfectly good word to describe humans like that. He winces. I only mention this because I want to be completely honest with you. Grabbing her side, Marcia's brow furrows again. There is a gaping hole in his story. Your prince was about to bond with my daughter. Dare snorts. No. He's rash, but actually, even he wasn't about to crack a vein with someone he'd just met. Then what was he? Dare shoots her a look that says, really? Marcia sags in her chair. Just some innocent hanky-panky. She glares at him with a 16-year-old. In his defence, She misrepresented her age, and he has very little experience with humans. A 16-year-old vampire, he holds out a hand as though to indicate knee-high. You may have noticed the prince was quite upset by what transpired. Sadly, Marcia can believe Cindy misrepresented her age, and she had noticed the way the prince had turned green. She can also believe all the rest of it, and still not find his species particularly evil. No, she doesn't find them evil at all. She can readily believe a few bad apples could be responsible for all the heinous crimes attributed to a whole race. It hadn't taken many conquistadors to wipe out the Aztecs. She sighs. Not that the Aztecs were angels either. She gulps. And there is a vocal, violent minority of humans calling for a reclosing of the realms and the extermination of any magical creature that might wind up trapped here. She turns her gaze out to the packing street where people start to walk by and it bustles. So, how do you keep the strong vamp night elves away from Earth? Marcia asks. Dare stiffens in a way that seems almost defensive. But then he rubs his forehead. We actually have been studying your technology, to be honest. We believe that we wouldn't have to send anyone through. Well, obviously, except sort of modest support staff, things like that. But nobody, that's bad. Maybe the odd procession of dignitaries. You have machines now that would allow blood to be transported without chilling or chemical additives. Head bowing, he nods, as though to himself. It is, he sighs. It will be fine. There is something in his voice, something resigned. But her mind is getting too fuzzy to ask. And so she asks the question at the forefront of her thoughts. Why are you telling me all this? So you don't talk, Dare says. Too soon for her to draw away, he reaches over and takes her hand. His fingers are dry and cool. It is a fluke that he realizes the nature of night elves, and if humans know it, will make things more difficult. Marcia stares down at this man and their entwined hands, but she's too tired to pull away. And it isn't just her illness, it's also from lying. She works in an oncology department, only as their web designer. But she knows enough about cancer to realize that her recent symptoms had warned of something very bad. The scans she had just confirmed it. Now she has to tell her children and her family about what's going on. She has a meeting with a therapist right after her next oncology appointment. She'll ask her. She feels tears on the edge of her eyes. She's frightened of holding it in that long. Frightened of giving it away too. Don't hide it. Dare, she says, staring down his hands. They are large, heavy and masculine, and by comparison to her own hands, that look frail, small and very old. She seldom notices how wrinkled the skin has become around her joints. And, obviously, there's half a century change to her and the planet. How visible her veins are. Next to Dare's magical youth, she can't help but notice every single detail that she wouldn't normally. She remembers Alicia asking if she feels well. Joshua's anger at Sydney, making her take out the trash. Something will give you away in the end, and lying will make it worse. He takes her hand in both of his own and turns it over. She hears him exhale. How would I ever go about that? She's slouching in the chair, overwhelmed by life, limb, and this. She glances at him. For most of the conversation, he's maintained an air of self-assuredness that sort of belied the age he looks. But now, he doesn't look all of 28 or so. And Marcia feels older than his, centuries. Centuries indeed, maybe even millenniums, actually. It could even be millenniums. She takes a deep breath, her head clearing. She worked at the oncology department as their web designer, which really means designer, coder, and copy editor. She knows how to soften medical terminology, make it easy to understand and accept. It occurs to her that maybe maturity is based on expertise, but not on years. She tells him what she would say. When she's done, she feels exceptionally light. She supposes that if you're going to die, helping save an entire race as one of your final deeds isn't a bad way to go. You think, framing it as in heritable disease, like, a blood disease, that our people in great need of transfusions, that humans will find this acceptable, dare ask, squeezing her fingers more tightly. And it's a reasonable question, to be fair. At some point in the conversation, he leaned closer. You're in need of blood, Marcia says. It's something that we give voluntarily, and offering to trade it for tellurium or lithium, the things we don't have and need, for our new magic power converters and batteries. It will work out. Bless human industries and greed. It might just save your race. I'm going to leave that part here for now, guys. Thank you for listening to this part of Magic After Midnight. So, that's why they're here. They need blood. Human blood. Many blessings. Hello everyone, welcome back to my channel. Wisteria here. We're continuing Magic After Midnight. And they're sat on the balcony having a conversation, remember, regarding blood for, well, minerals, I suppose. She glances over at him. He's leaning sideways on his chair, the sunlight covering one side of his face. During their conversation, he'd pulled out a pair of avatar glasses from his pocket and put them on, in the hand not holding hers. He is clutching a small tube that advertises itself as titanium dioxide sunscreen for baby's sensitive skin. You don't look well, she says. He waves vaguely beyond the balcony, with the hand that holds the tube. Perhaps a bit too much sun. He holds the vial up to his nose. Although this ointment is amazing. Let's get inside, Marcia says, jumping up from her chair. She waits for the tide of nausea she expects to pass, but it doesn't even come. Not letting go of her hand, Dare slowly gets to his feet. As she leads him into the living room, he stumbles on the track for the balcony door. Why don't you lie down, Marcia says. I'll call you a cab. Perhaps seeing him so feeble and in obvious need gives her energy, because as he flops on the couch, she bustles about. She doesn't feel tired at all. A few minutes later, she's downstairs, waiting for a cab to arrive, along with him. He looks so awful. She suggests a hospital, but he waves it off with a mumbled, it will pass. The cab is just arriving when she suddenly recalls how resigned he seemed when they discussed blood banks. You don't really want to use blood banks. You find it a bit... She doesn't know what the right word is. Distasteful doesn't seem right. The word she wants is sad or maybe lonely, but she doesn't know why it fits. For the first time since they left the balcony, he smiles. What can I say? I'm a romantic. Before she can ask him to explain, he's stumbling out the door, into the sunlight, to the waiting cab, clutching his side. Marcy is still pondering it when she re-enters the apartment. Some fairy tale, Cindy says, staring at a shoe that she has just gotten back. See? No such thing as fairy tales, Alicia says. Joshua says, we're still stuck with you, too, loser. Joshua, Marcia growls in warning. She gives her eldest daughter a covert little nod. And now we're moving on to the third chapter. Marcia stands just outside the official residence of the Night Elves. A dwarven woman stands before her. The woman's head only comes up to her chin. Her face is childlike, round with enormous eyes. But she's broader than Marcia, and the tracksuit she wears does nothing to disguise that every inch of her is muscle. I'm here to see Dare, Marcia says, stamping her foot. The dwarven lady blinks up at her. You call him Dare? She says. Backing up, wide eyes going even wider. Seizing the opportunity, Marcia storms past her. Diamonds? Who is that? She hears Dare say, his voice oddly whiny. Make them go away. Madam, the dwarf presumably, Diamond says, grabbing Marcia's wrist with such force, she spins round. He's not well. Leave him alone. With a move she learned in self-defense classes she took with the children, Marcia twists her wrist and shouts, Dare, I need to talk to you. Marcia, says Dare. Madame Diamonds says, I've been gentle with you, but let her in, Dare says. And she can't tell if he sounds resigned or, well, devious. Without hesitating, Marcia strides in the direction of his voice and finds herself in the living room with blinds closed to the afternoon light. He's wearing pyjamas, bathrobe, and fat, fluffy red socks that look like Elmo might have been sacrificed in order to make them. It's about 2 p.m. She has a personal day. The kids are safely at school. She's come straight from her oncology appointment. A doctor's words are ringing in her head. I don't understand it, Marcia. I think it must have been a glitch with the last scans. Or a miracle. His brow had furrowed. There have been some odd, spontaneous remissions since the realms opened. Mayor Rogers has asked to keep track of them, but those are usually blood cancers, and I'm not sure this counts. How do you feel? She feels great, which is the problem. Dare, why did you do it? What do you want? She demands. Lovely to see you too, he says, throwing a hand over his eyes. Leave me alone, I'm sleepy. You made me better, Marcia exclaims. He sniffs and replies petulantly, Made you better? Why, I never had any idea you were sick. There is a sing-song quality in his voice. He's lying. She can feel it in every inch of her body. Why did you do it? Marcia demands. Do you intend to blackmail me? Is this some sort of vampiric extortion? Do you think I might be in your debt? Because, no way. No way, Mr. Bloodsucker. Is he after one of her children? That always happens in fairy tales, but she won't give any of them away. Not even Cindy, who called her a black widow this morning. How nice. He sits up quickly. If I wanted you to be in my debt, there would have been a contract signed in blood before I healed you, he sniffs. Don't accuse me of incompetence. Marcia puts her hands on her hips. Her eyes begin to narrow. you did make me better. Flopping back down on the couch, he turns his back to her and curls up in a fetal position, as much as a tall man can on a skinny couch. Did not. He raises a hand and waves it with a shoo motion. Now go away. I still have questions for you, Marcia says. He sighs. Oh, bright, sunny summer days, he mutters, grabbing a pillow and pressing his face right into it. She blinks. Well, he says, are you going to ask? Get it over with. I want to go back to sleep. The last comes out, distinctively, whiny. You have children, she says, remembering them without human blood vampires, or malnourished and eventually infertile. You've drank human blood, and without the benefit of a blood bank, so directly from the vein. He rolls over, so he's in fetal position, but facing her. His eyes are glinting, and she's not sure if he's magic or if that is anger. Yes, Marcia, before the realms were closed, I lived here, and I drank human blood. His nose trills flare, and she feels cold dread settling on her. She raises her hands, suddenly not wanting him to finish, but finds herself unable to ask him to stop. I was even married. Yes, me. Married to a human woman. Actually, in question. She was burned at the stake for being a witch, though. Dare continues, his eyes definitely flashing. I went home with the closing of the realms, married a vampire in a similar situation, and we had 5 lovely children. Oh, says Marcia. His jaw hardens. But after our 5th, and then the miss... He takes a deep breath and rolls onto his back. She was one of those who became ill. She's gone. Oh, Marcia says. She swallows and walks over to him, as though pulled by a string. I'm sorry. He shrugs and throws his arm over his eyes. It's all a very long time ago. For the first time she notices there is a light sheen on his face. His hair tucked behind his pointed ears looks like it needs to be washed. His eyes are bloodshot. And he looks so unwell. She feels something twist in her gut that isn't disease. Why did you help me? She whispers. Putting a hand to her mouth, he sniffs. I don't know what you're talking about. Unconsciously, she draws her hand down her throat. His eyes peeking beneath his arm follow it. She sees his tongue dart out for just an instant, and then his eyes snap to hers. She knows what he was just thinking, and she knows he knows she knows. She just doesn't know what to do. Should she apologize? Or him? Or pretend she didn't see? Curling tight into a ball, Dare screams, Gods! She has a stake! Marcia's eyes go wide. Before she can form a coherent thought, much less a sentence, she is being hauled up and over the heads of 7 dwarfs, and she's carried away on her back. She can see Dare's back, and his Elmo sock-clad feet poking out from under his robe. Next thing she knows, she's been thrown out onto the stoop. How dare you think of hurting Uncle Dare? Diamond says. Sitting on a butt, Marcia raises her arms, as they can see her open hoodie. Where in the world would I hide a stake? Beneath the hoodie, she's wearing a form-fitting t-shirt. Below that, she's wearing yoga pants and sneakers. Behind Diamonds, one of the other dwarfs says, I don't think she had a stake. Uncle's just not feeling well. I wonder what he used so much magic on that made him so sick. Marcia gulps. Oh no, oh no, oh no. You're speaking English, you dope idiot, one of the other dwarfs says. So are you, says someone else. And then they all begin arguing in what is presumably dwarfish. Says Diamonds, and slams the door. Marcia sits, staring at the door for a long time. Dare's responsible for a miracle, and healing her made him ill. She knows it with the same certainty she knows how to breathe. She wants to do something for him, but it's obvious he doesn't want to acknowledge the gift. She rubs her forehead. Maybe it's completely opposite of what she first assumed. Maybe he doesn't want it acknowledged because he doesn't want anything from her. Well, too bad. She's giving him something. Climbing to her feet, she looks up at the sun. She used her last personal day for a doctor's visit, and she still has a few hours of free time. 2 hours and 45 minutes later, she's back at the official residence carrying her gift. It's not an expensive gift, but she does hope that it's appropriately personal. A shiny helium balloon that says "Get well soon," not "Thank you." The balloon is secured to a cute little plush bat that has a picture of the night sky on the underside of its wings. She thought it was more fitting than a bear. She knocks on the door, but no one answers. Without any other choice, she leaves the gift on the step. Just before she's going to walk through the official residence gates, she turns to look back. The little bat and balloon look pathetically small, so little in exchange for her life. She gulps. But maybe Dare wanted it that way. Magic has touched her family's life, but she decides in honour of his wishes she won't tell. She heads home. The setting sun warms her face as she smiles. The twisted fairy tale of the family's Cinderella night had an unexpected but happy ending. Except the fairy tale, it doesn't really end there. That's my dog you can hear dreaming, guys. And that's that part finished. So the elf has cured Marcia of her cancer and made her all better. I wonder what's going to happen next. Thank you for listening and many blessings. Hello everyone, welcome back to episode 6 of Magic After Midnight. And we're moving on now to chapter 4. Marcia stares down at the letter on the official stationery of the Night Elf Embassy. It came by the post. She couldn't have been more surprised if it had come by owl or bat. Actually, neither of those would have been surprising, as the contents of the letter itself. And it's not just the fact that Dare might have slightly misrepresented his position at the embassy. He doesn't just work there, he is an ambassador. Picking up the phone, she dials a number on the letter that's arrived. The line rings 3 times. There is a click, and then Dare's voice on the other end of the line. Well, are you taking me up on my offer? His phone voice is deep and liquid, not sickly and not young. Oh, good. I can tell you're well, Marcia says, refusing to be discombobulated by the lack of preamble or his voice. She's sitting at home, even though it's the middle of the week. Well, Dare says. She takes a deep breath and licks her lips. It's very generous. The office manager position he's offering is more than just generous, it's perfect. 15 minutes on foot, door to door. Cindy will never have a spontaneous beer party before Marcia gets home from work again. The health insurance is more than decent. The personal day policy exactly what she needs with 3 kids. 3 kids and 2 parents in assisted living situation. Also, it comes just when her hospital has decided to outsource her job. What's the catch? She asks. Dare snorts. It isn't the fact that your boss is a blood-sucking parasite catch enough. Marcia sits in stunned silence for a moment, and then she chuckles. I thought you preferred symbiote. When he speaks again, she can hear his smile through the phone. We do indeed. I'm glad you agree. It's the right term. I didn't tell you that your plan for divulgence of our necessity has worked well. Oh, good, says Marcia. She'd seen the article in the paper with a picture in it. It described a genetic disorder plaguing the night elves and about blood banks that were going to be actually set up to counter their society's slow decline. She'd noticed somewhere in the article the mention of vampires. They are controlling the message, which is good. There's a few snags, he says. What kind of snags, she asks. Nothing a good woman, with your sense of diplomacy, won't be able to handle, Dare says confidently. So you figure I'm a diplomat, she says, raising an eyebrow. She knows she is, but she's curious how he came to that conclusion after she barged into his home a few weeks back. You went to a gathering with some rather inhospitable relatives while you were dying and managed to hold it together, Dare says. She shouldn't, but can't quite resist. Maybe teasing him a little. The teasing makes her feel young. And not like the 53-year-old woman that she doesn't even recognise in the mirror anymore in the morning. You'll need all your diplomacy to deal with our royal family, Dare says. In a voice that is smooth, she knows he couldn't have missed the jibe. Between you and me, he continues, they're bent out in the sun too long. Would you like to come by the embassy tomorrow? Say 10 a.m. for a tour? Sure, says Marcia. What are those snags again? You'll see, Dare replies, and for the first time she catches the hint of something almost wicked in his voice. Oh, and thanks for the bat, he adds just before hanging up. She blinks at the phone. Is she really going down? This rabbit hole again. Later that night, when she tells her children she'll be working for the night elf embassy, Joshua puts a hand to his mouth and cries, I'll make you a pendant of holy water. Alicia says, Mum, you don't have to do that to protect us. Cindy says, don't worry. It won't bite her. No way. They are just too professional as she's munching on something or other. And Marcia realises that the night elves might not be controlling the message as well as she had thought. The door to Dare's office slams shut. Outside his office, Marcia jumps up from her desk and darts around it, shouting, Diamonds! While whipping out her key. After 3 months, Marcia should recognise a snag that's in her plan, before he or she enters Dare's office. But this morning she's reviewing applicants for blood donation. Because of the host bond, donations they're mixed and they're anonymous. But Dare is still very insistent that the donors not be sociopaths, or we may wind up with an Elizabeth Bathory situation. But don't blame us for Attila Hitler, or even Stalin. Marcia, screams Dare, his voice muffled by the door. Marcia tries the knob. It's locked. By the reporter, no doubt. Inserting the key, she hears Diamonds and 6 other pairs of feet behind her. She turns the key, pushes, and the door opens. Dare is by the window, one arm in front of his face, the other holding the stuffed bat she'd given him. He's waving it at the reporter like a priest once waved across at him on the street. The reporter, well, he's sitting on the desk, dress open at the front. It's a she. She's leaning back, exposing her neck and breasts, saying, Take me. Make her go away. Dare whines. Let's get her out of here, boys, Diamond says. Another one, she hears one of the dwarves grumble. Before the snag can protest, she's being carried away on her back out the door, the same way the dwarfs had hauled away Marcia all those months ago. Dare peeks out from behind his arm, then walks over, puts the bat on the desk, pats its head, and falls panting into his chair. Without a word, Marcia goes over to the percolator, device that keeps the fresh pig's blood from coagulating, and she pours him a mug of it. She has learned many, many things so far about Dare in the past few months. For instance, she knows that Diamonds is Dare's grandniece, by marriage, of course, not by blood. One of his daughters is married to a very nice dwarf, and she has adopted 4 little baby dwarfs. Dare has extolled the virtues of grandchildren over lunch frequently. Vampires do eat. The tiny amount of blood they drink doesn't have many calories. She also knows that he was and is supposedly one of the most feared and respected vampires in all the realms. The reason he is an ambassador here is because he has a lot of experience on Earth, primarily hunting down rogue vampires who had disobeyed the travel ban. It's also hard to believe sometimes. This is one of those times. She hands him the mug and he takes it with shaky hands. This is all your fault, you know, Dare grumbles. He always says that. Vampires have a more devoted following than Marcia had imagined. She nods and says, I know. He finishes off the mug. He has access to the blood bank, but only drinks animal blood, for some reason. Marcia's not sure if it's because he thinks human blood should go to the less fortunate, or if he has some other reason for his abstinence. She's not sure why he doesn't just ask. Dare looks around his office, and then out the window. What a beautiful foggy day. Where do you want to go to lunch, Marcia? Her gut does a little twist at that. He stands up quickly. Oh, but wait, before I forget. Walking over to the bookshelf, he says to her, I know that Joshua is feeling in need of inspiration for that fashion show, and I thought perhaps, he picks up a parcel wrapped in paper, walks over and hands it to Marcia. He stands too close. She ducks her head and takes the parcel, a little clumsily. The paper falls away, and she's staring at a book. Elves in various sorts of glittery attire walk across the cover. It's magic, very literally. Even fashion for the last 2,000 years, you need an encyclopedia for all the Earth fashions in the same time frame, he says, backing away and sitting down on the desk. But perhaps it will spark Joshua's muse. Dare knows about Joshua's muse's recent absence because a few days ago, over lunch, Joshua had texted her 31 times. Instead of being mad, Dare had actually read over the messages. Right over her shoulder, that is, to her phone. It's beautiful, she says, and probably priceless. Elvish works of art and literature, they're still rare, especially originals. She could sell the book to Sotheby's and all her financial problems would be over forever. It's a gift, he says casually. Marcia swallows. She won't ever sell it. So where should we go for lunch? He asks. I think I might be in the mood for garlic. Does Italian or Chinese suit you? How to be diplomatic. You had Italian yesterday, she says. His lips purse. True, but you weren't with me. Cindy was with you, she says. Did that sound snippy? She didn't mean to. She didn't mean for it to sound snippy at all. She seemed to be wandering a little far ahead. Dare says, shaking his head. Marcia huffs. I hate that open campus lunch policy. Cindy had, according to her, just bumped into Dare, but Marcia's not sure she believes it. Dare raises an eyebrow at her. Is something bothering you, Marcia? Marcia looks at the book, with the glittering elves drifting across the covers. Many things are wrong, but she thinks this might be the way to put them all to rest. Drive a stake through it, so to speak, she winces. Cindy, well, I think she might have thought, well, the way she was talking to Alicia, I think she may have thought yesterday's lunch was a date. She remembers Cindy leaning against the door of Alicia's room saying, Darcy took me to lunch. He paid and everything. Oh, he's excellently handsome. And the way he looked at me, it made me feel like I was the only person in the world. Dare bursts out laughing in fits of giggles. When Marcia looks up at him in alarm, he stops. Oh, right. I'm sorry. That is disturbing, and I shouldn't have laughed, he says, contritely. It's easy, Marcia says, her jaw getting hard, to see how she might have gotten that impression. Dare snorts and rolls his eyes. Yes, we have so much in common. She's a 17-year-old girl who lost her father, who thinks she's abused because she is used to being used as a pawn by a godmother, and she's looking for a father figure to save her, Marcia bursts out. Dare's face gets very serious again, and his eyes soften. Ah, you spend a lot of time with us, Marcia says. That's true. His home is past hers. The kids' bus stop is on the way, and, well, almost every night he winds up walking the three of them home. Sometimes he talks to Joshua, sometimes to Alicia, sometimes he talks to Sydney. It has been a good thing. Alicia stands a little taller when he talks to her. She says it's because she isn't about to show fear to him. Cindy has started doing her own work more regularly. Marcia is still not sure what Dare said to encourage that. And Joshua no longer gets bullied, because he's met at the bus stop by Dracula. A few times she's wanted to invite Dare into their house for dinner, but considering how exciting dinners with her family can be, she has been embarrassed, a little afraid. Marcia licks her lips nervously. It might be better if we, take it easy for a while. She closes her eyes and exhales. There, that's done. Now she'll just come up with a reason to skip lunch. Is that really what's bothering you? Says Dare. And I'm going to leave that part here for now, guys. Thank you for listening, and I shall see you in the next part and see where this all leads. Many blessings. Hello everyone, welcome back to Magic After Midnight. We're going to continue where we left off, and Marcia has just asked Mr. Vampire Dare to cool it, take it easy for a while. And he's said, is that really what's bothering you? She's about to answer. No, it isn't. Marcia wraps her arms around herself, looks at the floor. What's really bothering her is that she's attracted to her boss, who is not just her boss, but out of a league, and wrong for her in so many ways. She's not sure how it happened. Usually with younger men, she finds them cute, but a little, well, young. She likes men with silver in their hair and creases in the foreheads, and laugh lines. Men who have loved and lost and lived, whom she doesn't have to explain things to about grief, children and life, because they already understand. The problem is, Dare understands too, and 2 days ago, it had nearly cost her everything. He'd taken her arm in after lunch, a gesture she surely learned during a short visit to New York in the 1800s. She looked up at him at precisely the same moment he'd looked down at her, and she almost melted. Worse, she stood up on her tiptoes, and then she'd almost kissed him. If that truck hadn't honked its horn, better not to think about it. Because if it is, I think I have a solution to everyone's problems, says Dare. Oh, says Marcia, not knowing where he's going with this, but hoping there will be a way for her to wriggle out of lunch. She sees him wave a hand in the periphery of her vision, and the door slams shut. She gasps and turns her head. Do you use magic to close the door? He puts a hand on the top of her left one. Her arms are crossed, and his hand covers her hand and part of her left arm, and she goes hot all over. Marcia feels her face go completely red. She looks down to his hand on hers, and she doesn't realise that she's blushing like a schoolgirl. I could be a real father figure to them if I become their father. After those words come out of Dare's mouth, it takes what feels like a century for Marcia to put them together. What? She blurts out. She must have misheard. because the words, they don't really make sense. We're perfect together. Dare says, you're diplomatic and you're brave. She blinks at that, and he says, you thought your life was in danger. When I brought back Sydney's silly shoe, but you didn't lose your head. I could see you thinking about where to hide your children, possibly thinking of what sort of kitchen implement you might use as a stake. I was almost expecting you to push me off the balcony. Her lips part and she feels her heart stop. He had picked up on that. Your advice is spot on. Your handling of my royal families, he grimaces, eccentricities, is inspired. Anyone could have told them that, asking about potential blood donors. Virginity status would bring about a political firestorm, Marcia says. But no one did, Dare says. We make a good team. I mean, I think that I'm good for your family. And hadn't she just been thinking exactly that? She swallows. It's not a speech a young man would give, not at all. It's something an older man would say, and that is what makes it right and more romantic, rather than less. She hears him gulp. We can't get married on Earth with the current state of inter-hominid marriage laws, but in the Night Elf Kingdom it would be acceptable. It would make a lot of my fellow elves extremely jealous, but I don't care. He squeezed the hand. You don't need to worry about it being a primary situation where I have a vampire wife as well. I've had children already. What? He winces. At one time it was practical. Not just a male vampire and a human woman and vampire woman. It went the other way as well. I've always personally felt with three, you tend to triangulate. He shudders. I have enough of being a diplomatic with my job. I don't need that at home. She stares at him open-mouthed for far too long. I look like your mother, she stammers at last. His lips purse, and he pulls a hand to his stomach. He looks to the side, and then back at her. No. She has pointed ears and fangs and is blonde, his voice says. I know this is a trick question. I just don't know what. He smiles similarly. She'll adore you. Sometimes he seems old and immensely wise. Sometimes he seems just clueless. When we go out to eat, Marcia says in a slow, careful voice, at least 3 times people have been mistaken, and it's me for your mother. And you just laugh, because it's funny, he says, in the same voice. He smiles again, and this time it is wicked. I don't think of you as my mother at all. His voice is just as wicked as his smile. A mouth that just drank pig's blood shouldn't look as sexy as it does. Marcia still stands, frozen. I'm going to get very old, very quickly, in the grand scheme of things. Don't kiss him, she tells herself. Think of the pig's blood. Think of the pig's blood. Dare stands up. He's very close, too close. He clutches her hand to his chest. First off, just as vampires look, I am told. Too beautiful to human eyes, humans look the same to us. But moreover, if you are my wife, my host, you won't grow old. You might even look younger. She looks up and finds him gazing down at her hand. That's a symbiotic benefit we're not supposed to talk about. Not looking up, he adds, and you won't get cancer again. She can see where their mind want to keep that quiet. Vampires could wind up hunted to extinction or something. But Marcia takes a sharp breath. I never told you I had cancer. No, he says, but I guessed when I realised you could see our fangs. He shrugs, eyes still downcast. We have an innate glamour that hides them. Humans who are very close to death, they can see them. And humans in other emotional, non-death situations, you healed me. His eyes met hers, and he looks very old again. No, I will never say that I did. Please, don't think of it. There is no compulsion to take up my offer, Marcia. Marcia looks down at her hand and laughs softly. Usually on Earth, an offering comes from my boss would be considered compulsion. She feels his hand loosen, looks up, and sees a pained expression on his face, as though she struck him. That was the most undiplomatic observation of all time, she says, pulling her hand to her lips and closing her eyes. Take your sit. A coil of hair has fallen in front of her eyes, and he brushes it back. Does this mean you'll? I'm saying I'll consider it, she swallows, but you should have dinner with my family. You might change your mind. When she looks up at him, his lips are parted, and for the first time since she was ill, she can see his fangs. He doesn't have to explain to her that it has something to do with death at this time. He's not the perfect vision of a prince in a fairy tale, but then she's not a princess either, is she? So what does that matter? And that's the end of this part, guys. What an interesting offer is that? Let's find out what happens next time and see if they do get the happy ever after. Many blessings. Hi everyone, welcome back to Magic After Midnight. We're continuing now to see whether Marcia does take up the offer or not. Marcia doesn't have Dare over for dinner that night. Instead, she broaches the subject with her family first. You're so old, says Cindy, but I guess you're both evil and made for each other. She gets up from the table, goes to her room and slams the door. Alicia says, Mum, you don't have to do this for us. Joshua, looking at his book, says, Go for it. Go for it, Mum. I've been telling everyone at school. You've been dating him for months. What? Marcia says. He waves a hand. Why do you think all the bullies at school? Leave me alone now. Returning back to Alicia, Marcia says, I'm doing it for myself too. I like him. Alicia shrugs. If you're happy. Marcia looks after Cindy. Would it help her if I tell her he likes me because I'm old? And then realises she said the thought out loud. It might give her hope, Mum, Alicia says. Joshua's got fashion. I've got good grades. She thinks all she has is pretty. Marcia notices she's not slouching at all. Cindy hugs Marcia. Maybe grudgingly, maybe shyly. Marcia can't actually tell. You look beautiful, she says. Joshua outdid himself on the dress. The wedding dress, made by Joshua of elven silk that appears to be shimmering water, is beautiful. Marcia pulls away. You look beautiful too, she whispers in her ear. But you're more than that. You'll figure it out. Cindy nods, and the moment is uncomfortable. Marcia doesn't believe there will ever be a magical moment when it all comes together, but bit by bit, maybe someday. Cindy stands in front of Dare. You look old. He does not look old. He looks older, Marcia says. He's given himself some grey hairs, laugh lines, and crow's feet. Dare shrugs. Magic. Is there anything I can't do? Marcia hadn't asked him to. At all. Not to change his appearance. He'd done it himself. Saying he was worried about the kids, not respecting him as an authority figure. It's an illusion, and if Dare doesn't maintain it, it will fade. Judging by the way Cindy responds to it, it was a good idea. Likewise, Dare hadn't asked the first time he drank Marcia's blood. She'd just bitten her lip and then kissed him. Judging by how easy it has become for him to maintain his illusion of age after she started giving him blood, it was a good idea. Behind them, a carriage drawn by griffins comes to a stop. Don't worry, says Joshua, with his hand on Diamond's. We'll have fun with our dwarf cousins while you start your happily ever after. Diamond snorts. You won't have too much fun. Dare huffs. Happily ever after, not at all. I'm literally a pain in the neck. Any mother can be stubborn. Marcia elbows him, and he elbows back. Alicia, quiet the whole time, breaks into sobs at his words. Everyone in the party goes silent. Alicia, Marcia says, going up to her. Her usually stoic, unemotional daughter throws her arms around her neck. Thank you for giving me a real fairy tale. A fairy tale I can actually believe in. And that's the end, guys, of the full short story. And it is actually a short fairy tale because you can get particular books that have a lot more of the tale in it and a lot on what goes on as the realms open, of course, and then after they're married. That's kind of a breakdown and in-between bit of what happens. So, though it's not exactly an happy ever after, you know, because there'll be turbulence along the way. Still, I guess it's one of the better endings that we can ask for, considering what ending could have been. Anyway, that's the absolute full story, I'm afraid. But thank you for listening. If you enjoyed it, and I appreciate it, of course. Many blessings. Hello, everyone. So this is called Dance with the Devil, another fairy tale. Again, Mr. Bink screamed from the front of the studio. Anastasia avoided looking at him as she went through the motions, hoping she could blend with the rest of the dancers. From the first moment Anastasia joined the ballet company, Mr. Bink had criticised nearly everything about her. Her posture was bad. Her legs were too thick, the arch of a foot too flat, her bun too messy. Nothing went unseen or remarked upon. Faster! Some of you are falling behind the beat. Mr. Bink clapped his hands loudly. Anastasia! Sloppy! Sloppy! And you think you can dance a solo? Mr. Bink turned, but not before he let out a sound of utter disgust. And this was loud enough to surely be heard by everyone in the room, even with the piano playing. Anna blinked rapidly, hoping to keep the tears back as she continued to move in rhythm with the rest of the dancers. She ignored the looks from her fellow dancers, which varied between disgust and pity. She knew after a year of being with the company, she should be past the point where Mr. Bink could make her cry. Clearly, she wasn't. Enough, Mr. Bink said, the piano stopping as Bink's hand slashed through the air. I'm done looking at the group of you. We're finished for the day. You had better not perform like this tomorrow. I won't be embarrassed in front of our guest. Anna's eyes fluttered shut, and she stood relieved. It looked like today would be an easier day. There'd be hell tomorrow, though, if they didn't please Mr. Bink when Markham Hills was there. He was the best-known choreographer in the North East. Anne never pleased Mr. Bink, so things weren't looking good for her. But that was tomorrow's worry. She made her way towards the corner and settled in beside a bag. She grabbed the towel off where it sat on her back, wiped the sweat still pouring down her face, with her back partially shielded her from the room. She tugged at first points, a slipper as she tensed and waited for the pain. The nail in her big toe wiggled with the movement, and she sucked air in through her teeth as she finally got the slipper off. One down, she took a small pause before gathering up fortitude to tackle the next one, which shouldn't be quite as bad, as she tended to favour her right foot. She would have heard Mr. Bink approaching if her senses hadn't been muted by the pain of the second slipper gliding over damaged flesh. She smelled the strong cologne and quickly took the discarded towel up to her ankles, shielded her damaged feet from view, but it was too late, and she knew it. She turned slightly and looked over at Mr. Bink. His eyes were narrowed as he gazed at Anna, his mouth downturned. His shoe, one of the various shiny black leather ones he owned, pointed at her. This was it. What she'd been dreading since she joined the actual company. I'm sorry to inform you, but no matter how hard I try to improve this situation, it isn't going to work out any longer. Nothing about his words, or the clipped voice he used to speak them, spoke of remorse. Please, I'll try harder. I'll practice twice as hard as everyone else, Anna said, not divulging that she already practiced every night after she left for the day. Mr. Bink's eyes made no obvious travel down toward her now covered feet, and the few grey strands left on his head swayed with a subtle shake of his head. There was a long, slow exhale before he continued. I took you on as a favour to your aunt, but we both know you aren't cut out for this. Maybe she should accept it, give up, and realise she'll never be a prima ballerina. Never. She looked around at the dancers, close enough to overhear, including Maria, the shining star of their company. Maria's form was always perfect, her arches high, her hair always smooth. Maria was a reminder of everything Anna didn't have. Maria was born prima. She saw Maria, and several of the others weren't talking. Barriers were all turned in Anna's direction, and by later tonight, the entire company would have heard some version of this discussion. The humiliation settled a little heavier. Her spirit felt a little dingier and worn down. But dreams didn't die as easy as death. Not the real kind. She spoke, not caring that it would add to the tale of mortification. Please, just let me finish this season out. Mr. Bink crossed his arms, and a single bony finger tapped against the silk sleeve of the other arm. I'll let you remain until the end of the season, because your aunt is fairly a large donor to this company, but you won't be performing. There's a limit to what I can suffer through. He leaned down, hunching over her, and I wouldn't go complaining to her either. I know things about you. Her mouth opened, but nothing came out as the pieces fit together. It had been him. Mr. Bink smiled, and he looked like a rabid dog baring his teeth before he turned. His heels hit the wooden floor and echoed through the room as he left. Anna slumped where she sat, the other dancers whispering around her until the room fell silent, and she was the only one left. She knew. Someone had searched her locker the other day. They hadn't made it a secret, but left her things bunched up and wrinkled instead of the neat piles she always arranged. The pills she took to keep up her rigorous schedule had been gone. It didn't matter why she took them. If word got out, she'd be tossed out of the company. Mr. Bink, it seems, had finally won. And that is the first part of Dance with the Devil. Thank you so much for listening, and I will see you in the next episode. Many blessings. Hello everyone, welcome back to the next part of Dance with the Devil, episode 2. The devil walked down the dark avenue just as the clock in the centre of the town struck midnight. The streetlights reflected off his thick black hair and the sheen of his Italian suit as he approached her. She was sitting on a bench in the darkest corner, her head down as she stared at the cobblestones. She'd been calling to him for years. She'd been 10 the first time, After she'd lost a dance recital, he hadn't come to her then. She had not been desperate enough. She was 14 the next time she called. It had been right after she wasn't selected for the first company she'd applied to. Again, he hadn't been interested. She called him again tonight. He'd pondered his available amusements before deciding to come. It wasn't as if there weren't other options. Any day of the week, there were thousands of people trying to strike a deal with the devil. He was in high demand, always would be. The thing most humans didn't understand was that desperation adds age like a fine wine. If I was served too soon, it wouldn't yield nearly the same full-bodied taste. But now she was ready. She was worth the trip. He sat beside her, reclined against the bench, crossed his legs, and rested his arm along the back. There was a second of a pause before her body jerked. Her head shot up and she looked up at him, surprised someone had sat beside her and she hadn't even noticed their approach. "I've heard you want to make a deal, Anastasia." She shifted away from him on the bench, but she didn't get up. Oh yes, she was ready. Her chest rose and felt noticeably as she took in his face and then his clothes. He knew how he appeared to her, an attractive man in his 20s, financially well off and confident, the exact type of man she'd met so many times at ballet fundraisers, the kind of man she always hoped to catch the eye of and had always failed. "How do you know my name?" she asked. She should have been more alarmed, but he could see the appeal of her current form settle into the rapid rate of her heart. Her tongue darted out to wet her lips, in direct conflict with the logical response to retreat that most humans would have. "I know everyone's name, but especially those who call me." He reached into the pocket of his suit jacket and withdrew a cigar. It was rolled by Cubans in a place much warmer than Cuba. He looked over a slight imperfection of the cigar. They were going to pay for that later. "But I don't know who you are," she said. "Of course you do," he smiled, before he placed the cigar in his mouth, and with a flick of his hand a flame appeared at the tip of his finger, and he puffed away gently. Are you..." Two nails went to her mouth as he took in her ratty appearance, drab hair, ashen skin, nothing overly remarkable. He took the cigar from his mouth and watched her visible discomfort with the smoke. Cancer wasn't going to be an issue for her soon. She'd have bigger problems if she struck a deal with him, which of course she was going to. She'd been calling to him for too long. "Who else you've been calling to for a while?" he said, as he felt the strength of her life force. She wasn't much to look at, but she was healthy and strong. Her soul would be worth the aggravation. With all the people in the world, and so many of them willing to strike deals, he was much more selective than he used to be. But her soul would be worth it. Not a top-of-the-line recruit, but enough to bother with. "Can you help me?" she asked. Those were the magic words. She knew who he was and still wanted his help. This would be a quick one. It was going to be almost as easy as pointing her in the right direction to go at a fork in the road. He rolled his eyes before he answered. "I can do anything I want. I can make you the most famous dancer that ever lived. What do you want in return?" He hated this part. One drunken night, and it had been centuries of contracts ever since. At least it kept that pain in the arse who lived upstairs out of his business now. Before it was constant squabbles. He reached into his suit again, and this time pulled out a single sheet of vellum. With a snap of his fingers, a quill pen appeared right there in his other hand, and he gave both to her. All I need from you is a signature at the bottom of this contract. She held up the vellum until it was illuminated by the streetlight, and squinted as she tried to decipher the Latin. He always wanted to laugh when they tried to figure out what was in it. He might have made a drunken agreement, but there were ways around everything. So what happens exactly? I make all your dreams come true, and when you die, you're mine. And what does that mean exactly? Does it matter? He stood and held out his arm for her. She rose, placing her hand in the crook of his arm, and he began to walk with her. I know the pain you feel every day, the inadequacy, the way that you look, the way you talk about you. And they walked. People appeared, if walking out of the shadows, staring at her, whispering as they walked past. People who looked just like the dancers from her company. Imagine yourself on a stage right now, he said. And suddenly they weren't walking on cobblestones anymore, but across the wood of a stage, light shining at them as they moved toward the front. Suddenly the lights dimmed, and a crowd was roaring with cheers, getting to their feet and applauding her. The dark sweatpants and shirt she'd been wearing were now the costume of a prima ballerina. A man approached and handed her a bouquet of roses. He let her absorbed whole for a moment. He'd made it so real that she couldn't help but be absorbed into it. The scene, to feel the crowd's energy flow over her. You'll have a wonderful life. You'll be the most beautiful dancer. Whoever pirouetted across the stage. Every man will want you. You'll have the world at your fingertips. He moved in closer and said, more softly, they'll love you. Don't you want everything you've ever wished for to come true? And then once you've lived the most wonderful life you could imagine, you'll spend some time with me. I'm not as bad. You shouldn't listen to all the things they say about me. Listen to your gut. There's a reason you've been calling me since you were a child. You know what you should do. She nodded as she stared into the crowd, mesmerized. And then they faded away. Their cheers with them. And Anna and the devil were back to standing alone in the drizzly, dark evening. All you need to do is write your name, he said, as the contract and pen appeared in her hands. She held the sheet against her leg in the urgency to find somewhere to sign. When will all this happen? She asked, as she handed him the sheet. He folded it and tucked it away. Go home and go to sleep, knowing your entire life was about to change. She couldn't leave quickly enough, smiling the whole way. So what do you think, boss? She worth the effort? The small-scale demon asked as he came to stand beside him. The young man he'd appeared to be a minute ago, bearing roses, was completely gone. I think so, Bobber. I think so, the devil said, as he smoked his cigar and watched her disappear toward her apartment. And that's the end of episode 2, Dance with the Devil. I hope that you enjoyed it as much as I did. It's a very interesting tale. And I shall see you again for part 3. Many blessings. Hello everyone and welcome back to Dance with the Devil, part 3. Anna woke the next morning and had to think back to the night before. Had that been real? Had she really made a deal with the devil? Stood in front of a crowd as they cheered. She grabbed a hairband from a nightstand and pulled her hair into a ponytail, or tried. That was the first sign things were off. Every day she did the same thing. She got up put her hair in a ponytail, and the band wrapped around her hair 3 times. Now she barely was able to wrap it twice. She got out of bed and walked over to the mirror above her dresser. Her hair still looked like hers, but she'd grown more of it overnight. Her skin was glowing. Glowing. Like she had just gotten back from a sunny place that left a warm glow. Her eyes that had always been a dull blue seemed brighter. She still looked like herself, but a much improved version. Maybe last night had happened. She showered and changed, wondering what today would bring. When she got to the ballet company, she wasn't the only one to notice. Her fellow dancers were all looking at her and whispering behind their hands. Anna, she turned to see Scott, one of the lead soloists who had never spoken to her before. Hi. You look different. Did you do something? He asked, as his gaze kept running over her features, as if he couldn't quite put his finger on the difference. Nothing. She tried to repress a smile of attracting the attention of the best-looking dancer in the company. He nodded and said something about maybe grabbing a coffee after the practice before he left. Maybe, she said. She made away with the rest of the dancers as they went to the stage to prepare for their guest. An hour later, Anna stood on the sidelines of the stage as Markham, the guest choreographer, whom she'd been hearing about for months, praised the dancers moving before him. His ballots could skyrocket, he'd answer to stardom, but that wouldn't happen if she was never seen. As she stood watching her chance of being in one of the most anticipated ballets in the whole ballet corps history fade, she wondered again if last night's meeting had been a dream. The group of dancers switched places with another group of names called. It was the last group to go, and she hadn't been called to join them, so she knew it wouldn't be here. It wouldn't. She saw the looks. They all knew. Mr. Bink would allow her to stay, but it was going to be a high cost. Markham would never see a dance. She heard some scuffling, and the curtain that shielded the side of the stage where she was standing suddenly came falling down. A group of her fellow dancers seemed to have gotten up in it. The material ripped with a horrific sound, and then was joined by Mr. Bink's voice as he demanded to know what had happened. Mr. Bink glanced over at the annoyed Markham and told the group to silence and the dancers to restart. Without the cover of the curtain, Anna couldn't stop herself from looking over at the handsome Markham, praying somehow he'd notice her, and more convinced than ever last night had been nothing but a desperate delusion. His dark eyes wandered away from the dancers until he was staring straight at her. She turned away, thinking he must have sensed her staring. Who's she? He asked, loud enough that everyone heard him, and Anna looked back. He was staring at her with intensity, and that was quite unsettling. She's not one of my best, Mr. Bink said, with a dismissive wave. Very dismissive, actually. I want to see her dance. Anna stepped forward. Mr. Bink barked, do the solo from Swan Lake. Anna's insides tensed. She couldn't do that solo, no matter how many times she tried, without tripping at some point, and Mr. Bink was more aware of that than anyone. But this was her chance. She had to nail it. Then she thought of last night. Things were supposed to change. If this was real, this would be a moment. The dancers cleared the stage, some giggling as they did, since many of them had seen her try and perform this dance before. She took her position, the piano started to play, and let all her worries drop. Her lifelong insecurities and everything negative, every negative word she'd heard. And leapt across the stage, as if she were born to dance this part. The music took control of her body, as if driving her on some other level. She leapt and turned with flawlessness. That would have put even Maria to shame. The music stopped as she finished with her chin tilted up and froze. There wasn't a sound to be heard, not even breathing. As she botched it, she'd felt so natural, so fluid. She looked around and saw nothing but shock, except from Markham, who was smiling. He began to clap and clap, and then everybody else seemed to join in. And that's the end of this episode of Dance with the Devil. I guess the deal was real after all, and her life has indeed changed very much. What that means for her soul, we have yet to find out. Thank you for listening, and many blessings. Hello everyone, welcome back to Dance with the Devil. Let's continue and see where we end up, shall we? 5 years later. Anna, darling, you look beautiful tonight. Anna looked up at Markham's handsome face as he came to stand beside a dressing table. Are you ready for your performance? She toyed with the engagement ring he'd given her a month ago. She'd always left it on until the very moment she had to go on stage. With you beside me? Of course I am. He walked over and took the empty chair beside her. After the performance, there's some people who would like to meet you. I thought tonight would just be us. We're only going to meet them for a quick drink. They might be willing to fund the new ballet I'm creating for you. He leaned in and kissed her cheek before saying, you know no one can get enough of you, including me. There was a knock at her door. Anna, it's time. She tugged off her engagement ring and handed it to Markham. I'll see you after. With a kiss, she left to head to the stage. In 5 years, she had metamorphosed from a mediocre, needless to say, a ballet dancer with no dating life to speak of, and, well, now, reigning prima ballerina in the whole world. She was engaged to a man so handsome and charming that even after a year of dating and having a ring on her finger, she still found him so very charming. And still, she would sit staring at him. There was only one thing marrying her life. That was the memory of a night 5 years ago. What was the cost going to be? Had it ever even happened? What if she imagined the whole thing? After all, did the devil really exist? She heard her cue to enter the stage, and as she stepped out, she felt the excitement and adoration of the crowd wash over her. She let it take away all of the unwanted memories of contracts and souls. He took the front row seat, just as the show began. This would be a last performance, so he figured he might as well enjoy it. After all, she was his creation. Unsurprisingly, he'd found her quite enjoyable. When the curtains started to rise and the seat beside him hadn't been taken yet, he had a bad feeling he was going to get an unexpected visitor. God strolled in, so predictable in a suit of pristine white, and sat beside him. God, he said to the unwelcome newcomer. Lucifer, God replied. God crossed his arms and settled in, watching as the performance began. Anastasia came dancing across the stage, looking as if she were weightless in her movements. He took a sip of champagne as he watched her, appreciating the very beauty of her lines. She had risen to stardom overnight, a brilliant dance from catapulting her to fame, not just within the ballet world, but until her name was known by everyone. It was a done deal as soon as she signed. "You did well, Lucifer," God said, leaning in as he said it. "I did." "So tonight is the last?" God asked. Here it came. He really knew how to ruin a good time. He had been raining all over his parade for millennia, but sometimes even literally. Hell, they'd needed an ark once. He turned to watch God. But why her? Yes, she was exquisite now, but only with the help had she become that way. There was really nothing special about her. Do you really need another soul? When you have so many, God asked, his eyes still on the stage. Yes, I do. What's it to you? The devil saw how God was watching her, and the sadness there. Her family had been praying for her. I wanted to try and help them out. Why would they pray for her? Her life has been fabulous. Only the devil and God knew the truth behind her rise to fame. The grandmother knows what she did, God said. The devil did a quick mental search before the woman clicked in his head. That was why Anastasia's soul had felt so strong. She had a small taste of that old woman's strength. Her grandmother was nearly 90, and what a soul on her, strong as an ox, that lady was. So, what do you think? God asked. Maybe let this one slide? The devil shook his head. No can do. I've got a signed contract. I start letting people off because of a few prayers, and who knows what crazy ideals they'll come up with. God nodded, as if he'd figured as much, and then stood and straightened his suit. You're not going to stay for the rest of the show? The devil asked. You know, I've never cared for your endings. Just remember, she called me. I know, God said, and then walked away. The devil leaned back and watched the rest of the performance. She was exquisite, but she should be. She was young enough to have had another 5, maybe even 10 years of her career left. He did enjoy watching her dance. Maybe he should allow her to live a little longer. Either way, he wouldn't cut short the performance, so he had time to think it through. By the time she was done, even he was moved by her. The emotional love and dedication that sank into her craft was unparalleled. He realised this hadn't been all him. It hadn't always been there. Maybe she hadn't needed him as much as she thought. Maybe she only needed the confidence he'd given her to become what had always been there. He watched as she stood front and centre, and a bouquet of roses was placed in her arms. Her eyes scanned her adoring audience and then landed on him. Her smile widened. He returned the smile as he sat back and waited for her to take her final bow. Or maybe not. The dancers left the stage, and the audience started to leave. He got out of his seat and made his way back to her dressing room. She greeted him with a smile as he walked back in, and he dug into his pocket. Here's your ring, darling. Anna took it back, a smile settling on her lips as she slid the ring back onto her finger. Malcolm, I'll just be a moment to change. He nodded and settled on a small couch along the wall. He watched her move about the dressing room and realised he couldn't kill this woman. As something strange had happened while he amused himself with her these past 5 years. A flick of his fingers and she'd be dead. He had the signed contract. That gave him the right. He could do it if he wanted to. Yet, he couldn't do it. He, the devil, couldn't kill her. She was standing by a rack of clothes when she said, Where are you meeting these people for drinks? He shook his head. I cancelled it. Let's just go home and be alone. She smiled and nodded. That sounds perfect. There's a couple of things we should talk about, he said, as he wondered how adaptable she'd be. All the humans said that a good relationship was based on trust and honesty. About what? She asked, looking concerned. Nothing too big. How do you handle warmer climates? Is my need to know. And that is the end of the short story, Dance with the Devil. Of course, there's more to this story, but if you want to know the rest of it, I'm afraid you're going to have to buy the full books. Yep. I will leave the author's name in the description, and you can get it on Google Play bookstore. You can get it on Kindle. I would imagine it'd be on Amazon as well. But there's basically a whole selection of stories regarding Anastasia's life from early childhood to adulthood. And this is like a small section from this more interesting book. So whether she goes to live with the devil or not, we don't know yet. And we probably won't know unless we read the full book. But anyway, thank you for listening and many blessings. Hello and welcome back to my channel. This fairy tale is called The Grim Brother by Audrey Fay. Some say children can't be evil. I know differently. I stand here looking at the fresh mound of earth in front of my sister's gravestone and know that I have buried evil in consecrated ground. For a priest, there is no greater sin. For the man standing in the place where I commended her soul to God, I don't know what to feel. If she had a soul, it had long since been promised elsewhere. It is not hell I fear, but rather that my sister waits for me there. I am long past redemption, perhaps all those many years ago when we returned from our disappearance. Perhaps then the truth might have saved my soul. I'll never know. I only know that as a boy of 7, I saw evil act, and she took my voice. My sister killed a woman. That's no secret. People still tell stories about the 2 young children kidnapped and held hostage for an entire fortnight. How we suffered so terribly and escaped only when my sister fought to save me and killed the terrible woman who had held us. My sister lived out her life basking in the deference that comes as reward for such a moment of bravery. I've lived in the quiet shame of an older brother who needed to be rescued by his little sister. It's not the only reason I sought sanctuary in the priesthood, but the church's deep relationship with guilt and shame was certainly part of my calling. As a priest, I seek to expiate the guilt of others and bring them closer to our God, the Father. I do not expect the same for myself. Some things, even God, can surely not forgive. My friend Gregor would say this is heresy. It is a conversation we have had for most of a lifetime, beginning when we were students, with the Jesuits in Alamonc. With all those miles between me and my sister, it was very easy to agree with him for a time. He was my true friend, but even Gregor does not know the whole truth. It is a truth I've never told anyone, and now the only other person who knows it is dead. In my defense, I did not expect people to believe my sister's story. Who would believe that a small child killed a grown woman, even in self-defense? Or that we wandered around in the woods for days, but my sister managed never to drop the jewels clutched in her hands. It seems that belief is not so hard when the tale is told by a small blonde child with traumatized eyes and a fortune in a grasp. Our father certainly never questioned her, not even when our much unloved stepmother sickened and died only days after our return, along with the unborn babe in her womb. The story people tell now says she was dead and gone before we got back. It's not true. I don't know exactly what my sister did. I only know that when she held our father's hand at the funeral, her eyes were happy. No one else seems to see her eyes. Her eyes were happy when we watched the old woman fall too. It was my fault. Has always been my fault. I'm the one who took my sister to the house on the hill. We were hungry, and there was little work for my father. His new wife had a baby on the way. My mother died giving birth to my sister. Perhaps she understood that evil moved in her womb. The house on the hill was fancy. It had flower gardens, real glass in all the windows. I thought the old woman who lived there might have some food to spare. My sister was pretty, so people often gave her scraps instead of the cuff to the head they gave me. The old woman answered the door herself. I sometimes wonder if that's why my sister always made sure there were servants in her house. Living alone is dangerous. You never know what might come to the door. She was kind, the old woman. Perhaps my burden would be less if she hadn't been so kind to two hungry children. She seated us at her table, fed us bread with real butter and jam. I've never been able to eat blueberry jam since. It tastes of death and cowardice. My sister told the sad tale of our family. The new baby coming and not enough food on the table, our pigeons of a house, small and very draughty in the cold of winter. We were blessed with a moment of uncommon kindness that day. The old woman had a house in the woods, she said. Just a cottage, but warm and dry, with two small bedrooms, just the right size for two growing children. It had belonged to her family for generations, but only she remained. I remember when she smiled at me and asked if I thought we might like to come look at the cottage. I was certain we had met our fairy godmother. My sister shared my joy. Whatever evil stirred in her, it had not yet awakened when she took the old woman's hand for a walk in the woods. I believe now that the presence of good has simply triggered the need for evil to act. Greg convinced me of this eternal truth, the force of evil gathered for the birth of the only son. It is a story humanity repeats far too often. At 7, however, I knew only that kindness faced down death and lost. The cottage in the woods was sturdy and well maintained, like the one I remembered from when we were very small, when there was still work for my father. It had a cosy, welcoming kitchen, 3 whole bedrooms, outside were sheds for animals, if we had any, and a small root cellar. The path of some lives is determined by a single moment, you know. Gregor reminds me often that the doctrine of predestination isn't meant to be interpreted this severely or seriously. He wasn't there when the old woman peered down the steps into the root cellar and my sister pushed her. He wasn't there when my sister closed the door of the root cellar and led me back through the woods. He wasn't there when we sat down at the table in the big house on the hill and ate more bread and butter and blueberry jam. If God intended for one such as I to go to heaven, such moments would never have happened. I do not know if the old woman was dead when she fell. That is perhaps the most heinous of my crimes. I might have saved her. No, I will never know. We stayed in the house on the hill for 13 days. We left only once in the dark of night. It took us a long time to drag the old woman out of the root cellar and into the cottage kitchen. She was small, we were strong, from hauling wood with our father, but it still took an eternity. I will never forget the cold, papery skin or her staring eyes. In death, they were no longer kind. I didn't know why we had to move the old woman until my sister spun her lies after our return. I only knew that her eyes were very scary, and I did as I was told. I slept very little those 13 days, but I ate a lot. And 70 years later, sleep still eludes me many nights, and food finds me all too often. When we had consumed everything edible in the house, my sister looked for something to sell. She found the old woman's jewellery, and we sat at the table carefully taking the stones from their settings. Once you've been accessory to murder, the burden of theft hardly ripples your soul. Those jewels bought my sister a fancy life. You might think she killed for them, but the old woman had been dead for more than a week by the time the jewels were found. In 70 years, I've never really understood what turned my sister irredeemably from the light. After disappearing for a fortnight, our return was big news to our little village on the Rhine. My sister spun a story of witchcraft and kidnapping, insanity and escape. The old woman's remains in the kitchen of the cottage in the woods. Well, that seemed proof enough. I remember very little of the next year. Soon enough I was sent away to school in Devonshire, and after that to the Jesuits in Allemont, where I met Gregor. That my education was paid for by the old woman's jewels is amongst the more minor of my sins. While I found some peace at school, happiness was not mine to seek. My small group of friends called me the grim brother. Gregor could often tease a smile from me. Few others ever managed. It was not an accident. I think that my schools were too far to permit frequent travel home. I saw my sister but a few times before she married, and then again at the funeral that left her a young widow. She attended my ordination, perhaps needing to witness my vows of poverty and chastity. My obedience had already been very well established. I am a good priest. It does not atone for my sins, but it sometimes gives small solace in the night. Not too many of my congregation fall asleep when I speak. Some come to the rectory to talk. The children listen to my stories, and one or two will climb on my lap. My sister never had children. In my later years, this is something for which I thanked God every day. My friend Gregor, after many years of work with his pea plants, believes that children inherit the characteristics of their parents. I do not know how much of my sister's blood runs in my veins, but it is good the line will end with us. I was not there when she died. It was not in me to grant her final absolution. I don't believe God wants her back. In my dreams, when he sits in judgment, Son of Man on his right, and the kind old lady on his left, he does not want me back either. I buried my sister today, and, at the end of a lifetime of blackness and despair, I do not know what to feel. People nod and smile, and repeat the words she wanted etched on her gravestone. Gretel Nussbaum. Such bravery. They have sent a small child now to fetch me back to the rectory. Come, Father Hansel, she says. It is time for the bread and for the soup. Her eyes are kind, just like a young girl's should forever be. The end. And if you haven't worked it out already, guys, that is the twisted tale of Hansel and Gretel and how it should be rather than what it is now. Thank you for listening, and many blessings. Hello everyone, welcome back to my channel. And if you're on the podcast, thank you so much for listening. And if you're on YouTube, thank you so much. This is called They Scorned by Gemma Elizabeth Johnson. A tale of the other world. A cold, saturated breeze swept down the grassy slope, arriving from the east and setting off a chatter of disquiet through my army of failure. Silence, I hissed, whipping around to ensure they held their ground. They will be here shortly, and then you will be too busy to worry about Isla's discontent. The noise lessened, but their unease did not. I turned around to face the hills in the near distance. My eyes narrowed, my impatience growing. Dawn was not far off. The cloud-darkened sky, paling enough to make the shapes of the mountains form a semicircle behind me. 10 minutes went by, then 10 more. The Fela began stirring again, snapping and snarling at one another. Just as I was about to turn and destroy the most agitated ones to keep the rest under control, a dark horse, bearing 2 riders, created the hill I had been watching. I almost missed them, for the animal was nearly the same colour as the thunderheads rolling above. A white shape, my son's wolfhound, Spray Guide, followed several paces behind, and a shrill cry from above announced another. Ah! The little strailing whelps Merlin. Sniffing, I pushed them from my mind. They were not powerful enough to be a threat to my army, or the Kumorik who stood by my side. I reached down and stroked the leathery head of one of my corpse hounds, imagining how I might use them if this morning proved more difficult than I anticipated. Yes, you'll be quite the sight to see, should my dear Kaiden choose foolishness over prudence. A small twinge of malicious delight sparked inside my breast, my powerful glamour eager to begin. Patience, I warned it, not wanting to stir. The Fedun magic there as well. Too late. I realized as a prick of burning pain flickered beside my well of glamour. I gritted my teeth and drew in a calming breath, willing the darkness to remain docile. My curse. A terrible gaze placed upon me. So long ago, the details of the memory had weathered away, like mountains, grinding right into the sand, so you can't see them no more, maybe just the tips. Would surely play a part, I guess, in what was to actually come. I could feel the tension in the air. I knew this day would not end without a fight. And I, of all people, knew there were no resisting my curse when it wished to play. The beat of the horse's hooves grew nearer, and I lifted my eyes, casting my son and the girl riding with him a sinister look. A blast of frigid wind tore through my long hair, whipped my nebulous skirts into a frenzy, making them make the rolling clouds above. Of their own volition, my lips twitched into a menacing smile. The imbeciles had fallen for my trap, and so easily too. Kaiden leaned forward and murmured something to the girl. The words whisked away by another gust of wind. He cast his eyes on me again, their dark green shade. It filled with hatred and loathing. I bared my teeth in a menacing challenge. Good. I shared the sentiment, thanks to the curse plaguing my soul. A kid slipped from his horse. and then turned to help his little Philora down. I sneered. The affection brewing between the two of them sickened me, and made the darkness living within snarl with fury. Not yet, I reminded it, hoping to hold it back a little bit longer. I did not need the lancing pain it caused to distract me until I had full control of the situation. The fatal magic bristled at my arrogance, but settled back down. It knew blood would be spilled this day, so it didn't press me any harder. Kahedin and his half-breed female were moving closer now, their steps tentative, the tension pulling them tight like a bowstring. My glamour pulsed again, feeding off the girl's fear. When they were a few dozen feet away, Kahedin announced in a loud voice, "We wish to pass through the Dolmarin." All around me, my Fela snorted and growled, their desire to attack, these two new snacks grating at my nerves. I lifted my hand away from my dress, just enough to send a wave of invisible glamour to their direction. Whiffles of surprise and small squeals of pain assured me they understood my mood. They could complain all they wished, but they would get nothing until I allowed it. Returning my attention to Kahedin, I said in a dull tone, "I don't see why you would. There's nothing left in the mortal world worth even going back to." The girl's horrified reaction was delightful, causing my cursed magic to purr in delight. If not for Kahedin's close proximity, she might have crashed to the ground. That she believed such an obvious untruth proved what an ignorant little thing she was. Really, what did the boy see in her? My son whipped around, his eyes darkening with malice. "You lie," he snarled. Rolling my eyes, I sighed and admitted, "Ah, yes, you are correct, my dear Kahedin. Time won't allow it. I'll just have to exterminate the mortals once we're done here." As much as I enjoyed bantering with him, I was eager to get his girl's glamour out and get out of this cursed weather. Goddess of chaos and strife I might be, but thunderstorms in Isle were intolerable. At the very thought of the straying potent power, the fatal magic lifted its wicked head once more, pressing painfully into my own natural glamour. Barely I managed to hide a grimace and resisted the urge to press my hand to my heart. The last thing I wished to do was show weakness in front of those I would soon own, one way or another. We chatted on, Kahedin and I, trading words back and forth. Neither of us really wanted to admit why we were here, on this barren field, beneath a brewing tempest. I enjoyed tormenting him, for twisted his nerves and the girls, the more the darkness stayed in check. The more I initiated discomfort and strife, among others, the less my gaze were enticed to force me into action. And I was not ready. No, not ready to release this unbearable wrath, not yet. I never was. Casting those thoughts from my mind, I narrowed my eyes and sharpened my focus on those standing, or, in the Strayling's case, snivelling before me. At one point in our conversation, I learned my son hadn't told his little pet of our relationship. The curse infecting my soul groomed at the girl's shocked reaction, and I laughed, trying to distract myself from the pain its stirring caused. It wasn't just my emotions. the darkness fed from, as sometimes those nearby projected strongly enough that it absorbed their unease as well. That's right, I mused inwardly. Kiden is my son, my own flesh and blood. Despite the agony ripping through my glamour, I hoped the knowledge alone could weaken the girl's resolve. If so, she might be easy to subdue when the time came to harvest her glamour. I cast Caheden a sideways glance, then my brow furrowed, and I studied the expression on his face. He wasn't looking at me, but at the girl, and his eyes were strange. Not just forlorn strange. An emotion as unlikely as sunlight touching the ocean floor, and just as unfamiliar, tried desperately to claw free of my heart. But this particular feeling was the one the fiddler magic despised the most. Before I could even detect its soft caress upon my soul, my curse snatched it up and devoured it, ripping it apart and morphing it into something ugly. I glared at Caden, the pain and anger of the darkness driving me to resentment and antipathy. I never wanted a son, and yet here he is. Proof as to why I spat, indicating the tall, handsome young man standing before me. Pain lanced through my breast again, that age-old emotion, and the fatal magic, battling for dominance. I knew which would win in the end, but I did not want to give in. Perhaps if I pushed hard enough, I could feel such a disappointment since birth, I hissed, the darkness wrenching free of my faltering grasp and lashing me with its poisonous dominance again and again. Another stab of agony, enough to wipe my memory clean of what my heart so desperately wished to show. And then I could breathe again. But the experience left me exhausted and aggravated, and my bitter words reflected my mood. All I ask of you, Kaden, all I ask was for you to keep my minions in line, to rein in any lost, with our end that might be useful. And here you have the unwanted offspring of Danu, and some Fomorian whelp, a combination you know is volatile and rich with magical potential, and you kept her away from me all this time. Was that so much for a mother to ask of a son, to bring such treasures back to me? But you refused. You refused to bring my present. And I'm going to leave that part here, guys. This is part one. Obviously, there's a war going off, so between mother and son. Interesting. Thank you for listening. Don't forget to come back for episode 2. Many blessings. Hello, everyone. Welcome back to the fairy tale Face Gold, where we're going to continue this confrontation that she's having with her son, it seems. My harsh words and volatile temper lessened my own pain, but only a little, as long as I followed my curse's direction. It would not hurt me so severely. Keden's response further soothed my cursed magic, but then it said something that sent me reeling. A memory I had tried so hard to erase from my mind, tearing free from the place I had hidden it away. No matter what I choose to do, I choose, he growled softly. You'll never be satisfied. You'll never stop taking your anger with my father out on me. I turned away from him briefly to catch my breath and give my own glamour a chance to subdue the other, unwelcome power. But upon hearing those words, the darkness rose again, like a battle-hungry dragon. "Your father," I growled out, "took advantage of my good graces." Caden, my only son, and the near spitting image of his sire, laughed out loud. "Ha! Your good graces! He tricked you, plain and simple, and you tried to beguile him. So really, you only have yourself to blame." Before I could form a retort, the fades and magic swirling beside my own glamour pulsed, seeking my pain and making it worse. It flushed in like flood water, creating a river, and carried me away from that rain-swept field. I blinked once more, and I tried to keep myself together, but found myself standing in one of my memories, the one I had tried and failed to remove from my mind. Bitter regret and scorn curled in my stomach, and I clenched my teeth, raging at the cursed magic that tormented me would do me no good. But I could not live through this memory again. Turning in near panic, I tried to find a place to flee. Perhaps I could outrun what was to happen next. Fear spiked in my heart when I noticed the dark mouth of a cave, gaping beneath the hillside, covered in ancient oak trees, just right ahead of me. Mist clogged the sky above, and the limpid light suggested the time to be early evening. I can still escape this. I can. I breathed in myself. I simply turned away from the cave. But it was too late. Like the sun breaking through the clouds, a flame leapt up in the heart of the cavern, and a man stepped out. Tall, broad shoulders. He wore his dark red hair long. His chest was bare, as were his feet. The only clothing he wore was an old kilt that hung loosely around his waist. He looked good. He looked better than good. I knew right away he was more than just a fellow Wren. This man had Tuatha blood in his veins, but whose I could not tell. I sneered at him, ready to assert my authority as one of the goddesses of ale. But then he smiled, his glamour pouring forth from him, like the heady scent of honeysuckle blossoms on a warm summer morning. I had known to seduce those. Yes, those men I found attractive, and I knew the feelings they invoked in me, emotions that darkness consumed before I could recognize them. This was different. "I thought to spend this evening alone," the man said, his voice rich and deep. "But here I stand, blessed by the spirits of ale, with such beautiful company." I had a snide remark ready for this stranger, who thought to charm me, but when I opened my mouth to speak, only a sigh passed through my lips. He moved in closer, his footfalls against the mossy forest floor, with remarkable grace from such a tall man. He reached out an arm and extended it towards me. I sucked in a breath and took a quick step back. He arched an auburn brow, his grin, changeable grin, his eyes shimmering like the rippling surface of sun-warmed pond. "There now," he murmured, not moving any closer. "I will not hurt you." That statement made me scoff. "Do you know who I am?" The man smiled again, sending heat through my veins. I waited for my fade-done magic to turn that pleasant feeling into pain and disdain, but it did not. I eyed the stranger again, my brow furrowed, What power did he yield that he could not make my curse remain dormant? You are the Morrigan, he said, his voice holding some reverence, and I am no stranger to you either, I believe. I crossed my arms and gave him a pointed look. I'm afraid we have not met. I am Coachulain. Ah, yes. I had heard of him. The young hot-headed half-twapper, the son of Lu. He had been roaming about Isle and the mortal world for the past several years, taking on challenges and helping win wars between the mortals. He was skilled in glamour, and he was said to possess the rare gift of Restrat, an ability to transform into a more violent and powerful version of himself in a battle. But he was no warped monstrosity at that moment. He was a pristine specimen of a man, even more attractive than most Philaran men I had come upon, and they were a race blessed with beauty and strength. Even as I had admired the portrait he painted, I waited for my darkness to punish me, as it always did. When I found myself enjoying any aspects of life, the waves of retaliation, they never came. And as the Morrigan, I finally said, returning to our conversation, I am very busy. I had a battle to oversee the next morning. One, actually, that would help me reclaim a very desirable portion of my realm, and one which would earn me some coveted and needed glamour. My curse was always hungry for more, and if I did not feed it, I was punished. Whatever this Fay Lorraine man was doing it to me to keep that punishment at bay could only mean worse for me when I got away from him. Turning, I meant to leave him behind and forget about this strange encounter. Wait, he said. A heavy hand came to rest on my shoulder. In any other situation, I would have definitely snarled, jerked free, cursing any lout who dared touch me without my consent. I was a goddess of war and strife. I was the one who seduced others to follow my whim, not the other way round. But the moment his fingers brushed against the sensitive skin on my neck, something happened. A warmth radiated from his fingertips and palm, pulsing through me like a heated drug. I turned back around, my eyes surely melting to the warm shade of ruby. He looked different now, this renegade hero of the other world. A strange but not unpleasant feeling wrapped around my heart, and the darkness that never let me be remained silent, dormant, as if it wasn't even there. Before I could protest, his other hand reached out, caressing my face. More of that tingling heat poured forth and I gasped. Tulane took advantage of my moment of distraction and bent his head, captivating my mouth in a bold but sensual kiss. I kissed men before, men I meant to use and manipulate. Always I controlled the situation. This was different. Now I was the one being manipulated and the one being seduced. My mind knew this, fought against the torrent of unfamiliar and tantalizing sensations coursing through my blood, but it could not tear away from him. Giving up the fight, and in all honesty, relishing in the fact that my cursed fiddle magic was doing nothing to bring an end to this strange joy, I gave in. Without breaking our kiss, Tulane swept me off my feet and carried me back to the cave. The awaiting battle be damned. My horrible gets and needs be damned. For once, I knew what it was to be the one desired, the one indulged, and for once in my long, long life, that darkness which controlled everything about me, that poisonous magic I both loathed and craved, that unshakable power which brought me pain every chance it got, was held at bay. For once, I could just feel, breathe, live without the accompaniment of punishment. That evening in a small cave, tucked into the hills along the edge of my realm, I succumbed to a happiness so many before me had experienced. For the very first time in my existence, what might have been the first smouldering embers of love kindled my very heart. And that's the end of part 2, guys. Thank you so much for tuning in to listen. I'm looking forward to part 3, see where it takes us. Interesting that love's on the horizon. Many blessings. Hello everyone, welcome back to my channel. We're continuing with Faith Scorned and we're on episode 3. I woke the next morning feeling groggy, disorientated, and for a few spare moments, my body forgot what had taken place the night before. Between one breath and another, it all came back in vibrant detail. The handsome warrior, Ku Chulain, my dismissal of his attempts to charm me, his touch, rich with molten, seductive glamour, and the passion that followed. Sighing, I rolled over, reaching out for the man who had chased away my curse, only to clutch at cool, abandoned blankets. The fire which had helped stoke the heat between us had also turned to cold ash. Cuchulain, I called out, tentatively, cringing at the slight sound of desperation in my voice. I was a goddess of war. I was never vulnerable. No answer came. The cave wasn't very large, perhaps 10 feet high and 30 feet deep, so I knew he wasn't in there with me. That meant he was somewhere outside. I stood, my head pounding, my nerves feeling as if they'd been rubbed raw. Clutching one of the blankets to myself, I stumbled out of the cavern entrance, hoping to find my lover. The sun was bright, piercing its way through the fading mist and thick canopy of oak leaves overhead. Determined to find the Cuchulain, I climbed the hillside, hiding the cave. Perhaps he'd gone out to capture breakfast. When I came to the top of the knoll and glanced down into the wide valley before me, my heart sank and memory came rushing back with a vengeance. My army of Fela and the Fela men and women I had rallied to my latest cause lay dead, broken and scattered. They were all upon the ground for over a mile beyond my sight. Ravens, desonants of my own realm, circled above, many landing in the field to pick up the carcass and the carnage. I grew utterly still, more of my memory returning as the pleasant after effects of the night before started to diminish. Years I had trained these soldiers, painstakingly gathered, utilised raw glamour to bring the Fela to life. Hours, days and months, hard work to form any army to regain portion of my territory from my greedy Tuatha De brethren. And now it was all destroyed. I had failed then. I had failed myself. Cold realisation flooded over me then, that raw knowledge that Cuchulain had used me, seduced me in order to sneak away after I fell asleep to destroy my soldiers, without my power to aid them. They've been helpless, camping overnight in the open until our weaker foe dared stand against them at dawn. Dawn was here now, bleak and grey and tainted with smoke, the rusty scent of spilled blood. My paltry enemy would have no challenger to reclaim what they had taken from me now. I fell to my knees, a cavalcade of emotions swirling around my spirit. My heart sped up, my breathing became laboured. Sharp thorns pierced my knees through the blanket I wore as a mantle. I glanced down, not caring, but wondering if it was my fatal curse finally stirring to life. No, not the dark magic, seeking and wishing to amplify my pain. Thistles. This pale, downy, white thistles of waste of my realm. Their bright scarlet blossoms bursting forth from the buds, just like cardinal plumes, matching the heat burning in my heart. A reminder of the sin cast against me, a white flag of truth stained with the blood of betrayal. Anger, white hot and acrid, poured from my soul and fled out, licking at my nerves and throbbing like an infected wound. Anguish drove me to thrust my hands against the ground to keep from falling over. The thistles pierced my palms as well. Ignoring the burning pain, I curled my fingers into fists, my own blood now streaming between my fingers. There, on the east-facing slope, I screamed a long, low-pitched wail. I drew up from the very heart of Ale herself. The ache and rage, the hurt swirled together, faster and faster. The fader magic joined it, stroking it, until it became an almost tangible thing I could understand. Hatred. I hated Coochie Lane more than anything. Not because he duped me, fooled me into thinking he might love me, but because he had shown me something I could never have. And not with my guys. Any feelings of love or joy or happiness were whisked away, transformed into something evil. But now, I knew what it was like not to be cursed for a few glorious hours. I had lived, and because that knowledge would make it even more painful than I'd ever experienced, my hatred had a single target. I would find the man who had done this to me, and I would make him suffer, as much as I do now. Yes, the darkness crooned, caressing my mind and sending shards of pain through my head. We will seek the Black God, and we will make him suffer. Oh, and what delicious glamour he has. Think of the power we'll wield when we have taken it from him. Tears of anger stung my eyes, and I stared numbly across the blood-soaked plain. I learned my lesson, I said to the darkness. I will never let such weakness make me vulnerable again. In the end, I was not the one to kill Coochie Lane, but I had put the path in motion, and I had been there, watching the events unfold. He died tied to a standing stone. When his spirit was ready to pass into Ale's underworld, I took my raven form, landed upon his shoulder, ready to absorb that potent glamour he had once dared to use against me. For the pain you caused me, I pressed into his mind, and for taunting me with what I will never, ever have. I could not tell if he was lucid enough to hear me or to understand my words. On his last breath, his glamour rose like a fine mist, and I breathed it in. The fatal magic beside my own glamour, swallowing it like a ravenous beast. When all magic was gathered, I called once, anguish cry of sorrow and regret, then took to the sky, my fate and curse, capturing my pain, amplifying it to the point of agony. The sting I knew, and this torment I could live with. Yet I flew on, trying to outplace it, as I sometimes could, in my corvine form. The sudden upwelling of the chatter from my failure pushed past the deep pool of memories and jerked me back to the present. I shook my head to clear my thoughts, then narrowed my eyes again, the reminder of my regrets, scraping very sharply against my patience. He looked so much like his father. Anger flared, and I demanded my son turn over the little chit he had grown infatuated with. What a fool he was, for he would call it love. What he felt for that girl. If only it were so easy, I thought bitterly. But I wanted her glamour. The darkness wanted her glamour. I'll not give her up, Kadane was saying. I'll fight your failure, and if I win, you will forfeit your claim to Megan. Margaret quoted his claim. He would risk his life for this girl. That primitive twinge stirred in my soul once more, but again my gaze rushed and crushed it before I could even identify it. If they win, I offer you all my glamour in exchange for her safety. After all, I'm also the product of a volatile combination, am I not? And my magic is rather potent as well. The girl cried out in protest, but I ignored her. That might be enough to tempt me, I crooned, my darkness liking the idea of a challenge. You do realize the price of your sacrifice, don't you, my boy? There is only one way for me to get your power. Caden nodded, his understanding, his expression hard. I know. I swear a blood oath, if I must. My curse flared to life at this statement, the sudden upheaval of power causing my failure to hiss and spit. The instantaneous agony of it drew a grasp from my lips, but I disguised it with a shout, which sounded more triumphant than pained. Very well, my dearest, I sneered. Do give me your oath, then. We performed the ceremony that was needed, and then I gritted my teeth at my son. I called him a fool for his decision, but it had been made, and there was nothing I could do to change it, or change his mind. Even if I wanted to bring an end to this madness, my curse would never allow it. The darkness, more than anyone or anything else, could sense exactly what I was feeling, and the more anguish it caused me, the stronger it grew. As soon as the ritual was through, I opened my glamour, allowing it to flow freely into my transformed Kummerig, now 3 times their original size and primed for battle. Then I stood back and watched as my son took on his own battle shape. But I Strad, he'd inherited that from his father. Beside me, the girl watched, trapped beneath a protective shield of glamour. I tried reaching out for her. My curse is what wanted it. My curse wanted to taste her hidden power and the turbulent emotions stirring in her soul. But the shield was strong, and it was easily deflected. The sharp jolt was nothing compared to what the fade magic meted out. Bored with watching the girl, I eyed Kidan again, feeling his weakening state like an ache in my bones. That old memory stirred anew. This time, I didn't have the strength to fight it. Unobstructed, it came flooding back into my mind, I had thought my torment was over when Cuchulainn was through with me, but I had been wrong. 9 months after being spurned by him, I bore his child. A child I did not alone want, a son I could not love. Alone in a cavern, a fortress of my realm, I brought him into this world. Reminded during every agonizing minute of that long labour of a man who had been so cruel to show me life, then take it away as if it had meant nothing to him, because it had meant nothing to him. And that's the end of part 3. Thank you for listening. We'll continue next time. Many blessings. Hello everyone, welcome back to Face Scorned, part 4. We just got into how Morrigan had given birth. The child was born healthy, despite my sickened soul, and the resentment I harboured against him. For a few minutes after his birth, as I lay holding him and recovering from my ordeal, I allowed myself a glimpse of a life that could have been, if I had not been the goddess of war, if Cuchulainn had not wished simply to use me and cast me aside, if the Verdun curse had never coiled around my soul. Whatever light that moment had brought was soon snuffed out. That sour, bitter, burning resentment grew once more. Fueled by the dark glamour, I wanted to be rid of the child. I called forth one of my servants, and I charged her, take that child away, leave it on the boundary of my realm. She obeyed without question. Let the elements of Isle kill him, I told her, the pain of the darkness crushing my heart under its weight, for I cannot bear to look at him any longer. But, I added, remembering who his father was, and knowing that I was even stronger, before you do, let me see him one last time. Reluctantly, the young woman handed him over. It was painful to gaze into his eyes, so green. They conjured memories of Isle's vast fields and the endless canopy of weald glowing beneath the summer sun. The palm and pain of my curse dug into my heart, and I nearly cried out. Whatever peace might have been was dashed away, burned into thick ash, choking me every time I tried to breathe. I place a guise upon you, my son. I rasped, my eyes burning with impending wrath. I pressed my palm to his chest and conjured my symbol, the mark which tied a failure in life to my service. Should you survive after I cast you away, you will someday return to serve me, and should you disobey me, your life and your glamour will be forfeit. A sound of anguish drew my attention back to the rain-slicked battlefield, to the dwindling light, the memory from so long ago floating away like smoke scattered in the wind. Cadain had defeated all but one of my Comoric, yet his strength and his resolve was failing. Like his father, his pride and warped sense of humour would be his downfall. He would let his supposed love for this, well, I'd say fool to him, is going to destroy him. Utter fool. I muttered this again and again under my breath, my eyes burning with impatience and rage. And did he not realise the anguish love would bring him? In the next instant, my Kumorek found its opening and plunged its wicked claws deep into Caden's abdomen. The Verdun magic swelled within me like a black cloud of smoke and fire, swelling my heart and my sentiment. It might have conjured forth agony, like searing mage fire, coursed through my blood, and I had to fight to keep control. That pathetic whelp of Danu still watched, screaming my son's name. She would pay me no heed, at least for the next few minutes. I drew in a breath of the damp air and let my eyes close. The dark magic, that dark, always trying to overtake me, licked at my senses, its dominance no match for my own. That was my fate as a Tuathadi, a goddess among immortals, cursed to be fair Duen, any normal Faloran, man or woman, would succumb and lose all their faculties under the spell of such dark power. Not me. The insidious magic pushed me and warped me to become what I am now, the goddess of war and strife, unable to feel that which my brethren could feel, joy, happiness, love. But it would never take my mind from me. It would never grant me that one blessing. Instead, I struggled every walking hour beneath its weight and its wrath, knowing exactly what I was missing, all because of one night with one man whose glamour had somehow overridden my curse. A gaze I could never break. I opened my eyes to see Keden fail with the last Kmorak. The dark magic burned deeper, eager to get hold of his well of glamour. The little strailing broke free of a protective shield of magic and rushed over to him, sobbing as his life drained away. Good, I whispered to myself, the dark magic easing back to its place beside my own glamour. It is done. I was numb. There had been so much pain this time, so very much. But somehow, I made my way over to Kaden's lifeless body. I snarled something at the girl, telling her to back away so I could claim my glamour. And then hers as well. I saw no need to keep my promise now, and I vowed that my curse would let me walk away from this battlefield while such delicious fresh magic sat right there, right before me. And then I saw it in her eyes, that sensation so alien to me, the look Kaden had given her not too long ago. Somehow it burned through my defences. It singed the edges of my Federn curse, and for a split second, my heart was allowed to experience what it should have this dark morning. Love, pride and sorrow so deep. I thought I might fall into it and never arise again. A small gust of cold air brushed against my face, and it felt as though a thread of ice traced down my cheek. Gasping, I backed away, as the girl's own glamour burst forth like a thunderclap directly overhead. I had thought she and Kadain to be fools, weak for allowing themselves to fall in love. I knew from personal experience that particular sentiment generally only led to ruin and pain. Yet, this half-breed Philoren woman burned before me, not with the excruciating, punishing scorn of feather magic, but with that same radiance and power I had known only a few times in my life. This Megan girl, with her brand new glamour and her ignorance of the world, shone forth like a star. Her magic powered not by Isle's magic or glamour stolen from another. Her power came from love. Never in my life had I backed down from a challenge, for I was always the most formidable opponent anyone would ever face. But this girl had found a way to defeat my cursed magic, and she didn't even know it. Snarling in frustration, I called upon what remained of my dwindling power and transformed. Becoming an animal shape, I beat my black raven's wings and let the gust I knew, that wind take me, nearly succumbing to the Strayling's attack. I did not care. I had to outpace the punishing vengeance on my gaze as the feather magic sought to crush what my heart dared to feel. Calling out in anguish and rage, I pushed myself higher, blending with the dark clouds above and disappearing out of reach. I would not forget this girl and her wrath. Unlike Coochie Lane so long ago, how she had shown me, once more, that which I was denied. When I recovered, I would return, my power multiplied tenfold, to rip from her body the one thing that would satisfy my curse's insatiable appetite, at least for a while. Perhaps then I would know a small moment of tranquility as I streaked across the storm-tossed sky, staying just ahead of Fidon's wrath. I allowed myself, for the first time in many, many years, most likely the last time, to examine the grandest emotion any living thing could possess. I stretched my mind, pushing it past the murky darkness which blocked out all the light, and I caught a glimpse of a shadow of memory, a picture of Kadane's face, the morning he was born, the scent of his new silky skin, the sound of his tiny voice as he slept, the rapid beat of his heart, and just before the drowning, poisonous pain rushed in to fill all the spaces in my heart. A new torment cut through me, a sorrow far worse than anything my gaze had ever thrown at me. And this one hurt the worst, because this time it wasn't a curse. The pain was real. And that is the end of Face Scorned, and it is a story of Morrigan and her son fighting, obviously, and she kills her son. But not. It depends how well you know the goddesses and gods to how well you would know the story. The pain she's talking about is at the end, is the loss of a son that suddenly kicked in right at the end. So yeah, thank you for listening, and I hope you enjoyed it, and many blessings. Hello everyone, welcome back. Wisteria here. This fairy tale is called Alice, and it's by Julia Crane, and it comes out of a much longer book that I will leave in the description in case you want to read more of it. This is just a section of the book itself, but the whole book is called Down the Rabbit Hole or Through the Rabbit Hole, but I'll pop it in the description anyway. Tick, tock. Time. It was moving much too fast, with the Red Queen always breathing down her neck, pushing the issue. Alice was going to have to act soon. In an attempt to soothe her frayed nerves, Alice rocked back and forth. It was going to have to be something drastic. But what? Could she really kill her own flesh and blood? A prophecy was a prophecy, wasn't it? After all, it wasn't fair. It wasn't fair at all. Why couldn't she have been the only one? Needing something to keep her hands occupied, Alice grabbed one of the glass figurines off the mantel. As she walked in circles, her mind raced with potential solutions. Why wasn't a good alternative coming to her? There must be a way. In frustration, Alice flung the statue across the room, shattering it against the wall into 1,000 pieces. One of the maids scurried in, head down, avoiding eye contact, attempting to avoid her wrath. Curiously, Alice watched as the woman dropped to her knees, efficiently brushing up the mess with the movements mastered from years of practice. Alice was widely known for her temper tantrums. They'd only gotten worse as she had gotten older. In many ways, she took after her mother, the Red Queen. Too bad her mother hated her guts. She saw Alice as a disgrace, no matter what she did. It was never good enough to please her wretched mother. All Alice had ever wanted was their approval, but her hope was in vain. In less than 3 months, she would be forced to marry some fool from Wonder Hills in a show of solidarity for their dimensions. Ridiculous. Her mother was insane if she thought she was going to go through with that madness. There was only one person Alice would ever dream of marrying. He wanted nothing to do with her. In fact, he thought she was cold, ruthless, and disturbed. Why did everyone she cared about hate her? "Get out!" Alice screeched. The maid rushed out of the room. The door shut softly behind her. Alice dropped into one of the chairs, staring off into the emptiness, seeking an answer to her dilemma. Suddenly she jumped to her feet. Maybe the old crone could help her. Closing her eyes, Alice called forth a portal. She jumped through the dimensions, emerging into another realm. This realm wasn't much different than her own. The main difference was the darkness. It was dreary, whereas was bright. But for some reason, Alice felt more at home here than in her own dimension. She continued down a dark, wooded pathway until she reached her destination, the shabby cottage. Without bothering to knock, Alice pushed through the front door. The old woman, seated at the table at the centre of the cottage, glanced up. "Nice of you to drop by," she said, sarcastically. The oracle was the only one who dared speak to Alice without deference. And for that, Alice respected her. "You knew I was coming before I even made up my mind." The woman smiled, flashing her crooked teeth. "Of course, but I can be of no help. I've seen no change in the prophecy. I told you I would contact you if any new information became available." Alice dug her nails into her palm. "Tell me what to do." The woman set down her spoon, giving Alice her full attention. "You know I cannot play with fate in such a way. Do not ask me to do so. I will die before I disregard the rules of the realm. I'm not the last oracle of our time. And I refused to be forced into anything that does not align with my divinity." A deep sigh escaped Alice. She wasn't about to kill the oracle, and the woman knew it. But the woman had foreseen the outcome of her future, a fate Alice was desperately wanting to know. The oracle held up her hand before Alice even got her words out. "You're wrong. I do not know your future. I only see possibilities. This is all. The ultimate decision is up to you." "But I don't know what to do," Alice cried. She never admit such a thing to anyone else. "Then let it run its course. When the time comes, you will know how to act." "Child, I know you have a heart buried under all that darkness. Someone will have to make a sacrifice. It's the only way." Annoyed, Alice crosses her arms right over her chest. That was not what she wanted to hear. She was the one that had endured Wonderland her whole life. She had no intention of further sacrifice. "You're of no help," Alice spat. The woman picked her spoon back up and continued to eat her soup. "I will give you one kernel of insight." Alice raised an eyebrow, waiting. "The one your heart longs for is not as far out of reach as you think. I will say no more. The rest is up to you." It took all of her self-control not to throttle the old woman, But despite herself, Alice felt a stirring of hope. Could it be true? Did she have a chance with London after all? Without another word, Alice left the oracle and stepped back through that shimmering portal to her home. Her body flooded with a mixture of emotions. It was not an experience she enjoyed. Every little sound put her on edge. Even the air was too loud. Deep down, she knew she was mad. But Alice couldn't bring herself to seek help. Instead, she lived a life always on the edge of meltdown. The simplest things would set her off. Everyone thought she was just spoiled, but she knew it was more. Insanity lurked at the edge of her awareness. After several moments of deep breathing, Alice felt composed enough to search for Landon. Why she had feelings for him was beyond her. He was of lower class, and he barely gave her the time of day. If anything, he was borderline rude. Oh, he was never outright insolent. That would obviously cost him his life. But there was something in his eyes when he spoke to her. Just the sight of her irked him. In a huff, a big huff, Alice stormed down the long hallways, not making eye contact with any of the help. When she finally stepped outside, a sense of relief washed over her, but it was short-lived. Her mother was coming up the staircase. They met midway. "Mother," Alice greeted her mother without emotion. "You're not really going out dressed like that, are you?" Alice glanced down at her gown. It was stunning. They both knew it was. "I was being thoughtful. I didn't want to outshine the Queen, so I'm downplaying myself a bit." The Queen's face remained neutral. She lowered her voice. "We both know your beauty is your only redeeming quality. Do not concern yourself with my appearance. My beauty will always shine brighter than your own, because your soul is withered and black, and people can see that, my dear." Alice smiled serenely. Like mother, like daughter. The Queen's eyes narrowed slightly. "Were you my true daughter, I wouldn't have so much trouble sharing the same air with you." Her words cut deeply, like they always did, but Alice was determined not to show her feelings. "If you weren't so flawed, perhaps you could have borne your own children." Alice's voice was sickly sweet. In a rare display of emotion, the Queen's face clouded over. She hadn't another word. She just continued up the stairs. Why would a woman want a child if she couldn't stand the thought of it not being her own flesh and blood? Alice never wanted to have children. She refused to bring a child into this cruel of a world. With a heavy heart, Alice made her way to the stables. She wasn't dressed for riding, but she'd think of some excuse at least. There was a young boy carrying water to the horses. When he glanced up, fear was evident on his face. With haste, he looked down again. "Where is Landon?" Alice demanded. The boy pointed behind him, his arm visibly shaking. With a curt nod, Alice strode down the pathway. As she entered the stable, Landon's head came up, and their eyes met. His light brown eyes were unreadable. "Princess, have a horse ready for me within 2 hours, and I demand that you join me for a ride." The words surprised her as they flew out of her mouth. He looked as startled as she felt. "Excuse me? You heard me. I want to travel to a place I've never been, and I know you know the trails better than anyone." He scratched the top of his head, and his brown hair remained standing on end when he lowered his hand. On anyone else, it would look ridiculous, but she found that on him nothing looking bad. A part of her longed to reach over and smooth the unruly hair down, but she knew better than to do such things. "Shouldn't you take one of your guards?" he asked warily. She knew he would rather do anything than spend time alone with her. When they were children, he was forced to play with her. She even made him play dolls, but he'd never enjoyed himself. It was always a chore, and those times ended many years ago. Who are you to question a princess? I'll be back in 2 hours, and you will be ready. He stood up, dropping a dirty hand towel onto the table. I'll be ready. Alice couldn't help but take in his massive frame. He'd grown so much over the years. He was bigger than some of the knights. His shoulders were broad, his waist narrow. His legs appeared muscular, even through his pants. Masculinity oozed out of his paws. If he noticed she was staring, he didn't acknowledge it. No, not even a bit. She cleared her throat. I'll be back after I change and have lunch. He gave a slight bow. I'll be humbly awaiting your return. She heard in his tone he was being fictitious. Anyone else would have been whipped or worse for such a sign of disrespect, but she acted as if his words were respectful. Don't make me wait. She spun on her toes and walked away, head held high, back erect. As she walked, she inhaled deeply, waiting for her heart to return to normal. Landon always had that effect on her. She had no idea what it was, but he made her feel things no other man had ever come close to. Maybe it was the fact her mother would have a heart attack if she ever found out she was attracted to someone like Landon. He's lower. Or maybe soon enough, she would be forced to marry another. So there was no sense in wasting any time, and the oracle had said there was a chance. The woman was seldom wrong. If there was a chance, Alice was going to take it. After all, she deserved some happiness in this dreadful world. And that's part 1 of Alice. Thank you so much for joining me to listen to this small adventure. We shall continue in part 2. Many blessings. Hello everyone, welcome back. Part 2 of Alice. Let's see where we go now. Now it seemed as if time passed too slowly for her liking. So Alice changed into riding clothes and hurried back to the stables. It was not uncommon for her to go to the stables, because horseback riding had been one of her passions throughout her life. However, the real reason for her love of horses was Landon. Okay, maybe that was not completely the truth. She did feel a bond of sorts with animals. At least animals understood her in a way that humans could not. Horses had no trouble allowing her to be free and run wild without any rules. There was a peacefulness that came over her, with the wind on her face and her hair blowing behind her. Freedom. Once she got to the stables, she was annoyed to see the horses were not ready. "Landon!" she yelled. He came around the corner, his jaw set in annoyance. "Yes, Your Grace." "Why aren't you ready?" "Because you said 2 hours, and it's only been 1. "Well, I've changed my mind. I want to go now." He yelled out for one of the other stable hands to bring around the horses. Alice watched in dismay as he walked away from her. He did glance, though, however, over his shoulder. "I think Jem will be a better guide for you, since you're in such a rush, and I haven't eaten." Alice stomped her foot into the ground. "No, that is not an option. You will accompany me, or I will see you whipped in the courtyard." He stopped mid-stride. "Well then, I guess I better get cleaned up." Impatiently, she waited while he took his time getting ready. When he came back into view, she was surprised to see he was carrying a bag. When he noticed her stare, he shrugged. "You might be able to force me to go with you, but you're not going to force me to miss my meal." He strode toward the horses without waiting on her. Anyone else, she would have had drawn and quartered. Instead, she took a deep breath and followed him. He could be infuriating at times, and yet her heart leapt to her throat at the thought of him being alone with her. When one of the other grooms tried to help her onto the horse, She shoved him away and jumped on by herself. Landon took off and she urged her horse to catch up. How dare he? Once they were beyond the castle walls, Alice slowed her horse to a steady trot. Landon heard the difference in her hoofbeats and reined in his mount. For the first time, he looked over his shoulder at her. It pissed her off, that her breath caught the intensity of his gaze. He'd always been able to see through her, even when they were children. Why are you like this? She asked, as she eased her horse to be beside. A smirk crossed his handsome face. Like what? I'm a princess. You can't treat me the way you do. He laughed. You're no princess. You're a tyrant. Alice sucked in a breath. She watched his lips from a lazy, arrogant smile that he pulled. He knew he was pushing her patience. It was almost as if he took pleasure in it, the same as when he was a young boy. Pulling the reins, Alice brought her horse to a standstill. With ease, she jumped off the horse and started walking towards a trail in the woods. You're just going to leave your horse out here? Landon called after her. There was a little annoyance in his voice. Alice didn't bother to reply. She knew he would make sure their mounts were safely tethered. She knew he would look after them. He loved those horses more than he loved his own life. She needed to create some distance between them. The day was not going at all as she'd hoped. How could she bring things back around? Why did she desperately want him to see her as something other than a spoiled princess? And yet, whenever she opened her mouth, she acted exactly the way she knew he hated. It didn't take long for him to catch up with her. Without turning, Alice said, You really don't like me, do you? She could feel his presence. It was close enough that if she turned, they would be nearly touching. It was another thing stable hands were not supposed to do, invade the space of royals. Even though she was warm from the heat of the sun, Alice, well, nearing so close to London, and needed to have a strange effect on her, had a shiver. She could have any guy she wanted, but she wanted the one who despised her. No, I guess I don't much care for you, Alice. You're mean as a snake. You spread your venom around, infecting everyone you come into contact with. She hadn't expected him to be so honest. His words didn't really sting, at least not much, because she knew he spoke the truth. Her whole life had been living on the attack. Alice turned, tilting her head up. His eyes snapped to hers, and a muscle in his cheek twitched. It was useless to demand he take back his words, or even to threaten to punish him. For a long moment, they stared at each other. You know you're my only friend, Alice said, as she did, dropping her gaze. Why did she keep saying the things she was thinking? Landon's abrupt laugh turned into a frown. If I'm your only friend, you're in a sad state of affairs. I've thought many things about you, Alice, but not that I thought of you as a friend. I know. Her voice was sad. She turned and continued down the narrow pathway. Cursing under his breath, Landon followed her. It had been a long time since Alice had returned to this particular area. She wasn't sure what led her to go there. The last time she visited was when she was about 12 years old, and she tried to run away. There was a portal nearby, with access to the dimension of Wonder Hills. But she never made it. Her mother's gods, well, they chased her. They did. All the way down. She'd been locked away for nearly 2 weeks in dungeon for disobeying the Red Queen. During that time, Alice learned to access her own magical powers. It quickly became apparent that she was equal in strength, if not stronger than her mother, and once she freed herself at the expense of several of the guards, Alice and her mother came to an agreement of sorts. The Queen would stay out of Alice's way, and Alice would remain in Wonderland and take her place on the throne once the Queen's lifetime was over. Life had been going rather smoothly until the Red Queen insisted that Alice marry someone from Wonder Hills before her 18th birthday, all because of that damn prophecy. It wasn't a bad pairing. In fact, the man that she was supposed to marry, I mean, he was gorgeous, but he wasn't London. It didn't make her stomach drop or her heart pound like a jackhammer. If anything, he bordered tears. The idea of spending the rest of her life with someone like that, she did not want to find acceptable. However, the Queen was not open to discussion. Of course, Alice could flat out refuse, but a part of her was also worried about the prophecy. The oracle was seldom mistaken. The rustle of the tree branches brought Alice back into the moment. It was not that she'd forgotten London was nearby. She'd just gone into the quiet place in her mind, where she could think without being distracted. Half turning, Alice gave him a sidelong glance. "I hope you brought enough food for the both of us." One of London's eyebrows lifted. "I thought you went back to the castle to eat." I couldn't stand one more moment being cooped up in that dreaded castle. "If you don't have enough food, I'll conjure my own." "I've got plenty." Landon glanced around before moving towards a large boulder. He was tall enough to drop down on it. Alice had to hoist herself up. "I never understood why you hated that castle so much," Landon said while opening his bag and pulling out sandwiches, fruits, and such like. "When I was a boy, I used to dream of living in a big old castle instead of the small one-room. But I lived with my parents." Alice reached for an apple. "Did you?" It's funny how, no matter what we have in life, it always seems that, well, we're never satisfied. "Speak for yourself. I'm quite content these days." Her head came around abruptly. It didn't surprise her to feel her stomach twist and jealousy rear its ugly head. "Why's that? Have you met someone?" Alice cringed at hearing the anger in her voice. Landon shot her a sceptical look. "What gave you that idea?" "Can't I be happy on my own?" Alice reached for a drink from his canteen in an attempt to regain her composure. "I don't know. Is that possible?" "Oh, come on, Alice. It can't be that bad, living up on the hill with all those servants. You literally can have anything you want. It's right there at your command. No offence, but it's a little hard to feel any sympathy for you. I know your mother is a psycho, let's say, but you could rise above that. Nothing says you need to act like her. You could be nicer. It might surprise you to find that there are some decent people in this world. If you wanted, you could even leave this realm, go to another to live. Your past doesn't define you." As soon as she felt the tears well, Alice dropped the canteen and jumped to her feet, turning away from him. There was no way she was going to let London see her cry. Not now, not ever. "I'm ready to go back now." She heard the shuffling and cleaning at lunch, and Alice blinked her eyes several times, pushing away the sadness that was coming down on her like a thick blanket. Please not now, she wanted to scream. Damn it. She hated when this happened. It usually came out of nowhere, and she had no control over it. Closing her eyes, she tried to center herself, but all she could see were the walls closing in on her. And that's part 2, guys. We will continue the story again in part 3 and see what happens next. Many blessings. Hello everyone, welcome back to the fairy tale Alice. We just left off where Alice was starting to cry and didn't want Landon to see, so she turned away, if you remember. Forcing a smile, Alice turned as Landon approached her from behind, tapped her shoulder and said, "Hey, I didn't mean to upset you, Alice." "You didn't. You're right. I've got everything a girl could ever want. Power, money, long golden locks. Guys seem to love. Soon I'll be married to a perfect match. What more could I want? I need to get back home. I have a lot to take care of. What she really wanted was to lock herself in a room, rock back and forth until she calmed. Right now, she felt like she was going to come out of her skin, kill someone, or at least kill something. So it's true then, he asked, hoisting his bag over his broad shoulders. Is what true? You're going to marry him, the guy from Wonder Hills. I've seen you two together. Neither of you looks very happy. It seems that way. Believe it or not, Landon, some things are out of my control. Even magic can't break a 1,000-year-old prophecy. What does the prophecy have to do with getting married? If anything, I think your mother would want you dead by your 18th birthday, not married off. Alice had thought the same thing many times. The Red Queen couldn't kill me if she tried. And believe me, she has tried. Plus, Mother doesn't believe the prophecy is valid, with my twin presumed dead. She believes it would only go into effect if there were two, as it stated. She thinks this marriage uniting the realms will be proof to the whole world that she's invincible. Prophecies be damned. Do you think she's dead, your twin? Alice looked off into the distance. No, I don't. I think she's alive and well. If you believe that to be true, aren't you concerned about reaching your 18th birthday? A slow smile spread across Alice's face. Not at all. Twirling around, Alice sang the words she learned when she was locked in the dungeon. When two moons meet, twins will be born. How many lives will we mourn? The loss of one, the loss of two. If you reach the age of 18, it will be quite a few. Red Queen, Black Queen will be no more. Time will tell and days will pass. You never know if it will be your last. Her mood was suddenly lifted, like the fog. I will not shed a tear if the queens of the realms die because of my life. If there's collateral damage that is out of my control. Landon shook his head in disgust. You really are self-centered, aren't you? Alice's temper flared to life. You have no idea what I've been through. Don't you dare judge me. Why should I feel responsible for others and their lives? It's not like I asked to be born into this godforsaken realm. Tell me, Landon, do you believe I should die in case the prophecy is true? Alice conjured up a blade, holding her hand out toward him. Why don't you have the honour? Or should I do it myself? Alice flipped the blade around, holding it with both hands, a wild look in her eyes. She drove the blade toward her torso. Landon knocked her hand aside before the blade could make contact, grabbed a hold of her wrist. Gods, you really are crazy. Alice shrugged to be released. The more she struggled, the tighter he held her, until a wave of sobs broke through. She was mortified, but she had no control. Her body heaved, and the tears soaked her face. Landon's grip around her waist loosened, and he pulled her into his strong arms. She fought him, but it was useless. He was too strong, and, well, she needed the comfort to be fair. Even though she put on a facade inside, she'd been crumbling for years, ever since she found out about having a sister. The emotions that were stirred, they were not always good. One moment she longed to have a sister to play with, the next she was green with envy that her sister had made it out alive. When her chest stopped heaving, Landon pulled away and looked down. Alice was too ashamed to meet his gaze. Finally she glanced up and was taken aback by the intensity with which he was watching her. Tell me the truth. Why did you want me to come with you today? Alice bit the side of her mouth. She thought of a million different excuses to give him. Instead, she spoke the truth. I wanted to be alone with you. I've always wanted to be alone with you, even though you can't stand being near me. There, I said it. Are you? He kissed her. His lips were warm and gentle as they parted hers. Surprised, Alice stilled, her heart thudding in her ears as his tongue probed her body relaxed. She leaned into the kiss. It started out slow but soon increased in urgency. Greedily, Alice kissed him back, and there was desperation in that kiss. Their hands hungrily roamed and explored one another. His fingers sank into her hair as if trying to pull her even closer. The intensity was almost a frightening but exhilarating experience. Eventually they broke their kiss and pulled away to catch their breaths. Sorry, Landon ran his hand over his jaw and mouth, as if he just were as shocked as she were. Stunned by his apology, Alice just stood there staring at him. You're sorry? You didn't mean to kiss me senseless? A crooked grin spread across his face. Senseless, huh? Face flushed, Alice found herself grinning back. For the first time in as long as she could remember, Alice felt happy, giddy almost. That quickly turned to apprehension. What if he really did regret kissing her? At least she knew it was drawn to her as she was to him. That kind of passion couldn't be faked. Kiss me again, Alice demanded. Landon moved towards her. It doesn't work that way. Not with me. He continued stepping forward, causing Alice to retreat, until she found herself almost pressed against the trunk of a very large tree. I'll kiss you when I'm good and ready. Landon dipped his head, his mouth once again covering hers. She melted into the kiss. It was even more searching than the first, as if both of them were trying to figure out what in the hell was going on. She sensed confusion in him, but also an undeniable attraction. His large hand rested on her shoulder, his thumb caressing her jaw, his mouth devouring hers. She groaned beneath his touch. This time, when he pulled away, he said, You have no idea how long I've wanted to do that. Alice's head dropped back to the tree. Me too. A voice low. All the time, it had never dawned on her that Landon was attracted to her too. He never gave himself away, not even a wistful glance. Every time they were near each other, he became agitated, as if he couldn't get away from her quick enough. I thought you hated me. Alice dropped her hands from around his neck, resting one on his chest. The material of his shirt was coarse against her skin, a silent reminder of why they weren't supposed to be together. They were from different classes. The Queen would have a fit if she knew Alice was spending time in the arms of a stable hand. Good thing Alice couldn't care less what her mother thought. Oh, I've hated you all right. Landon's calloused fingers traced the length of her neck down to her collarbone. But I've hated myself even more for thinking about you all the damn time. It hadn't occurred to me you could be interested in me, or that I'd ever be able to feel your skin beneath my hands. Alice's chest rose and fell at his touch. In a little over 2 months, she was supposed to marry another. How could she possibly do that now? The sound of hoof beats drawing near startled them apart. Within moments, a team of guards appeared. Landon leaned against the tree and Alice walked across the greenery towards the men. How dare you invade my privacy? The main guard dipped his head. The Queen has demanded you return to your castle. Alice rolled her eyes. Well, you can tell the Queen I have no intentions of returning until nightfall. She says it's urgent, the guard said, his voice in a pleasing manner. Alice glanced towards Landon, who shrugged. Very well, I'll return shortly. We were commanded to return with you. Alice was not in the mood for Amour's charades, But she knew very well if the guards returned without her, at least one of them will lose his head. Fine, right ahead. We'll catch up shortly. The relief was evident on all of the guards' faces. She turned to face Landon. She knows, Alice said, her words hollow. What do you mean? Landon's eyes widened. How could she know? She's a Red Queen. She knows everything. But don't worry. I will deal with this. I'm not about to give you up. Landon absently rubbed the back of his neck. Alice knew he was imagining his head in the guillotine. She wouldn't dare touch you. I would scorch the realm if she even tried. A smile flashed across his face before turning into a frown. I never know when you're joking. She wasn't joking, but knew Landon wouldn't approve of such hostility. I'll take care of my mother. Can I see you tonight? We could meet at the pond, where we used to catch frogs. His face softened at the memory. I'll be there. If you can't make it, I'll understand. We need to talk about this, Alice. I'm not naive enough to think it can last, but I'm not stupid enough to turn you away either. Let's just see where this goes. I have a feeling things will be very different 2 months from now, Alice said, looking off into the distance. She wouldn't lose him, even at the expense of her sister. And that is the end of the small storyline. And this storyline comes from Down the Rabbit Hole by Julia Crane. And I will pop in the description where you can get access to the full book to find out what really does happen between Alice and Landon. Thank you for listening, and many blessings. Hello everyone, welcome back to my channel. This tale is called The Morrigan by Fedra Weldon. Oak and ash and thorn. Oh, crap. That was the thought running through Tam's mind as he watched the group of thugs form a threatening circle around him. It was after midnight. He'd just left a drumming circle inside one of the dormitories at Harvard Yard. Since he didn't live on campus, and it had started out as a nice spring day in Cambridge, Tam had decided to forego his Harley and walk the grounds. Big mistake. Some of the other folklore students, like himself, had flipped him in on some attacks on the campus, all suspected to have been from the same group of guys in matching black hoodies and carrying pipes, and not the kind to make music with either. Obviously the vicious kind. The victims had survived, but all had ended up in the hospital. You should be really careful, Tam, Janet Boswick said, as he packed their drums before he left. Why me? Do I look like a victim? Harold Jameson, a psych student but Irish folklore enthusiast, had chimed in. You look like the other victims? 5 in all, and they all had your general look. My general look? They're attacking short, dark-haired guys with funny names. Same build, same hair, face shape. Janet nodded in agreement. I have a look? The serious expressions on Harold and Janet's faces came back to him as he stared down what he suspected was the same hooded gang. The single light from the building behind him wasn't strong enough to break through the shadows created by their hoods. They'd picked the perfect place to surround him, less than a mile from his house. Didn't accidents always happen less than a mile from your house? Tam wasn't totally defenseless. He had a backpack full of library tomes, all of them weighing a hefty amount. He also had his Podren's hard case. Something he was now happy he'd paid more money for, instead of the soft case. At the time, he'd felt anxious and anxiety for spending so much, but given the Podren had belonged to his mom, he'd do anything at all costs to protect it. With the backpack and case on his shoulders, and dressed in thigh-length pea-coat that would constrict his movements, Tam held up his hands. Hey, look guys, I've got nothing of value. You think it's him this time, the tallest one to Tam's right said. The guy's voice surprised Tam. It was gravelly and deep, not usually the tone of a college kid's voice, unless these weren't college kids. So what if it ain't? We're going to keep looking till we find him, and then take it from him. This voice came from Tam's left, from a medium-height hoodie. The voice had the same gravel timbre. What is up with these guys? They smoke too many cigarettes. I'm betting it's in that case. That's where he keeps it. Oh, hell no. Tam turned his body pretty fast, so that the case was the furthest away. There's nothing in the case of value. He surprised himself when his voice didn't shake, though the same bravado that kept his timber even wasn't talking to his knocking knees. Adrenaline pumped furiously into his system. Everything he'd learned in defense classes told him this would end up in a fight. He had to be ready, of course. He'd paid more attention to his Irish step dancing classes lately, mostly because of a particular young woman. He doubted he'd be able to dance his way out of this. So why are you protecting it, huh? Still another voice, gravelled and with a slight accent that sounded vaguely Irish, but it had been polluted with something else. Tam knew what a purer accent sounded like because of his own family and their origins from Ireland. He couldn't tell which of the dark hoods spoke. Let's do it quick, the first one said, and to Tam's horror, pulled a metal pipe out of his jacket. They all pull metal pipes from the jackets. Janet and Harold had said the victims were beaten with hard, blunt objects. One of the victims remained on life support. Look, guys, I really don't have anything of value. You don't have to beat the crap out of me. Oh, yes, we do, the smaller one said. We have orders to kill after we relieve you of your prize. Kill? He narrowed his eyes. You left the other victims alive. Because they weren't what we was looking for. They didn't have the prize. Tom shifted his feet into position. For one of two options. This is fight or flee. What they did next would determine which he chose. No, but we're pretty sure you do. The smaller one slapped his pipe into his other hand. So we can do this easy. You can give us the case, and we can kill you fast, or we take the case and kill you slow. What surprise! He figured it was a lot to ask, but now curiosity had its grip on him. That was something all the Kirkpatricks in his family had, an abundance of curiosity. The shill, the smaller one, started to say, that is, before the one next to him knocked him in the face with his pipe. The smaller one flipped in the air, rolled right into an empty road. Tam took that moment to make his move. It was the diversion he'd hoped for. One thing that he could absolutely do well, besides playing his brethren, was run, and run fast. He wasn't a tall man, standing 5'7", without shoes, but he was lean and he kept in shape. It was something his stepdad had instilled in him when he was just a young boy, after his mother ran out on them. Keep healthy, keep fit. One day your body will be your great asset. Now it was time to validate that advice. He heard their yells and following pounding of their feet on the concrete as they came after him. Tam pumped his arms and legs hard as he retraced his steps towards campus. the backpack and case heating against his sides and back. If he could get them to follow him back to the Harvard yard, then the campus police would see them. Maybe, even then, they could be arrested. He heard metal slide against concrete. Seconds, one of their pipes tangled in his feet. Pain lanced up his right leg as the pipe cracked his ankle. He went down with some speed behind him and forced himself into a roll to make the impact less painful. Tam wasn't sure if that worked or not, because the agony in his ankle overrode every other rational and rational thought he had. He also felt the burn on his exposed skin, especially his left cheek, where he scraped against the concrete. The group descended upon him before he could get back up on his feet. They shoved him over on his side, holding his arms and legs as they wrenched his backpack and case from his shoulders. One of them struck him repeatedly in the stomach with the pipe. The pain caught his breath. Oh, he couldn't. It wasn't even enough air to cry for help. He couldn't. Through the pain that induced a fog, he heard their voices, as well as the sound of ripping vinyl and the cracking of the case around his bodhrán. It's just a drum. Don't be breaking it, Tolan. That was the voice of the tallest one. That might be it. They can shapeshift. Oh, said an, is it him? Check him. Tarn fought back as they attempted to strip off his coat, t-shirt. He wrenched his left arm, his playing arm, free and delivered a hard right cross into the hood of the closest one. He let Tam go and fell back as Tam clenched his jaw at the bone-shattering pain in his fist. What the hell? Was that guy wearing some kind of iron mask? Even with one down, there were still 4 more. He managed to kick one of them, holding his legs just before a pipe struck the side of his head. The sound rang in his ears and slowed his reflexes. The pain didn't feel right. Tam had been hit in the head plenty of times in his whole life, scrapping with friends at the dojo, and even with his swordmaster, but never had the impact caused such a warp in his sense of reality. He had no longer control of his body, and as they finished removing his coat and shirt, though he did react to the cold temperature, it might be March, but it was still cold at night in Massachusetts. Look at his arm. It's the mark. You see it? This is him. Mark? My arm? Does he mean me tattoo? He had a Celtic knot tattoo around his upper left arm. That's all. That's all it was. How was that a bloody mark? And more importantly, a mark for what? Certainly not a gang, unless they were secret Irish gangs, so secret in fact that they hid their tats. Tam tried to speak, but his words slurred, and his vision just wasn't working right. For starters, when he looked up at the one holding his bodhrán, the tallest one, he thought he saw... No, it wasn't possible. The guy's hood was back on his head. I've got brain damage. That's it. They knocked my brain. That's what they did. Brain damage. They knocked my brain against my skull. 'Cause that guy looks like a troll. A big, horn-wearing, tusk-sprouting troll. Boys, we found our prize. Put the talk on him. Bring the van around, will ya? Talkie. His question was answered when someone put something cold and burning around his neck, like a collar. His body went limp, and his thoughts spiraled into a dark, confusing place. He could see and feel, but he wasn't in control. He heard squealing brakes, felt himself being lifted over someone's shoulder like a sack of potatoes, and then dumped onto a cold metallic floor. The tall one with the troll head spoke. "Clean up the street. Don't leave any trace. And send a crow to the Morrigan. We have the unseelie prince." And that's the end of the first chapter of the tale called Morrigan. Thank you for listening, and many blessings. Hello everyone, welcome back to part 2 of Morrigan. Tam's next waking thoughts was something he wanted to put back where he got them. They hurt bad, and he shook. Cold seeped in through his skin and made his bones brittle. Nothing prepared him for this. They'd hung him from his wrist. It looked like and smelled like a basement. His feet were bound at the ankles with chains, and only his toes, if he pointed them, brushed the floor. A few bulbs hung from the ceiling, illuminating the room. Tam still couldn't speak or really control his movements. Just small things like making sure his head rested against his arms and didn't drop forward, so the only things he saw were his feet and the floor, and pointing his toes. A dull ache plagued his muscles along his shoulders and neck as he swayed. His body was little more than a connect the dots of bruises and cuts where they'd taken turns striking him with their pipes. And with each hit, the pain intensified, so much that the impact of the hit wasn't what hurt, but the touch of the pipe against his bare skin. His ankle burned where the pipe had damaged it. Missing a month of step dancing was the least of his worries right now. They'd left him alone again, for a while. But he knew that questions would start again. Where is it? How do you make it shift? We'll end your pain if you just give us the secret. And Tam hated that. If he knew what it was they were after, he'd have given it to them long before he got to this point. He was little more than a isolated inland in an ocean of pain. If he moved the right way, he could see his attackers huddled over the contents of his backpack and the drum. They treated the ballerine as if it were gold. What frightened Tam the most wasn't death so much as what he kept seeing as the instrument of his whole demise. He thought that when he came to again, he'd see them as people, just regular people, beating up on kids. But when they all removed their hoods, they all looked like trolls. They varied from the size of their tusks to the size of their horns. Some horns curled back to meet their pointed ears, while others stuck straight up before they sloped backward. Their features were different. He'd had long enough to look into their faces and memorize them. Their skin tones were different, shades of grey, just slate grey. I'm hallucinating, I'm dying, and my mind wants me to think I was killed by mythical creatures from fantasies, so I won't be so upset to die at 22. That's it. That's got to be it. Because if this is real, the big one, called Magnus, moved from the table, and then he strolled over to Tam. He made sure Tam could see his face. I'll admit, you've held up longer than the others, but we know it's you, Tamlin. You can see us for what we are, And only the unseelie can do that. Tam hadn't been able to talk the entire time, and not with the tuck around his neck. He simply stared mute and waited for the blows to start. He tensed when Magnus reached out to him, but he didn't strike. The troll took off the talk, and as he pulled it away, Tam could see what it looked like. He'd seen them before, in museums and at the local Renaissance fair. Now and then, a semicircle of metal carved like the heads of two dragons, with the same tail facing each other. That simple half-circle of iron is what kept me helpless, he questions to himself. Not that removing it did him any good or any favours. The volume of pain increased by 1,000, and he moaned. He couldn't stop himself. It was odd to hear his voice again, especially in so much pain. The talk dulls the pain as well as your wits. It's what keeps the unseelie in line. You have one more chance to tell me where it is. Tam Lin. Tam took in several deep breaths and used that opportunity to look around. He took in more of his surroundings. He was pretty sure they were in a basement. He just didn't know where, and he didn't know if the stairs on his right led up to the house or perhaps a business, and if he were at all successful at getting out, where would he go? He was pretty sure the ankle had swollen and was unusable. My name, he said, as he witnessed again the trolls, and that made him wince. But that was more the damage to his chest that interfered with his breathing. It's Tambourine Kirkpatrick, not Tam Lin. Magnus struck his face. It was a good hard knock against his temple. Tam saw stars and his body swayed back and forth from the impact. The pain won't stop until you tell us how to shift it. Tam tasted blood and spat it out. A tooth was loose. What are you looking for? I don't know what it is. He expected another blow, and he got it, this time. He blacked out for a few seconds before the shock of cold water woke him. He reacted to it and then screamed out as his body answered in pain. If the Morrigan takes you, your life will be much harder. We can give you peace, kill you, and burn the body. You will never have to be one of the bonded. Tam had no idea what that meant. He'd heard them talk about this Morrigan, and he knew the name from folklore, but that's what she was, a myth. But then again, I'm talking to trolls, right? Again, questioning himself. A tune went off somewhere in the room. Tam assumed it was a phone. He had to laugh internally at the idea of trolls carrying cell phones. The smaller one stepped away as he pulled the phone from his pocket. We have company. Upstairs. Ignore them, Magnus said. Tolan answered. Better to turn them away than to feed their insistence. Magnus gave him a harsh growl. Then go turn them away and take Poot with you. The smaller one stomped his foot. No, I want to see it shift. Go. Magnus pointed to the stairs. Tam watched as the two went up the steps. The wood creaked under their weight. Magnus placed the talk back around Tam's neck. Best to keep you quiet, just in case. Once again, he was mute, unable to move. They all waited for a signal. 2 stomps on the floor. Magnus smiled. All clear. Now we can start again. And you can tell me where it is. The basement door opened. and Tam expected to hear Tolan and Poot come down the stairs, so did Magnus and the other two. What Tam didn't expect to hear was a swamp sound and another thud. He could only focus on Magnus as the troll roared at something to Tam's right. He brandished his pipe, and Tam could see he ran out of his frame. All Tam did was heard sounds of some sort of battle. He heard the cries of pain and more of that odd swamp noise. But then, nothing. Nothing. Until he recognized her face. He'd watched her in step dancing class, all while dreaming of asking her out, but also feeling embarrassed because she was a good few inches taller than him. It was pronounced Owen, actually. McGill, the lead dancer. Only, instead of being dressed in jeans, she wore what looked like leather pants, boots, and a tight-fitting vest. She had her red hair pulled back, and sticking up over her shoulder, he could see a quiver and arrows. She had a bow in her hands, and she looked like a cosplayer. He blinked as she put her arm through the bow, and then rested it upon her. She pulled a cloth from her pocket. This cloth she used to remove the talk. Once it was off, Tam gasped and bit back a yell. He had no idea what was going on, but he was sure as hell that he didn't want to show any weakness in front of Owen. He followed her with his eyes to one of the slumped trolls as she retrieved a long knife. That's when he saw all of them were on the floor, some with arrows protruding from their backs. He tried to say. She put a finger to his lips. Shh. First, we get out of here. Owen stepped away for a few seconds before he was lowered to the floor. He didn't stand because his ankle gave and fell with a thud and rattle of chains to the hard floor. Sorry, my bad, Owen said, as she scrambled to his side. She had a key in her hands, and, still holding the cloth, used it to unlock the shackles from his wrists, and then remove the chains from his ankles. Tam blinked hard as he looked at the burns on his wrists. What happened to me? Iron. It's what the talk is made of. Something the unseelie can't tolerate. No more questions. We don't have time. They're not dead. Tam, my arrows can't kill them. It takes a lot more power than that. So, let's get you on your feet. My ankle. I know. She picked her way over the downed trolls and gathered everything back in his backpack and grabbed the bodhran. Tam wiped his mouth and came away with blood on his hand as she put the drum back in its case. Thank goodness they hadn't destroyed that. It was important to him. And with those items on her shoulders, she made her way back to him. She put the backpack on his back, and he kept his mouth shut at the pressure against his bruised shoulders. She helped him push himself up on wobbly legs. He put his weight on his good ankle as she moved under the shoulder of the bad side and wrangled the case strap over his good shoulder. Her height practically lifted him up, and he stumbled as the room tilted at the fairly wrong angle. I always wanted to put my arm around you, Tam winced. Why did I say that out loud? Shh, you're in pain. You've had the talking too long. Let's go. But how? I'll explain everything. Please, Tam, we have to go. I had the element of surprise. But if we stay here and linger, and they wake, she didn't have to tell him twice. He took in a deep breath, moaned at the pain in his chest, and worked with her to get up the steps. They emerged in a hallway, and he looked to the right. He saw 2 doors that said, "Ladies and gentlemen." Beyond them was another door, but Owen led him in the opposite direction to a larger door, an exterior door. They pushed it open together and stepped out into the cool night air. Shivering, he tried to move with her down the sidewalk. He looked back to see where they'd been, the place he was in. He had no idea where he was, but it wasn't in Cambridge. A very, very loud roar stopped them both. Crap, Owen said. I'd hoped they'd stayed out longer, but Magnus, he's a strong one. You know him? I know of him. I need you to move to my back. What? She sighed and stepped out from under his shoulder, and then presented her back to him and knelt down. Put your arms around my neck. I'm not sure. Swallow that human pride. Do it. He did it, the muscles in his shoulders screaming the whole time. Instantly, something shifted, and it wasn't him. His dizziness increased, and he almost let go until a voice in his mind said, "Hold on." That's when he realized he wasn't on Alan's back anymore, but astride a huge red mare. It turned its head to look at him and snort, and he grabbed a hold of her mane. Seconds, it was just seconds, before the door to the building slammed open and Magnus appeared. The horse took off in a flash. That's the end of the part 2 of Morgan. Thank you for listening and many blessings. Hello everyone, welcome back to the next part of Morgan. Something tickled his nose. Tam reached up and batted it away, but whatever it was persistent. Stop, he muttered, as he rolled over and buried his head in his sheets. Just let me sleep. You've been asleep for 3 days, came a sort of familiar voice. I think it's time you woke. Wait, 3 days? He opened his eyes and looked at the sheets. They were blue and dirty, and not his. He turned back to his right. Then he looked up at the ceiling. Definitely wasn't his room, unless he lived in a trailer. His Uncle Boggs lived in a trailer. So he was in familiar territory, he thinks. In fact, that ceiling looked a lot like his uncle's trailer. He snapped his head to the right, stared up into the grisly face of Uncle Boggs. What? I said. Boggs held up the feather he'd been teasing under Tam's nose. He spoke in his old diluted accent. It's time you got up, boyo. So where? Tam pushed himself up and then stopped. Ow, he said, as a rush of hair in his body protested the sudden movement. Aye, you're going to be a bit sore, laddie, but you've got your mum's genes and your dad's tenacity. You've been healed up nicely. My what? Tam stared up at him and his uncle's face. He hadn't seen that man in what, 10 years? And he looked exactly the same. What did I... And then he looked down at himself. He was pretty much nude, except for the occasional bandage, covered in just the brown-stained blue sheets. Let's take this a bit slower, shall we? Boggs let the feather fall to the bed. Tam picked it up. It was black, with an iridescent sheen. That's a crow's feather. Boggs pulled up a chair and sat in it as he crossed his legs and his arms. I'm afraid there's bad news to be had with that feather. A crow? Tam turned the feather between his fingers. Bad news? Take a minute. Your memory will catch up with you in a second or two. But while it's rebooting, have this. Boggs turned and lifted one of his very sturdy mugs from the nightstand. This is the best thing for what ails you. What is it? Tam set the feather aside and took the mug. He remembered this mug from his childhood, and he remembered his uncle drinking some crazy stuff from it. This isn't your old grog, is it? Boggs laughed. Ha ha, I see your memories on the mend. Good. I never know when it comes to fairy healing. But we leprechauns, he beat on his chest, we got stamina. Makes us hardy folk. Staring into the amber liquid, Tam processed his uncle's words. At first they didn't make any damn sense, but as he watched the liquid swirl and move, he remembered everything. Unfortunately, he sloshed the mug as he yanked the sheets up to look at his ankle. Boggs grabbed the mug and held it back as Tam did a quick body check. His last memory was that he'd been covered in bruises and scrapes and he had broken bones, and that he was sure of. A look at his wrists showed no burns, and he put his hands to his face. I see you come back, Boggs said, and set the mug back on the table. That's good. We have a lot to talk about, you and me, and not a lot of time to do it. I'd hope to have this conversation when you were younger, but your dad wasn't having any of what he called my nonsense filling your head. My dad? You mean my dad? Your stepdad, Phil. The Kirkpatrick who raised you. Boggs sat forward on his chair. You remember the trolls? Yeah, Tam nodded. But that had to be fake, right? It couldn't have been real trolls. Do you remember how you got out of that place? You did? One of the girls from Step Dancing. Tam stared wildly at Boggs. She had a bow and arrow, and she turned into a horse. Aye, she did, because she's one of the Clarishon. Tam blinked. The what? Damn child. I thought you were a student of folklore. The Lynn protectors. They're the soldiers that guard the lineage. Boggs pursued his thick lips, and his moustache poked out like bristles. This is going to be harder than I thought. Do you not remember anything from your mother? Don't even remember my mother. I barely remember you. Tam ran his fingers through his hair. So, you can tell me right now. Was my mum crazy? You said I had her genes. So crazy is in our family, right? Because you just sounded like you believe trolls are real. Boggs didn't say anything for a few seconds. Then he stood and walked across the room. The floor creaked. The trailer swayed as it always did with his uncle's weight. Boggs returned with a mirror and held it out to Tam. Take a look for yourself. There's a spell that covers this world, one that prevents us from being seen by the regular folk. I think with what you've just gone through, or perhaps the wearing of a toque, Your fairy sight finally broken through that spell. It allowed you to see the trolls for what they are, and I'm sure you'll be able to see yourself now. What are you talking about? Boggs nodded to the mirror. Have a look. I think they're more fetching. But you're going to have to learn basic glamour if you want to go back out in the walking world. Tam glanced at himself in the mirror just to check for bruising, and he was pretty sure he suffered a busted lip and a broken nose. His face was bruised. There was no getting around that. A closer look at his neck exposed a light ring around part of it. That's where that hook had been placed. Then he looked at his cheek. He saw them sticking up out of his hair. With his jaw hanging open, Tam reached up and traced the points of his ears to make sure they were real. What? What did you do to me? Boggs laughed. I didn't do anything to you, boyo. That was your mum and your pa, not me. My ears, he checked the other one, and other than that, he looked fine. In fact, given the beating he'd taken, he looked, I'm okay. As I said, we have a hearty constitution, and since you were given time and this is your first regeneration, all's well. But like I said, your true nature's peeking through. True nature. Tam dropped the mirror and pushed back. I'm... He blinked at Boggs. What am I? You said leprechaun. Half, because Shereel Dar was a human. Your mother is a daughter of the former king of the leprechauns, Seamus Lynn. Unfortunately, you being an unseelie didn't sit too well. So now you're here. And your mum was here. Come to stay. With you, your dad, who was human. Wait. Tam put his hands to his face. Like you said, I'm a folklore student at Harvard. I know what unseelie means, and I'm not an evil fairy. Boggs roared with laughter when he'd finished. He slapped his knees. No, you're not, and that's not what an unseelie is, boyo. The seelie are the pure blood, complete and all fairy, like myself. But the hybrids, the halfsies like you, you're the unseelie. He wanted to say ridiculous, but Tam realised all too quick his idea of ridiculous had now gone through a shocking shift of perspective. I'm a leprechaun. Aye, you're a leprechaun. But we're not 3 feet tall with red hair and green suits. He closed his eyes with a long, frustrated sigh. He was thinking of the stereotype, the image and cultural identification that kept the idea of leprechauns in the realm of fiction and fairy tale. What he saw in the mirror was based on the reality. That's what they call a red herring, isn't it? The short, fat, red-haired man dressed in green with big buckle shoes. Aye, but don't feel bad, Tam. That's the way we want it. Boggs stood, grabbed a stack of clothing, and tossed it to Tam. Get dressed. You know where everything is, and drink that mug. It'll finish the healing and clear your head. Owen should be back any minute. Tam caught the clothing and waited until Boggs shut the door. He started to bound out of bed and stopped, remembering his ankle. Looking down, he couldn't see any damage, and when he stood, well, it didn't hurt. He slipped on a pair of jeans and t-shirt, but not the dark green hoodie. These were his clothes, so someone went to his house to get them. He sniffed the mug, and then downed it all at once. It was both bitter and sweet, and left the aftertaste of bark in the back of his throat. Tam meandered through the stacks of things his Uncle Boggs liked to collect to the kitchen at the other end of the trailer. Boggs mentioned for him to sit at the table and set a plate of his famous heart-stopping fried breakfast in front of him. Eggs, sausage, bacon, hash browns, a cup of black coffee. Tam devoured it as fast as he could, not stopping to breathe or talk as Boggs leaned against the counter. When Tam had finished, he smiled. I really need of that. Ah, you did. You've been out of the world for nearly a week. Out of the world, off the grid. Boggs comes forward and sat at the table with his own mug. You'd been missing for 2 days when Owen tracked you down. And you've been here for 3. That's 5 days, and no one's seen you. You've been on the news. Luckily, I let your stepdad know you were with me. You'd been attacked by things, and I came in to help. Though I made sure he didn't know everything, of course. That way, he didn't cut his trip short. I figured, while this mess went on, it was best to stay out of town. 5 days. Tam sipped his coffee as he thought back over his experience in the basement. The trolls. They really were trolls. Aye, there was. That's the end of part 3 of Morrigan. Thank you for listening, and we'll continue next time with part 4. Many blessings. Hello everyone, welcome back to part 4 of Morrigan. Still chapter 1 though. I don't understand what it is they did to me. I mean, they put this thing on my neck, called it a talk, but I read about those. Forget what you've read. Use that knowledge only as a reference. Tam, a talk is what the Morrigan uses against the unseelie. Because you have fairy blood, yours is particularly strong. The iron in it won't kill you immediately, like it would Owen or myself. For you, it lingers, keeps you in a foggy state, not living, not dying, in constant pain, willing to do anything the one who places it on you wants you to do. Tam rotated his coffee cup on the table. You just said a whole bunch of stuff that didn't make sense. Not to me. When you say the Morrigan, you mean the exact one. Yes. That you've read about in your books. She's been the queen of a fairy for several 100 years now, but only in the past 100 or so was she able to gain control of the unseelie court. Why? If they're not evil, like you saying just hybrids, why try to control them? Why come after me? Just because I'm a half-breed? Boggs moved his mug out of the way. There's several answers here, and you're going to have to listen carefully. I wasn't kidding about the time issue. About a century ago, the Morrigan had a dream. Now, she doesn't dream often these days. So when she does, she's convinced herself they're prophetic. Do the rest of us believe it? He shrugged. I think she's mad, but the danger is she believes it. And in that dream, an unseelie defeated her, unseated her from the throne, absolutely stripped her of every power. That's why she's gone out of her way to destroy and enslave the unseelie. The problem with that plan is the fairy are, by nature, a very, lest she was lot. We like to breed. Tam snorted. Uh-huh. Which is why I'm alive. I remember the spell I mentioned. The one that keeps people from seeing things. Spirits, fairies, all those things that worked their way into culture and myth and legend. Now, this also made it harder for the Morrigan to find Unseelie, like you. She has to know you exist to look for you. And she knows I exist. Why does she know this? We're not sure who told her, but she's particularly invested in you because you're a leprechaun. Tam rubbed his chin and noticed it was smooth. There was no growth whatsoever from 5 days. I'm not following. I never thought or read of the leprechaun being that important to the fairy world. Of course not, and we'd like to keep it that way. Tam, we're descendants of the Tuatha de Danon. We have power and abilities the Morrigan doesn't. We also, well, let's say we're mortal enemies. He pointed at Tam, and you have something no the leprechaun still possesses. She wants it. What? A pot of gold. He laughed, and then stopped when he noticed Boggs wasn't laughing. Oh, crap. Are you serious? I have a pot of gold. Oh, think with your heart, not what you learned. What is it that leprechauns possess that no other myth does, besides the pot of gold? You had to think hard on that. Really hard, actually, since he'd never really given leprechauns much attention in any of his studies. He'd always been more interested in the families and the kings and queens of Ireland, the mythic fights and land grabs that, until 5 days ago, he believed had been turned into myth and legend. Tom thought back to the basement. The trolls demanding he make it shift. They thought his Bodorin was something important. It's not my drum. No, but your drum is part of your particular heritage. Your mother made it. Yes, I thought so. It feels like her. And don't worry, it's safe. We put it away. That was a relief. They said, Tam pointed to the table, they wanted me to give it to them. I had to make the bottom shift into it. But honestly, I had no idea what they were talking about. Ah, Bog slowly nodded. They believed your drum was your shilla la. Or you can just call it your shilla. Tam did a double take. They want my shilla. They think I have a walking stick. Oh, Tam, it's no mere walking stick. There was a time before the Morrigan when the leprechaun ruled the hills. Even the Doyen Sihi paid homage to us and called upon the magic of the Shillalas to smite their enemies. He gave Tam a crooked smile. The Morrigan stole all of the Shillaks in the fairy realms. Tam sent her crows all over, and like the thieves they are, they took them. They robbed us of our power, our gold turned to lead, and any influence over the land waned. You're saying I have a Shil-Allah. I'm saying you have the last Shil-Allah, and the Morrigan wants it. We have to find it before she finds you, or your hope of survival and ours is gone. It's lost. There is none if we do not accomplish the task. That is the end of this part, guys, part 4. And it's also the end to the chapter. So when we come back, we're also adding on to the next chapter in the Morrigan. Thank you for listening, and many blessings. Hello everyone, welcome back to my channel. Let's continue the tale of Morrigan. Owen knocked on the trailer door at that moment, but stepped in before Boggs could answer. When she saw Tam, she smiled, and then frowned. She pointed a finger at him. He noticed she wasn't wearing the leather anymore. She looked like she always had, in jeans, sweater bands, and a jacket. Why in the hell did you go out alone that night? Tam sat back, unsure of what to say. He also noticed her ears weren't pointed. He reached up and touched his own. They were, once again, round. Boggs waved his hand. Sorry, but we don't have time to teach you glamour right now, so I fix them. Oh, He noticed Alwyn still had her finger pointed at him. Because I've walked that same route home before. I didn't think it was dangerous. That's the first mistake. She lowered her hand and set a bag on the table next to Tam's empty plate. Routine. They'd been watching you, just like they watched all those others. They memorized your routine, and they wait until you're vulnerable. If you'd had your Harley, that might not have happened. You know I ride a Harley? Tam rubbed his chin. I didn't think you even knew I existed. I'm pretty sure your uncle's filled you in on who exactly I am. Yeah, I can't pronounce it. Regardless, I was assigned as your protector over a year ago. Now, that was interesting. A year ago was when she showed up in his class. And I'm the only reason you're here. He couldn't help but smile. Me? And the college had a decent folklore department, but it's sorely lacking in facts, which is just the way we like it. She pushed the bag to him. Here are some more of your clothes. Peering inside, he saw jeans, socks, shirts, and it was Scarlet. You went through my underwear drawer? Get over yourself, Kirkpatrick. You could have grabbed the gun. Now, she snorted. I don't think you know how to operate one of those, and given that the last situation I rescued you from, well, I didn't want to induce any more bodily harm. What the hell? He put his hands on the table. I can shoot. I've been trained to shoot, and I'm a damn good shot, so get off my back. She smirked and looked at Boggs. I stayed there a good 3 hours. Inside, and then on the street. I don't think they're watching the house. But they were there, Boggs said. Yeah, I could smell the troll dung in the back. Nasty creatures. She moved to the kitchen and leaned against the fridge. It was a small enclosure, so they were still close together. Tam, I got the sense you don't know where your shillelagh is. You'd be right. I didn't even know I had one until like 10 seconds ago. Tam put his hands in his lap and leaned back in the chair. How can I have something that I don't even know about? It's part of our magic. Boyo, Boggs leaned to his left. As a leprechaun, you're born with it. It's like a a part of you that connects you to the earth, to spirits like nymphs and dryads. Usually when a leprechaun comes of age, their forebears help them find theirs. Forebears? Fathers, mothers, family, Alwyn said. But you didn't have either, and not of your own. I didn't realise the one you lived with wasn't your natural father. So this is bad? Tam asked, avoiding discussion about family was something he'd always done, so moving on seemed natural. And he was really, really interested in this shillalach. There's always the possibility the Morrigan will find it first, since she and her crows can sense magic. But given the dampening spell, she shrugged. It makes it hard on any of us. The best way for you to find it is to let it call to you. Call to me? What you mean? Like some mysterious message? He was trying to be funny. So when they both nodded, Tam sighed. Oh, guys, I don't know what it is, what it looks like, and I wouldn't recognise it if I walked up and it punched me in the face. This is true, Alwyn nodded. The boy's got no magical talent. Hey, Tam frowned at her. That's not fair. You probably grew up knowing you were whatever that word is. Yes, I did. I'm Seelie. I was raised in fairy, not like this. She scratched the back of her head. From what I read, your shillalach is usually close to you. It does manifest something or by something or around something familiar and comforting to you. A phone went off. Alwyn pulled hers out of her pocket and checked the face. Looks like the trolls were spotted. Where? Boggs asked. North of campus. They're staying there, keeping an eye out for the prince. I am not a prince. Tam ran a hand through his hair. He needed a shower, clean clothes. Didn't help the gooey feeling he had. Not to mention he bled all over the bed. He should wash those sheets and get them back to Boggs clean. Can I at least go home? Both of them turned to look at him. No, they said in unison. He moved back towards the stacks of things in the middle of the trailer. Sorry, Tam, Alwyn said, but you need to stay out of sight. You want them to take you again, knowing what they'll do. There's no guarantee they'll be able to do that again. Be the element of surprise. Look, it's not a big thing, okay? Just stay here. I'll be back in a few hours. She smiled at him. Just get more sleep, okay? You've still got circles under your eyes. Tam watched her leave and plopped down on his chair. I can't stay cooped up in here, Boggs. I need my gun. He remained by the fridge. Can you really shoot as well as you say? Yeah. I don't know if bullets can hurt trolls, but I'd like to have some kind of weapon with me. Or bullets can hurt them. They just don't stop them. Not like spelled weapons, such as Alwyn's blades and a bow. He remembered seeing those and the way she'd use them. Or rather, he'd seen the aftermath. He knew he ever got out of line with her, she'd kick his ass. So, can my gun be spelled? No. Too much iron. Boggs narrowed his eyes at Tam. So how is it you can touch it and use it? The grip's pearl, and most of the gun's an alloy. I'm not sure how much iron's even in the thing. So how is it that I never noticed iron before? I mean, I saw their troll heads. Is that right? Thunder sounded in the distance. Tam felt a chill run up his spine, and Boggs pursed his lips, his moustache once again bristling out. You saw their true faces when they took you, or was it after? When they took me. Interesting. He patted his sides and grabbed a wallet off the counter. Let's go. Where? To your house. Tam hesitated. Why the sudden change of heart? Don't tell me it's because you think me having a gun is important. Bog shrugged. Owen's right. Your Ishillah should manifest as something close to you, something that gives you comfort. I suspect whatever that is might be in your home, the one you grew up in. Looking around for such an item seems reasonable, and you can get your gun. Tam smiled and followed his uncle out the door. Won't Owen be angry? She said I had to stay in the trailer. Aye, true, but she also said they weren't watching your house. He looked up at the darkening sky. The lightning will cover your scent, but let's hurry before we get wet. Nothing smells worse than old, wet leprechaun. And that's the end of this part, guys. Thank you so much for listening, and many blessings. Hello, guys. Welcome back to my channel. We are continuing the story Morrigan. They took the train to Cambridge, then walked the 2 blocks from the station to the house where Tam lived with his stepdad. It looked like every other 2-story house on the road. Close beside its neighbour, a painted beige with a screened-in porch. Tam led Boggs around the back, where he lifted a key from a fake rock, and he went inside. Boggs pulled Tam back and stepped out in front of him with his hand up in warning. Tam was pretty sure nobody was in the house, but he stayed put and did just hold in the kitchen, grabbing a drink from the fridge, waiting until Boggs came back. She's right. I smell troll. I don't smell anything. Tam headed to the stairs a bit too enthusiastically. Once he reached the top step, he decided he wasn't going to do that again because it made his ankle flare. Hey, Tam, Boggs yelled up. Yeah? You don't have a favourite stuffed teddy, do you? Tam made a face. No. Please don't tell me that's what your shillalach was. I won't be admitting to that, no. Tam pulled the tin box from under his bed and retrieved the Desert Eagle his stepdad bought him for Christmas when he turned 18. He kept it well cleaned and unloaded. He set it out on the bed. He pulled the ammo out of his nightstand drawer and slipped it, a full magazine, inside. He had 2 more ready to go and slipped those into his pockets. But as he reached for the pocket watch on the nightstand that his real dad had left him, he froze. Panic set in. He was locked in place, staring straight ahead at the watch, focused on the vine-like etchings over the surface. His fingers inches from it, but he couldn't move forward or backward. This wasn't the same as having the talk placed on him. He was sure this was something completely different. Leprechauns, came a deep, gravelly voice from behind him, cannot move when focused, with the gaze of intent, Tamlin. Magnus put his hand on Tam's shoulder. No more playing around. This time I'll take you to Morrigan myself. Tam couldn't believe this was happening. I'm being held in place because he's looking at me? How in the hell is that possible? The troll's beefy paw brought the talk around so Tam could see it. I want you to look at this long and hard leprechaun. This is going to be the last independent sight you'll see, because once I give you to her, she'll place her own talk around you, and you'll think, say, see, and do anything that she tells you, including giving her your shillelagh. Tam swallowed. It was about all he could do as Magnus brought the semicircular shaped hand closer and closer. Hey, dipshit. Owen, run! Run, get out of here! Tam had been straining his muscles so hard to move that once the hold on him was severed, he pitched forward, slammed into the nightstand, rolled into the carpet. The watch slipped off with emotion, struck him in the back of the head. Tam grabbed it and put it in his pocket. You little witch! Magnus's attention was focused solely on Owen. Tam reversed directions and rolled under the bed as he watched the troll's boots stomp out of the room. Owen had broken his gaze, and Tam was leading Magnus away. He didn't plan on losing the advantage. Not this time. After rolling back out from under the bed, he grabbed the remaining magazines, stuffed them into his pockets, and then he ran. He ran down the steps as he heard shouts and felt the house vibrate. The air became thick with a smell of burnt hair and smoke as he quickly but carefully descended the stairs. He spotted his uncle hiding behind his stepdad's bookcase in the living room and frowned at him. Boggs pointed to the kitchen and then put his finger to his lips. So Magnus is through there. Where is Owen? In answer, he heard a yell and then another slam. He recognized the swamp of her arrows and then a thud. Descending the rest of the steps, Tam put his back against the wall next to the doorframe leading from the living room stairs. This was leading into the kitchen. He peered around the frame to see Magnus holding Owen by a neck. Her boots kicked underneath her as he raised her toward the ceiling. Blood dripped onto the linoleum. Owen's blood. Now we will see just how long a Clurachan witch can last without air, Magnus said, as he snarled up at her. Tam fought the urge to run out and just start firing. His stepfather had taught him better than that. Bullets were a commodity, and not something to be squandered in a fight. Every strike, whether using a knife, a gun, or even an arrow, should be directed towards a purpose. He didn't know a lot about trolls, other than they were big and strong. He didn't know if they carried the same allergy to iron as he did himself. Maybe they did, maybe they didn't. Other denizens of fairy. He didn't know their weakness or their race. So it was time to go for the obvious. What was the best thing to shoot at when the opportunity presented itself? What was the one thing all defense teachers told possible victims to go for? The softest, most vulnerable advantage an attacker had. Their eyes. Without his eyes, that bastard can't lock me in place like that again. Tam grinned. He levelled his gun and aimed at the face and remembered to breathe as he fired 3 shots. At least one of the bullets hit true and blood splattered Owen on the floor. Magnus dropped her. The troll roared out, spun around as he slapped his hands to his face and blundered into the kitchen table, which promptly collapsed under his weight. Tam, look out! Tam started to dive for Owen, just as something grabbed his left leg. Burning pain preceded being yanked from the doorway, where he slammed into the hardwood floor. Or rather, his head did. He lost his grip on the gun as his vision blurred. He thought for a second, What he was seeing just wasn't real. A huge grey wolf loomed over him, its barred fangs dripping with blood, Tam's blood. He realised the thing had bitten his calf and had used it as leverage to bring him down. The wolf growled just before it opened its jaws wide. Tam knew the beast planned on taking out his jugular. A shot made Tam jump. One of the wolf's eyes exploded. Tam felt something warm, something sticky, spray his face. The wolf cried out as it swung its head back and forth and backed away. Tam turned over to see Boggs in the centre of the living room with one of his stepfather's shotguns in his hands. Smoke slipped from the barrel. "Thanks," Tam said. "Oh, I think you could grow like this, definitely." Boggs held up his hand to show Tam the burn marks on his palms, though I'd like mine in plastic. Tam ducked. Tam was already on the floor, so he brought his head down and covered the back of it with his hands. He felt the air over him move as another shot rang out, and a second wolf collapsed in the hallway. He lifted his head to look. "It's time to get out of here." He pushed himself up and would have collapsed back down when his leg gave. Boggs was there, though, helping him up. Tam looked down to see. Oh, wow. Aye, fairy wolves. You just have to catch 'em before they... Look out! Owen's voice shattered the brief respite. Another wolf bounded out of the hole towards Tam and Boggs. It was moving too fast for Boggs to reload and take aim. Tam couldn't get to his gun quick enough until an arrow fired into the thing's head, and it went tumbling over them, knocking Boggs out of the way. Tam pushed himself to the side, favouring his bleeding leg, and grabbed his gun. When he turned to look back at the kitchen door, Owen stood there, her bow in her hand, breathing heavy and bleeding from a wound on her arm. But she was alive. "Thanks," he said. "No problem. Can we go now, before the troll wakes up?" At first, he wasn't sure why she stopped mid-sentence. Tam frowned at her as her eyes widened, and she looked down. His gaze trailed down her front and locked on the cylindrical pipe protruding from her stomach. He didn't want to believe what he was seeing until Magnus's shadow solidified behind her. His left eye was little more than a ruined hole where Tam's bullet had made connection, but the right eye was still very much whole. The troll wrenched the pipe out, causing Owen to collapse in a heap in the doorway. "Let's see how well you escape me again, leprechaun, with your protector dead." Dead? Tam held the gun in his trembling hand as he used the right one to pull himself closer to Owen's unmoving body. "No," he said, as he reached out for her iron. Deadly to the ceiling, Magnus stepped over Owen and reached down for Tam. "Now it's time to go, Prince. Your master is waiting." Tam couldn't take his eyes off of Owen. He willed her to get up. He silently screamed for her to rise and stab him with the knives. He'd only really known her for a few hours, but he'd watched her for nearly a year. As she danced and smiled and had good times with her friends. All the while, he'd never known she was there for him, just for me, to protect me. And what am I? I'm nothing. I'm some fairy freak who can't do magic. His terror at the thought of losing Owen twisted into boiling rage. And inside his gut, it boiled and boiled. It spun into a ball of burning energy that ping-ponged around his body, igniting his limbs to move, urging his leg to heal, and finally resting inside his mind. If it told him to grasp the thing he wanted, so he did. To take control of what was hidden, to take back what was stolen. That's what he did, the rage inside him. That rage, that anger, that feeling of helplessness coalesced into single point, a pulsing, spinning spur of power that moved faster and faster and faster and faster. Magnus touched his arm, then it released. At first, Tam wasn't sure what happened. He was on the floor, his calf a bloody chewed mess, and then he was looking directly at Magnus, standing up, brandishing a huge wooden stick in his left hand. The gun was gone. The stick glowed. It glowed a bright blue and white light from it. Vines grew from the wood and shot out like darts, straight into Magnus's skin. The troll raged and flailed. He took out the wall beside him and backed into the kitchen, but Tam followed him, careful of Owen at his feet, his attention fixated on the troll. And that's that part finished, guys. I guess there's another fight on our hands here. Thank you so much for listening, and many blessings. Hello everyone, welcome back to Morrigan. We're in the middle of battle, so we're going to just get right into it and continue. Stop! Magnus shouted, but Tam pressed the power harder and heard nothing but the spinning storm raging in his ears as the power created a whirlwind that rooted around in his memories and brought back the pain he'd endured at the hands of the trolls. It reminded him of the agony he felt as they laughed at him, called him a puppet, beat him endlessly with their pipes. Tam! And then he saw the pipe sticking through Owen's stomach, and he released that power with a yell. It spun out of control, travelling down the vines and entering Magnus. Tiny explosions from within sent bits and pieces of troll's hide out to coat the kitchen walls. Tam and Magnus were caught up in a whirlwind of power that shut out everything else. Tam, please! Finally, the troll disintegrated into ash, and the whirlwind stopped. Tam, panting heavily, felt his knees give as he collapsed on the kitchen floor. The wooden stick vanished as he stared at the ceiling. He started shaking violently, as if burning with fever. Boggs appeared above him, his expression an odd mixture of sadness and joy. You done it, Tam. You found your shalala. He nodded to his uncle. Yeah, he said, as he closed his eyes and settled in for a long sleep. The room was warm and sheets soft. Tam turned over, once again opened his eyes to find himself not in his own bed. When he pushed himself up, he looked at his surroundings. I'm not in Kansas anymore. Hell, I'm not in Cambridge. This room, unlike the cramped clutter of Boggs' trailer and the sparse furnishings of his own room, appeared to be filled with the latest in tech and modern conveniences. Tam got out of bed and realised he wore a pair of soft loungers. Where were his clothes this time? He pulled the legs of the loungers up to look at his calf. All he saw was a long-healed scar where the wolf had bitten him. Is this my healing power again? He stood by the bed and took in the long wall of closed blinds, the enormous flat screens on the wall opposite the bed, the smooth modern dresser with its handle of straws, and two doors to his left. The door to the right was a bathroom, complete with a tub, a 6-nozzle shower enclosed entirely in glass, and a separate toilet room. An assortment of bags sat on the right of the shower. He found clothing inside, all in his size. No jeans, sneakers, underwear, socks, a gold shirt, green hoodie, and he held up the hoodie. He noticed something on his left arm that simply hadn't been there before. He'd not seen it. He dropped the hoodie and turned to the mirror over the sink. Vines had been woven into the knots of his original tattoo. They travelled down his arm, wrapping around it, with 4-leaf clovers added here and there, some large, some small. The vines ended on the back of his hand as they twisted into a point just at the middle of the knuckle. His bird finger. The design looked so familiar. I've seen this before, but it was in gold. In fact, he'd just seen the vines. This is the same pattern on my dad's pocket watch. He ran out of the bathroom, found his old hoodie hanging on the back of the chair. Tam shoved his hand into each of the pockets. I know I put the watch in my pocket. I remember doing it. But a thorough search of his clothing, unfortunately, proved he didn't have it. Tam ran back to the bathroom and looked at the tattoos under the bright light. The vines moved as if they were travelling down his arm to his hand. But once they covered his hand, they sprouted out from his palm and created the same walking stick he'd seen earlier. It formed in midair and would have fallen to the floor if he hadn't grabbed it. He put it in his right hand to make sure it wasn't still attached by the vines. It was separate. The stick itself was maybe 5 feet in length. It looked like someone had ripped a tree branch down and smoothed off the bark. It was irregularly shaped, with a larger knot at the top and taper to the bottom. Or is the knot the bottom? Carvings exactly like the one decorating his dad's pocket watch were expertly worked into the wood, and the wood was warm. The pocket watch had been the most comforting thing he had, the only thing left to him by his real dad, and it was something Tam kept at his side since his dad died. Until that night, at the drum circle, he'd left it on his nightstand, probably the first time he'd forgotten it in 15 years. And now it was part of his tattoo. "So, you're my Shalalach," he said, and felt a bit odd talking to a stick. "You're what that Harridan wants." He felt a sort of impression from the wood, something akin to agreement, but not in words or in images, just a knowing. Is a thing sentient? He looked at himself in the mirror, saw the pointed ears once again, and the remaining band of tattoo on his arm, but the vines were gone. "I'm a leprechaun. Well, what the hell?" But now he wondered how to make it disappear. The stick wrenched and lurched in his right hand. He held onto it at first until a burning pain in his entire left arm opened his right hand. The stick disappeared. The tattoos reappeared. The burning faded, but it made his arm sore. Had he interrupted it from returning by holding on to it? That was a good thing to know. He heard loud voices outside the bedroom door. He stepped out of the bathroom and put his ear to the door. He recognized Bog's voice, but not the other one. It was deep, a commanding authority. Not that Boggs had ever succumbed to someone telling him what to do. He weren't one to listen. Tam took a quick shower and dressed, deciding that he wanted to install a multi-nozzle shower in his own bathroom. That is, once I clean Magnus Trollguts off the floor. A quick look in the mirror didn't do anything for the ears, But Tam trusted that whoever that was, he knew about Boggs and himself. He thought of Owen and hesitated before he opened the door and stepped out into a wonderland. The place looked like a cross between a lab and a home. He stood on a ledge overlooking a circular living area. A waist-high glass partition prevented him from falling as he leaned over and looked down. A circle of Celtic knots bordered the room, and he thought he heard something humming, like an engine. An engine somewhere. Glass stood in for most of the walls. The view of Boston was breathtaking. It was night, and the city was lit up like a sea of precious stones against a black backdrop. Modern-style sofas and chairs littered the space inside the circle of knots, spiraling into a fountain in the centre. From this height, he could see more knots in the faces of the fountain. The arguing voices that carried upward, he could hear them, but he didn't see them. So he moved around the side till he found a set of steps and descended as quickly as he could. As he turned the corner into the round living room, he spotted Boggs standing on the far side, facing down another man. There was no mistaking who this was, and Tam was petrified with nervous energy it was inside him. "This is ridiculous. You poor excuse for a dethroned ruler," Boggs said, as he pointed at the taller man. "You think holding us hostage is the way to win over the prince's trust? I think, dear Boggs, that we're no longer alone." The taller man had turned and strode towards Tam. Boggs followed, albeit with a far less open attitude. "Mr. Kirkpatrick, I'm very glad to see you up and about." The man's accent wasn't as pronounced as Boggs, but it was there, a touch of Ireland. Tam took the offered hand and shook it. He was a little unsure about what to say. "Thank you" was the only thing he could get out. "You look very well. It's good to see your leprechaun half is awakening nicely. Allow me to introduce myself. I'm Diane Checked," Tam blurted out before he could be introduced, and making sure he pronounced it the way he'd seen it. Diane Checked, which is a very weird way. "Oh, I know all about you. I just read the article in Forbes, and I'm a bit of a gamer." Dion Kut. That's a very weird name. Dion smiled. "I'm flattered to hear that, Mr. Kirkpatrick. Please call me Tam, and you may call me Diane." He was sharply dressed. In real life, as he was in every commercial and advertisement Tam had ever seen. He was thin with soft, sharp features. Long blonde hair he kept in a neat and tidy ponytail braided down his back. His suit looked like he was custom-made because it fit him very perfectly. There was just one small difference, something Tam hadn't seen in the magazine pictures. Diane's long, elegant, pointed ears. Boggs held out his hands. "So, aren't you going to hit him with the real gut punch now?" "Patience, you old leprechaun," Diane said, though his tone was more playful. "Tam, where's Owen? Is she dead?" Diane's smile broadened. "No, she's not dead. She's very much alive, and in good hands. Can I see her?" Diane's expression shifted just a bit. "Can you call your Sherlock?" Being more than happy to impress Diane, and hoping doing so would allow him to see Owen, Tam looked askance at his uncle. At Boggs' nod, Tam repeated his actions in the bathroom. But this time, The moving vines went faster, as if their path to his hand was smoother. Within seconds, he held the shalach in his hands. The look of adoration on Diane's face was almost alien. Tam frowned at Boggs as Diane took a few steps closer, his fingers inches from the shalach. I wouldn't do that, Boggs started. Too late. A spark in the shape of a vine and clover shot out at the fairy's fingers and did a combo of shock and slap. Diane pulled his hand back, and for a second, Tam feared he'd made Diane angry. Instead, he shook his head and laughed. This is amazing. Do you know, it's been ages since I've actually seen a shillelagh in the hands of its rightful owner. Really? I was a minor king back then. The healer to 3, an advisor no one listened to. He turned and moved into the centre of the room. Tam dismissed the shillelagh, this time releasing it, so it could disappear into the tattoo once again, and then followed alongside his uncle to the fountain. And that's the end of this part, guys. Hopefully you will join me for the next. Interesting, isn't it? Many blessings. Hello everyone, welcome back to my channel. We're continuing Morrigan, where Tam's with Dion, and they're heading to the fountain. They're discussing things. Why didn't they listen to you? Tam asked. Because they were fools, Bob. Boggs said. All of them. Thought they were untouchable. Dion, here, had seen the wounded in battle, and knew that Morgan was on the move. Aye, Dion nodded, but he faced the expansive view. It was a terrible war, but with a swift one. Within a year, we were disposed, and the Morgan held the power. The kings and queens were imprisoned. Boggs and I and several others escaped through a cairn into the world and hid ourselves under the protection spell. He glanced back at Tam, before she, too, stepped into this world and committed the ultimate sin against the Morrigan. Tam figured he knew this one. She had me. With a human, Boggs has told you how the Morrigan has hunted down and either killed or controlled the Unseelie throughout the world. But she can't see into this world easily, so she sends the trolls, the wolves, the crows, all of them impervious to iron, which is why they can wield it against us. You're not a leprechaun? Tam shoved his hands into the pockets of his jeans. No, I'm Daoin Sihi by birth. The same as the kings and queens. Leprechauns were our connection to the mounds and stories you probably learned in your folklore lessons, but many of the tales have been obliterated to the point of silliness. He turned to face them. You represent one of the two things, Tamlin Kirkpatrick. The means for us to take back what was stolen, or the end of our time. End of our time? Tam looked between the two of them. I don't understand. It means, boyo, Boggs said, that the prophecy that frightened the Morrigan into controlling the Unseelie could be flipped on its head if she gets her hands on you. You mean if she gets the shillelagh? No, Dion said. That time has passed now that you found it. As you've seen, no one can physically take it from you. It belongs to you. Tam held up his hand, but Boggs said, the Morrigan had her crows steal all the shillelaghs. Can she not touch it? And they can? They can, but only if it's manifested. Yours apparently comes and goes. Tam looked away. It is possible. They don't know. The shillelagh is in my new tattoo. I'm not sure why it does that, Dion said. I don't think I've heard of that happening before. Shillelaghs were always something the leprechauns kept on them. Perhaps yours adapted with the time. Either way, even if she can't get to that, there's always the talk. Tam looked back at Dion. Magnus threatened me with that. He said once Morrigan put her own talk around my neck, I'd be a puppet. This is true. Dion tapped his chin. My intel informs me that Morrigan doesn't know of Magnus's demise. My people know where I have cleaned and disinfected your home. Without direct proof or witness, she can't track the death with magic. What about the wolves? Tam asked. You dispatched 3 of them. As far as we can tell, that was all Magnus brought with him. This also means she doesn't know you found your shillelagh. My guess is, after Magnus fails to answer a call, she'll form another raiding party to capture you or kill you. Why kill me? Tam shrugged his shoulders. If she kills me, she couldn't find the shillelagh. If you died before you found it, it would die with you. So her reasoning would be, if I can get it from him, then I can take it. And if I can't, Tam sighed, then kill him and the threat goes away. But what if there are other unseelie like me? There will always be, Dion said, but the magic protects them by oak and ash and thorn. The repeating of those 3 trees stirred something inside of him, some small bit of something he either knew or forgot or just learned. Those are the trees of magic, Bog said. You'll not find them in fairy. They were used to make the spell that hides us. Dion reset his gaze on Tam. You've learned your weaknesses. Iron, and if someone stares at me, that's how Magnus attacked me in my house. It's not just any stare. It's one with the intent to keep you still. Any person's gaze won't do that. So if someone hits you with an idle stare, you won't freeze. Well, not him, Boggs said, as he settled himself on the couch. But for me, all stares become nuisances. Because you're silly, Tab asked. Aye. Lucky for me, in these parts, few decades, kids stare at phones, not at people. He chuckled to himself. Dion took up the conversation again. Do you understand your weaknesses? I think so. And my strengths are that I can turn a troll into ash. Dion slipped his hands into the pockets of his suit pants. Your shillelagh acts as a focus of your will. It will have the same limits you have, meaning belief is key. You want and need to reflect your heart's desire. For instance, you may want to elicit vengeance for someone doing wrong, but that's a surface want. Your heart knows it's wrong to kill if it detects there could be other factors involved. If you're being wronged, the shillelagh will sense that conflict. It won't act. He's right, Boggs said. In fact, if you make it do something your heart disapproves of, you'll feel the consequences. So always be careful. But I destroyed that troll. Tam looked at each of them. I obliterated him. And I knew I was doing it. Because he tortured you, Boggs sat forward. He broke your body and tried to control your mind. He hurt you, and you never touched him or done anything to make him hurt you. Your heart knew Magnus acted on pure selfish wants and needs. And the old leprechaun gave Tam a half smile. He hurt your Cruchan. But she's not only that, she's your friend. Your heart knew that command was true. So the shillelagh did its job. Tam looked at his arm and imagined the vines too beneath the sleeve of the hoodie. It did indeed. So you said Alan's alive? Can I see her? Will she live? Here we go, Boggs said. Tam ignored Boggs and looked at Dion. What? Dion took in a deep breath and released it as he turned back to the window. Tam joined him and looked out over the city. He could see their reflections in the glass. I'm a healer. In fact, at one time, I was considered a god. That was a long, long time ago. Tam gave Boggs a dirty look before he looked at Dion's profile. Go on. But over time, living here in this world, my power has waned. I am not able to heal one thing. Others I can only patch, but not mend completely. The Clurichan's wound with the iron pipe should be fatal. I've halted her life, but only for a time. He turned toward Tam. For a moment, he thought he saw the man's true age in his eyes. There is well, I blessed some time ago, a well of healing water. It still retains a great deal of my power. It was a place that the Daon Sihi could go to heal anything. Anything? Except a missing head, Boggs piped up. Don't forget that little mishap. Dion's lips twitched. A severed head is a problem, and nothing I know of will breathe life back into a friend or foe who loses theirs. But it is a place that will heal Awen. Then let's go there. Let's go now. Tam pulled his hands from his hoodie's pockets, started to head to the door, but stopped when he saw neither Dion or Boggs moving. He moved in front of Dion, blocking his view of the city. What are you not telling me? Is this well in fairy? Is that it? No, it's in the world. I just can't. Dion finally shrugged. I can't get to it. No, Boggs said as he stood up. No lies, Dion. Tell the truth. Come on, you two. We have to save Owen. He looked from one to the other. Dion looked angry, and Tam thought he saw his eyes flash red. No, Boggs. Some things should be left in the past. And don't give me the same shtick about reliving it if we don't face it. I've faced it. Every walking hour. Since that old crow took everything from us, I faced it. Does it have anything to do with healing Owen? The passing, Tam asked. No, then screw it. Just tell me what you want. It has to do with me, doesn't it? Otherwise, you wouldn't have given us help, and you wouldn't have asked to see the Shilalach. You want something, Dion. What is it? Quiet crept into the room and brought with a cold ice feeling that moved over the tiled floors. Everything stopped in that moment as Dion turned a stony face to Tam. You. And that's the end of this part, guys. Thank you so much for joining me to listen. When we return, we're actually on chapter 6, believe it or not, condensed to a smaller story, obviously for reasons it being on YouTube and it needs to be shorter. But thank you for listening and many blessings. Hello everyone and welcome back. Let's continue. Morrigan. This time, the Shilalach manifested unbidden. In his hand, his hand felt a surge of power and a basic need to protect himself. He held it out in front of himself and took a step back. I think you need to explain that a bit better. Boggs got on his feet, laughing. Oh, easy boy, oh, calm down. Dion's not like the Morrigan. He doesn't want to control you. He just needs favours. From time to time, Dion visibly shrank away from the shillalach as Tam held it between them. The thing pulsed with a subtle green. I have one in particular right now. The well. Tam figured that out pretty quick. What does this have to do with the well? The well is in the middle of the Morrigan's human gardens, Dion said. He relaxed a little. She takes a dip in that well from time to time. It prolongs her life, zaps the earth of her strength. Not because the magic is weak, but because the Morrigan takes too much. Controlling the entire unseelie population, it takes a lot of her on a daily basis. Tam raked his fingers through his hair, and he turned away from Boggs and Dion and looked over the cityscape. He caught a glimpse of his ears in the reflection as he lowered the shillalach and put the fingertips of his right hand on the glass. It was cold, hard, and soulless. We have to put Owen in that well. Yes, and the only way to get to it has to do with the shillalach. Again, yes. Tam focused on Dion's reflection, but you don't want to just use it. You want to take it back. You want to run the Morrigan out of there and reclaim the well? No. The answer stunned Tam. He turned away from the window and stared at Dion. No. No, I don't want anything that old crow's touched. What I want is much more complicated. And I'm not sure you're up to the challenge. Tam cleared the room in a blink and stood inches from Dion. It was only a second before Tam raised the shillalach and the tall fairy was thrown back. He sailed through the air and crashed into the fountain, knocked it over, cracking it to several pieces. Boggs jumped up as the door opened. An army of black-clad men with machine guns filed in. They formed a ring around Tam and pointed their guns. Wait, Dion called out from behind them. Stop. There's no need. You're dismissed. The men in black lowered the weapons and filed back out of the room. Tam, still holding the shillalach in front of him, saw Boggs fishing Dion out of the rubble of the now destroyed fountain. That was quite a show. I apologize. I told them to remain on standby, but not to come in until called. Dion was more than wet. He was drenched. His blonde hair was plastered to his head, and his suit stuck to him, making him appear even thinner. But I attacked you. Tam narrowed his eyes. No, I came at you and you reacted just like you're supposed to. The fight to survive is built right into that shillalach. As I said before, it is your will. And having been kidnapped and tortured recently, your will to survive has grown. I think you would have reacted slower if this event hadn't happened. He brushed Boggs off him and stood dripping in his living room. We can save Owen's life. The well is the key, but we have to do it before the Morrigan discovers you have your shillalach. If she knows, she'll build her defences against you. As well, she will triple all of her efforts to capture you. There won't be a better time to get to the well. Tam wasn't sure he believed everything Dion said. He wanted to. After all, that was a figure of authority, someone he'd looked up to for a while, in the electronic and gaming world. But this guy wanted to breach the garden of what everyone was telling him was a crazy, powerful fairy whose connection to Tam was the desire to take, destroy, and control Ishtilalach. It's a big task, boyo, Boggs said. You don't have to do it. I have to save a win. Tam lowered the shillalach as it vanished from hand. I was just getting to know her. I think of how great it'll be if I can rescue her. But if you don't want to take the well back, then what do you want to do with it? Just Why? I want you to destroy it. All of it. Without the well, the Morrigan can't keep regenerating. Without replenishing her power, she'll lose it, and her hold over Fairy. Tam couldn't argue with that. If Dion wanted to destroy one of his own creations, then so be it. The only thing worrying him, now that he had his Shilalach, was healing Awen. And you believe the Shilalach can do that? Oh no, only I can destroy it. I just need you to get us to it. And now if you'll excuse me, I need to change before we get going. He turned away. Now? Tam said. Dion paused. Would you prefer to wait until Awen dies of her injuries? Get ready, Leprechaun. You're about to test your power. And probably your weaknesses. Apparently, Dion had been planning this day for a very, very long time. He knew exactly where the well was. Down to longitude and latitude. He knew the Morrigan's schedule down to the minute. He watched her for years, sent all manner of spies to gather intel, and burned through large sums of money just to keep an eye on her. If I didn't know why he was doing it, I'd think he was pretty creepy. Tam studied the maps Dion had drawn and memorized the surrounding. He did that very well. Landmarks at least 50 miles away also. Apparently, Shilalahs, according to the books, were capable of transporting a leprechaun instantly to a known location. But that was the key. It had to be known. Tam had never been in that part of the world. That part being Connacht Island. The plan was to transport himself to the well, and if he was successful, come back to get Awen and Dion. They would slip Awen in the water, allow her to heal, which Dion said was an instant process, and then Dion would destroy the well. It all sounded easy enough, but something about the idea bothered Tam. It nagged at him as he sat in Dion's round library amidst ceiling high shelves of books. Old books, new books, books in languages Tam was pretty sure he'd never ever heard of nor ever seen in his life. He periodically got up, walked round to stretch his legs as the night wore on, and the time to try Dion's plan arrived. Hasn't this guy ever heard of e-books? He muttered to himself as he moved about the room. He ran his left hand along the books as he made his 6th or 10th or 100th pass round of the room. Tam. He stopped because he thought someone had come in the room. He turned to answer, but no one was there. Tam, please. Wait. Tam turned around again, looked at the shelves of books. I've heard that voice before. Recently heard it. Tam, don't do it. Now he was creeped out. The voice sounded like Owen's. He'd asked Dion several times if he could see her, but the fairy put him off, telling him she was in critical condition. Listen, Tam. Owen, he said aloud. His voice echoed in the room. There was no answer. The voice in his head. He moved the pages of the maps on the table and picked up a pen. I gotta be dreaming. This is just nuts. And it was nuts, the whole idea. And not just popping from place to place, but doing it to destroy something as rare as a healing well seemed wrong. He started using the pen as a buzzering tapper, softly striking it against the table, just as he would when he was playing his drum. But the angle was off. It wasn't the same. His routine since he was 8 had been to pull the bodhran out and play when he found himself in a tough situation, having difficulty with a decision, or if he couldn't think through a math problem. He needed the rhythm to think. Bog said he put the drum where it was safe, but Tam hadn't seen Bog since Dion struck him in the library to memorize the location. He dropped the pen on the table and held out his left hand as he summoned the Shilalach. If it was possible to go to a place and back, was it possible to bring something where he was? Was it going to hurt to try? And what if I end up bringing something to me that wants to kill me? He dismissed that thought and closed his eyes. Using his imagination, he formed the image of the bother in his mind. He saw the curve of the wood, the studs that were around the edges, and felt the texture of the skin. He thought of playing it, sitting in the room at home, striking out a beat. Something thudded on the ground at his feet. He broke the image and opened his eyes to see his Bodhran's case. Tam sat the Shilalach on the table and knelt down to open it up. His drum was there, as were his tappers in their velvet sleeve. He pulled the drum out, selected a tapper, sat back on the stool with his Bodhran on his right knee, his tapper poised and relaxed. Ready position in his left hand, Tam began to play. He closed his eyes, lost himself in the music, in the beat of the drum, the whisper of the tapper's brush against the skin, the glide of his hand as he moved to the edge of the right palm along the inside of the drum to change pitch. He saw a well in his mind, but not the stereotypical kind, with rounded brick or stone sides and a wheel and pulley for a bucket. The image showed only a hole in the ground, in a diameter much larger than he'd imagined. Grass grew long around its borders, so long it fell into the water itself and loomed. It bloomed with lilies of purple, pink and white. It didn't have a muddy bank or a sandy beach, just the roots of a nearby tree. No, 3 trees, the ash, the oak and the thorn. A blackthorn tree that grew in the shape of a triangle, a root system in each corner, and in the middle rested the blessed well. He reached out in his mind to touch the roots, to feel each and every part of their bark, to listen to the song of the earth inside of them, and felt hundreds of whispers against his mind. Name after name of leprechaun, seelie and unseelie alike. With each whisper, he saw the root of a tree as it formed the shape of a staff. Shilalas. He was hearing the teeming voices, the joyous song of the hundreds of shilalas singing out to him. That's it. Owen's voice shattered the vision. He dropped the tapper and would have dropped the Bodhran if he hadn't moved to the table. He breathed hard and reset his awareness back to the library, back to Dion's home, with the drum in his lap, sandwiched between his chest and the table. He reached out with the shilalach and moved his hand along its very surface. That's the end of that episode, guys. He's doing music to go into a trance, to meditate, I guess. But yeah, thank you for listening and many blessings. Hello everyone, welcome back to the fairy tale story Morrigan. Let's continue as Tam touched his shilalach, remember? He knew in that instant a shilalach was made of blackthorn wood, and the tree of trees, the sacred tree surrounding the well, was the rebirth of the stolen shilalahs. The trees, Dion's well, keeps the shilalahs alive, he said aloud, as he finished his thought. Owen, I think I figured it out. She's keeping the shilalahs alive. But why? Take me there. Where are you? Above you? Tam looked up. He hadn't noticed the ceiling. It was domed, much like the one over the living room. 2 circular rooms. How odd was that? But Dion was a billionaire, a billion times over. He could have anything he wanted. He could buy anything he wanted. He stared at the ceiling as he clutched his bodhran. Was it possible there was a room there, above the library? Tam put his drum back in its case along with the tapper. Grabbing the shillelagh, he ran to the door, thinking he could do a bit of exploring. It was locked. He jerked it back and forth, but the door remained locked. Dion had locked him in the library. Why? They were supposed to go to the well, heal Owen, unless that wasn't the real plan. You're above me, in a room. I don't know, I can't see. He looked at the shillelagh. Dion said he could only go where he'd been before. So what happened if he tried going where he hadn't? What would be the outcome? Boggs hadn't said what it would be, only giving his usual shrug. Is Uncle aware he had been locked in the library? Was the question running in his mind. I'm going to try. Think of my bow. Think of my bow. Tam closed his eyes and thought about the bow. He'd seen it in a hand on a back. He imagined her firing it, touching it, and he heard it singing to her. No, it sang to him. Test high, he said, releasing the shillelagh and using the word for traveller. Tam felt the floor drop out from beneath him in seconds before he landed on something hard again. He dropped and rolled, then came up with the shillelagh in front of him. Not that it mattered. He didn't think he was in Dion's fortress anymore, not unless in his Dodden hospital wing. The bright lights made him squint as he came up on his feet. He stood in a hospital room, intensive care by the looks of the machines surrounding someone in a bed. Dark red hair on the white sheets. Tam moved closer and looked down at the encumbered person. Owen, he said softly. How did you get in here? The voice startled him as the shillelagh vanished. He turned and faced a nurse in scrubs with a very prickly expression. Sorry, I was looking for Owen's room? Well, you found it, but she's not receiving visitors. Her uncle gave strict instructions. She wasn't to see anyone. Oh, Tam didn't know she had an uncle. He hated the fact he barely knew her, and yet she was in this mess because of him. Was her uncle tall, with long blonde hair, very thin, by any chance? Yes, Dion. Tam kept his hands in front of him, just so she could see them. I'm sorry. I'm a boyfriend. I've been out of town and I just heard she was here. Can you tell me what happened? I promise I'll leave with no problems. I'm just concerned. He smiled at her and leaned forward, thinking only thoughts of cooperation and kindness. The nurse sighed and seemed to think it over. We don't really know what happened, but she was injured from a pipe. Her uncle said she fell into it, but with other injuries. Yeah, she's got multiple contusions, which could be from a fall, but there's a lot that seem to have been made before the injury from the actual pipe. What? I shouldn't get into it, and you need to leave. Just know, her uncle's paying for the best care and security for her, so whoever is trying to kill her can't get in here. I got in here. Tam licked his lips. One more thing. Has her uncle been to see her? Yes, he just left. Should I stop him? Oh no, I don't want to cause a problem. Is that the door out? Yes. Tam smiled, stepped out of the room. The main station was empty, so he ducked inside the closet. An empty room, actually, and he's called his shillelagh. What the hell is Dion playing at? He locked me in his library, and now I find Owen's across town on life support in Massachusetts General Hospital. General Hospital. Feeling a bit more confident about his travelling abilities, He thought of the coordinates Dion had made him memorize and honed in on there. "Teestelai," he said, but didn't shout it out this time. Again the floor dropped out from beneath him. He landed on soft grassy ground. Sun sifted through a thick canopy of trees overhead. As he rolled on the ground, he smelled the earth and felt dampness caress his cheek. This was the place in his dream, the 3 trees surrounding a centre well. He moved to his hands and knees and looked at the water, the reflection of the swaying green leaves overhead. Tam pushed up to just his knees and looked around. A forest surrounded the well as far as he could tell, and there was no one for miles. No one. He needed to test the water before he brought Owen here, but he didn't have an injury he could see. "You're early," came a deep, sultry voice overhead. "Remind me to kill that son of a bitch, Dion, next time I see him." He jumped back, brandishing the shillalach. A note echoed in the forest, and to his surprise, the trees answered in harmony. Tam looked around for the voice, but he didn't see anyone or anything. A single crow's feather swayed in the breeze as it fell at his feet. He jumped back at something very large and very black, landing close to where he'd been beside the well. It was a woman, a tall, blonde woman, large black eyes, enormous black feathered wings. She spread them out behind her, obscuring the well from view. Her lips were as black as her eyes, her teeth white as snow. "So you are Tam Lin, and you're the Morgan? You don't have to use the horrific. Morgan will do." She smiled. Tam felt oily. "You were supposed to bring me a Clorachan. Bring you." He kept the shillelagh between them. "I was supposed to dip her in the water." "Yes, I know. It was my plan. We figured if I could get inside that witch's head, I could get closer to you. Interesting how Dion neglected to tell you that you'd already found your shillelagh. Sorry, he neglected to tell me that Dion made a deal with you. That's what we do, boy. We're the people of promise dealers." Tam licked his lips. "So you were going to use Owen? Really? To control me?" "No, to prod you and find your shillelagh. Seems I'm too late, but no matter. No matter at all, I don't think. Do you? It's just one more piece of wood to add to my garden." She moved away and tucked her wings behind her back. "Now, you can be a good little leprechaun and behave. Give me your shiny toy, and I'll let you say the life of your Clorachan. Or," she paused and faced him, "I can take you now and let your little witch die. Either way, you become mine, and your shillelagh is added to my collection." "Collection?" Morrigan held up her hand, and a talk appeared. This one was different from the one Magnus had. This was more elaborate, thicker. The skin around his neck prickled at the memory of the iron's burn. He kept his eyes locked on her, unwilling to let her get behind him. He wasn't going to let her do what Magnus did. His mind continued to race ahead. Tam was told how the Morrigans stole all the shillelaghs in the fairy and put hooks on their owners. If that was true, and if his uncle didn't have a shillalagh, then had he worn a toch as well? Come to think of it, he hadn't seen Bog's neck, and before recently, he hadn't seen Bog's in nearly a decade. And this is where you put the shillelaghs. You bring them here, you put them in the water, and they become part of your original trees. Why? Morrigan laughed. A shillelagh is not the only from the will of a leprechaun. but a part of their soul. It also has the power of prophecy, prophecy for their owners combined. I can see the future for all the people of my kingdom, when I surrender myself to the water. That's what I see. The water shows me everything when I surrender myself. Oh, that's how you knew about me. Of course. And that's how I know you will submit to me, just like all the other good little Unseelie have. I am the mother. Then she was gone. No lift of a wing, and not even a stirring in the air. Holding out the shillelagh, he spun around, looking for her. She laughed, behind him. Too late. His muscles locked, and he found himself staring at the three trees, unable to speak, or to will his shillelagh away. Pretty Morrigan said, as she brushed her talons along his cheek. So very handsome. It's amazing how the plant world paints your kind as tiny bearded creatures, when in truth, you have always been the most pleasing to the eye. She pressed her hands down on his shoulders. She was intense, that's a certain. You will be mine now, Tamlin, my aid, my right hand, and my search. Yes, I will search for the world and more Unseelie and bring them under my wings. He scoured everything he'd learned in the past week, everything Boggs, Dion, and even Owen had said. Boggs' words, though they might be said under the guise of Morrigan, felt the most true. When he talked about his shillelagh, he spoke with emotion, real emotion and revelation, an honest envy. He missed his power. He missed his tie to the earth. The shillelagh was a leprechaun's will. If this is my will, then I will myself away to break her gaze. Think the way Owen had done it was to distract Magnus. But Tam had no one here to distract Morrigan. He told no one he was going. So if he had to have a distraction, he'd have to make it himself. And if so, could he? Was it possible to do this? He had absolutely no idea. But he was going to give it a try, that's for sure. I mean, surely. The gaze might trap his body, but it didn't trap his mind. He stared straight ahead and thought of Owen, her body, her shape, her hair, but he thought of her dancing. Step dancing in a line of people, arms at her sides. He heard the music, the beat, the bodhran. He focused everything on that image, and then projected it into the trees. To his surprise, a greyish image of Owen appeared, dancing on the breeze. He heard the beat of a drum as it struck an all-familiar rhythm. "Who's there?" Morrigan said. Her gaze broke. Tam could move. He flipped the shillelagh around and turned with a yell and shoved the small end into Morrigan's belly. I have a will of my own, and I also have my path, and it is not yours to control. He continued shoving until he skewered her, mirroring what Magnus had done to Owen. Morrigan screamed, and the place where he pierced her lit up like a Roman candle. She exploded in a flurry of crows that flew at him, scratched at his face, and then disappeared into the trees. Tam went down on his knees, his face stinging and his arms and shoulders burning. His shillelagh was covered in some kind of black ochre. With a smile and a numbing feeling in his gut, he dipped it in the well. The water glowed blue as he pulled it out. It was pristine again. It looked like it had a few more carvings on it. When he cradled it to him, he felt it vibrate and thought he heard a laugh. Just a few things more to fix, he smiled. And then we can both rest. And that's the Morrigan. Of course, there is a whole full story of the Morrigan by the author, and I'll leave that in the description, guys. But anyway, if you want to read the full story, that's where you would have to go. Thank you so much for listening to these episodes. I know they were a bit longer than the others, but that's because it's a longer, intenser story. But thank you, and many blessings. Hello and welcome. This fairy tale or tale is called Still Red, and it's by the author Sabrina Locke. The stench from a stinking hulk filled Emily's nose, thick and deep with rot. Her throat closed and her overtaxed lungs screamed for air. She altered, panting a little while she surveyed the thing. Nature had been busy. It was hard to tell now exactly what sort of critter had decided to die on this stretch of Oregon beach. Seal, probably. It was losing shape, started to liquefy. Greyish slabs of fat and flesh still slid down thick yellow bones that jutted skyward like flagpoles. The smell had an overlay that was fishy and ordinary, but beneath the surface scent floated rich streamers of decay, familiar scents. She'd learned the smells of death before she could draw her ABCs. Long ago and far away it had been, in the woods with the hunters in the time of stories. She remembered she was grateful for that fact. There was so much she'd forgotten. Days, weeks, entire stretches of her long life had vanished into the treacherous depths of her mind. But not the story. Never the story. She had lived with the story so long she'd forgotten when it ended and when it began, or if there was such a thing as a borderland between story and history, between fantasy and reality. A story was the singular constant of a lonely life. Oh, the one thing that gave her purpose. She clung to the memory as fiercely as she gripped her walking stick. The doctors said mini strokes were erasing her memories bit by bit, that it was only a matter of time now before she forgot even her own name. What did they know? Doctors. They were little boys and girls in white coats who thought they could protect people with charts stuck to clipboards because science explained everything. Fools. They knew nothing of the way the world truly worked. She knew that life, the whole crazy mess of it, was made of bits and bobs of this and that, cut apart with round-tipped scissors and thrown high into the air, only to settle to the tile floor, where clever little hands sorted the pieces, arranged them even, on wide sheets of colourful construction paper, pasted everything, taking care to press out each and every bubble with it, smooth and dry and flat. What a pretty picture, Emily. I love all the colours you used. Is that you with your doggy? No, bitch. Don't you know a fucking wolf when you see one? No, they never did. That was another lesson of her long life. Wolves offer death on a platter, or gleaming fangs and lethal claws. Most fools never recognise the danger until the very last second, when it was too late to do anything but to scream and bleed and die. She'd seen that too often, and hated the way they bargained for their lives. All dignity abandoned in a frantic bid to save their cowardly skins. Critics could say what they wanted, but Emily had never begged, not at all. She had never gone to God. Forbid. Blubbered. Never that. Blubbering was not only useless, it wasted precious energy. If through sheer dumb luck the fools managed to escape the wolf, they were still not safe, because a hunter would track them down. Wolves and hunters, one followed another, and that was the way of things. Thighs burning and her feet sinking deeper into the sand with every step. She trudged forward, the rocks at the foot of a sheer basalt cliff. About 20 feet away, the beach turned shiny with hard, packed sand where the tide rolled and formed. She wouldn't sink there, but she'd be closer to the water, closer to danger, from the sneaker waves, the activities director from the home had warned. Yep, been warned about them before. She'd let them get off the bus, lectured them in that serious but concerned tone young people use with their elders, like they cared. Emily was almost to the cliffs when she glanced over her shoulder and spotted the activities director, Becca, trotting after her, one slim arm in the air waving like she was trying to flag down a rescue helicopter. Emily's stomach tightened. Should have moved faster. Too late now. "Miss Flannery, wait up," Rebecca called. Emily halted, leaning on a walking stick, breathing a little harder than she would have liked. Becca jogged to a stop, her pretty tanned face flushed from exertion. She popped her fists on her hips and shot Emily a look that said, "You're not behaving." Emily pasted a blank and what she hoped was slightly dotty sort of smile. You know, the kind that make you look crazy. Right on her face. "Is there a problem?" She watched Becca glance around the beach. The campfire with the rest of the folks from the home was far enough away to look small in the distance. A man and a woman walked together under the cliffs, and the big yellow dog loped around them in circles, ears flapping, tongue lolling. An older man in a baseball cap and baggy shorts stalked along the shoreline, swinging a metal detector back and forth in wide sweeps. Business as usual. Becca looked perturbed. "Where do you think you're going? I thought we all agreed to stay together." It was the way she said it that was so irritating, as if Emily had no more of a right to independence than your average toddler, with Becca standing in for mummy. As if Emily hadn't been a grown bloody woman since before the birth of Becca's own mother. As if there was anything that could happen out here that Emily couldn't handle. She tightened her grip on the walking stick. "I'm just taking a little walk." Becca reached and started to put an arm around Emily's shoulders, but Emily stepped back. Becca reached for her again, but Emily stopped her with a hand. "I'm fine. Really. Let me help you back to join the others. You're missing the Eskimos." "The s'mores, sorry." "I'm not ready to go back yet." Emily gestured toward the cliffs. "I set myself a goal to walk all the way there and back. The doctors say exercise is important." "You made it quite a distance. Far enough to count for exercise, that's for sure. So why don't you just come back now?" Emily cranked up the wattage on a batty old lady smile. She'd been told that smile could scare small children. She never tested it before, on 20-somethings. I brought my journal. Mentioning the journal seemed to have worked because Becca's expression softened. Emily's journal was a fat thing, the pages thickened with layers of gesso acrylic paints and all sorts of colored materials. An activities director. Becca had spent weeks encouraging the residents to draw, paint, and record events and stories from their lives. Emily was proud of her journal because it detailed her story, the real story, not the lie she lived, the past 70 years. She let the walking stick fall to the sand, opened the volume, and flipped to the page that she wanted, then turned it around so Becca could see. The art, it spread across the pages, featured a drawing of a cave set into a sheer black cliff face. Just inside the mouth of the cave, a small girl sat, with her knees pulled up to her chest, her long red hair streaming over her body like a cape. Becca's hand drifted over the coloured pencil on Gesso image. You finished that page just the other day. Yes, Emily said. It's the last one. Becca frowned. Why the last one? You've got plenty more pages in your journal. We have 4 more sessions, I know. But I finished my story. There was 1 more step left. But explaining that would only confuse Becca. She didn't know how the world worked. No. Emily pointed again, up ahead. There's a cliff that looks just like this side room. I'd like to go there and sit for a while with my journal and look through it while the sun sets, she shrugged. I know it's silly, but if you'll just humour an old woman, I promise I won't stay long and I'll be good. A shout rose up from the group back by the campfire. Becca glanced over her shoulders and back at Emily and shook her finger. 1 hour. No more, or I'm coming after you. 1 hour, Emily echoed. Before she set off, Becca bent and reached toward the ground. I'll take this back with me. No, I need my walking stick. Keeps me steady. The muscles in Becca's trim arms flexed as she hefted the thing, clearly unwilling to return it to Emily. Please, Becca, I need it. I need that. It's the only way I can't hurt myself. If I've got that, I won't fall down. You don't want that to happen, do you? Becca hesitated for what felt like a long time before finally handing it over. Don't make me regret this. Emily mumbled, suitably appreciative. Nonsense until Becca headed back toward the group. It took her another 15 minutes to reach the cave. There she found a flattish sort of rock where she sat, leaving the walking stick close at hand, and placed a journal in her lap. The sun rode low on the horizon, and the tide, while still out, was beginning to turn. When her hour was up, the waves would be rolling about her ankles. The timing was a guess at best, but there was nothing left to do but hope she got it right. The wind whipped her hair and lifted up her skirt. I'm not afraid of the dark places, and I am coming for you, she whispered. She opened her journal, read her story for one last time. And that is the first part of this wonderful fairy tale. Please join me for the second part. Thank you for listening, and many blessings. Hello everyone, welcome back to my channel. We're continuing the fairy tale Still Red. Remember, Emily has just managed to get to the cliff and she sat down to read her story for one last time. This is the true story of a girl named Red. In some times and places she was called Little Red, or the Red of the Hood. Stupid names, you ask me. Nevertheless, I am that girl. Rather, I was that girl once upon a time in a land far, far away. Or not. I don't expect you will believe my story, nor do I expect you to place my trust in any of what is said in the past or future, and I don't expect you to place any trust in my words. Go ahead, call me a liar. I won't be offended. After all, it's only a story. A few pictures, badly drawn. Nothing more. I was called a liar long, long before. Yeah. Before the hunter tossed her hood over my head, and I don't care about the names. Now that I'm no longer young, by any definition, my only allegiance is to the truth, because there is no truth but the whole truth. So take what you will. I am still red. My woodcutter mother and evil stepfather abandoned me in the woods, with some hunters from whom I managed to escape. Eventually. But not before I learned things no child should ever know. The things men do in the dark. And long after I learned how a big man's hands fit about my small neck. This is the truth I learned in the woods. Vision dims, and blood roars in the ears when precise pressure is applied. The little girl's body goes limp until she wakes again, and he is still there, with his big hands. These are true things I know. This is the true story that is mine. It's mine to tell, paid for in blood and pain and time. The important thing, however, the thing storytellers always forget or gloss over, is their rush to get to the sexy part about wolves and girls, is that I was never stupid enough to be fooled by a disguise. I was never a pushover, never a little ninny, tra-la-la-la-la, prancing through the woods with a basket. I fought back, always, even when I was very small, and my puny fists and pitiful kicks only excited hunters. In time I grew. I waited for my moment, and in time it came. One night, while the hunters snored, the naked-bodied stacks like thick white logs. Me. I escaped through a rip in the tent and ran through the dark woods. A dog collar flapped around my waist. Sticks and thorns tore at my feet until they bled. I ran and ran. A pack of feral trial attorneys found me and took me in. They raised me as best they could, although they really didn't know what they were doing. They spent much too long in the dark woods themselves and had forgotten the ways of civilized people. At least, that's what I told myself. In reality, I think they were afraid of me. You see, during those long nights, in the tent with the hunters, I'd learned to kick and fight and scratch and bite. Later, whenever anyone tried to discipline me, I fought back. No matter what the infraction. I just did. I fought back because for me, nothing had changed. It didn't matter that I'd escaped and was no longer chained with the hounds. I was still in the dark woods. I was still hiding under the dark green canvas, still smelling rotting leaves and mud, still listening for the squeak of rubber boots, dreading the raised shadow of a man's shoulders against the firelight and his hard hands. And then, when it came, and no, oh no, it came no matter what, it came, and I was nothing against the tide. The way down and down, down deeper still, deeper than breath in the dark places, where there was no more breath, no more air, no more. And then, from the stillness, breath came over again, and the dreaded light. Another day followed by another night, again and again. Still, I fought. Even after I escaped, when anyone came close to touch, I transformed into a whirlwind of elbows, feet, and nails. I snarled and screamed like a wild thing, and no one touched me without a battle. The pack tried not to blame me for my feral ways, because they understood little girls lost in the dark woods fought back or they died. The trial attorneys had been hunted themselves. That was how they'd been exiled to the wild. However, their memories of it had faded with time. They longed to go back to the world they'd lost. They dreamed of returning to the bright cities of their youth and how their friends would exclaim and throw lavish parties to celebrate their arrival. When it came right down to it, they only had one problem: how to explain the girl. She was out of control, a broken child, dangerous and unpredictable. Something must be done. Although the glory days of the trial attorneys were long past, they were not without influence in the greater world. Regarding the girl called Red, they searched for options. That meant they whispered amongst themselves, scratched their hairy chins, and muttered over stubby glasses of Scotch rocks. There was a great deal of coming and going, but in the end they decided I was too hard to handle, which was no different from what they'd thought the day they found me in the woods, with blood and filth dripping down my legs. What changed was their opinion. In the realm of trial attorneys, feral or not, opinions count more than truth. Opinions are enshrined in glossy leather books with long and impressive titles stamped in gold. The volumes are passed from one generation to the next, with critical citations read aloud with great pomp and ceremony. You see, from the beginning, the pack had never talked about me to the authorities or anyone who could have done anything. Doing so would have required them to lift their long snouts from that study and actually tell the terrible story. They would have had to remember it and replay it in detail. The condition in which they'd found me, which would be annoying considering the effort they'd put into forgetting that day. Besides the fact that the trial attorneys had been too long in hiding themselves, they'd forgotten how to tell the truth, if they ever knew it in the first place. That's another story. In the end, they decided to consult an old woman who lived on the other side of the forest. They led me through the woods to her cottage. After the trial attorneys left, I followed her into the kitchen and watched while she rolled white dough flat and sliced it into long strings to make noodles. I lifted the noodles carefully, draped them over the wooden rods, propped between chairs. She asked me questions. I told her my story. Because she was calm and gentle and her breath did not stink of Scotch, I told the truth. She never called me a liar. Later she made me hot, black tea, poured it into a saucer, and blew on it to cool, and spread thick brown apple butter on fresh bread. The kitchen was quiet and clean. I sat by the fire with a stack of books. I could have stayed there forever. The whole afternoon, the old woman worked and hummed under her breath. Occasionally, I would look up, see her watching me with her flat grey eyes. That evening, when the trial attorneys returned, I listened while she reported that, in her opinion, the hunters had just damaged me beyond all hope of repair. She said it would have been better if I'd never been born, but the damage was done, and there was nothing anyone could do. Then she zeroed in on the real problem. I had lived. The filth and horror can never be removed from the child. More's the pity. Death, well, that would have wiped my slate clean. However, it is not for us to know why she survived, when compassion would have sent her to a better place, is what the old lady said. At that, the trial attorneys exchanged looks. I did not understand. Something had changed, but I knew not what. They thanked the old woman for her advice. Before we departed, she handed me a basket containing a loaf of bread, a jar of apple butter, and a sharp, sharp knife. The walk home to our den was long. Along the way, the trial attorneys talked about the hunters one last time, as if the tale belonged to them now. It was all very sad, they said. A tragedy, the things that had happened to me. It wasn't fair, but it wasn't their fault. They'd done their part, put a roof over my head, they'd clothed me, but I'd shown no appreciation. I had continued to fight. They could not understand. my shameful aggression in the face of their kindness. Next followed a recounting of my many failings, a lengthy list by any measure. I'll not bore you with the now details. However, feel free to take a break or jot down relevant items as they occur to you. Brainstorm if you wish. Have fun. No matter what you come up with, I'm certain the items on your list will be similar to what I heard that night. We walked and walked. They said more things, a torrent of words rushed over the tromping of their big feet and the swish of their bushy tails and the clacking of their fearsome teeth. In summation, the trial attorneys were hurt and disappointed by my attitude, along with the whole being difficult part, which led them to their final point that, well, it was my fault. My fault for allowing myself to have been taken by the hunters in the first place. This fact brought them to the most important truth. The safety of others must be assured. It was their solemn duty to protect others from me. Granny herself couldn't have tied it up with a neat bow. When we reached the den, I returned to my small room. There we completed our last conversation, where they said the surest solution was always the simplest one. Thinking too much inevitably led to complexity, which was always trouble, and trouble was the one thing they could not tolerate. It was the very reason they'd abandoned their careers in the city. But trouble must, above all things, be avoided, and that is how it happened. A shove on the shoulder, a swing of the door, a snip of the latch, and it was done. They locked me up for my own good. I pounded on the door and yelled, loud and long to no avail. At length they sent an emissary, a hapless junior partner who commanded me to stop causing trouble or else I would be sent away. Think on that, young lady. As it turned out, I had a lot of time to think. And that's the end of part 2 to the fairy tale still read. We shall continue when we come back. Thank you for listening and many blessings. Hello everyone, welcome. Let us continue with the still read story. Years later, I learned that some in the pack had argued for me to be sent away because the old woman said I needed professional help. This is why most of the red stories start with Granny sending the girl into the forest. It's also why I never trusted storytellers. The only reason to start the story there is if you think that old bitch had a point. What she had was an agenda. Why do you think she gave me the knife? To the credit or damnation of the trial attorneys, they did not send me away. I'm not certain now, for the vantage point of age, which choice would have been better. Being locked up or sent away to parts unknown. At the time, the mere mention of being sent away terrified me. I knew only too well what happened. I also did not ask for clarification because I'd learned that words were useless. Things, excuses, wishes, hopes, sometimes promises, the stuff of stories. And what was the point of a story? I told the old woman the truth, and look where that had gotten me. The only way to make a point was with my fists and my feet. But even that, well, that choice had been, let's say, hard. By now, you must have realized that my truth, my story, is nothing like the familiar version. Girl Cape, Basket Woods, Wolf. Perhaps you prefer it if I made Granny into a kindly old thing, or shall we transform her into a wily and clever woman? Dream on. Perhaps you like my story if I turned it into an action-adventure thriller where I picked the lock and escaped, how I disguised myself as a wolf. I do not trust stories. For me, all memory begins in the dark, in the woods. Here's the truth. I dreamed in my little bed while locked up in my little room inside the wolf den. Dreams that helped me pass the time, while the trial attorneys held the threat of exile over my head like an axe strung from an exceedingly thin piece of thread. Yeah. I would stop fighting. I'd learn to be good and behave. It meant to be quiet. Don't talk. Don't cause trouble. And above all, never ever tell anyone what you did in the woods. Not what the hunters had done. What I had done. Things so bad they must never be spoken aloud, let alone remembered. A story so terrible, the very telling of it became a weapon that might harm others, like the knife that rested in my basket. But I was so red, and Red's story was my story. It was the only story that mattered, and it was the only story I could ever tell. But I was not allowed that. So, I could never tell. From this knot, there was no escape. Alone in my room, I tried to forget, but it wasn't easy. I pushed the memories away, but every night they rushed back in. In my dreams, I fought back. But the hunters always came for me, over and over. I ran, and they caught me, overwhelmed me with their cruel strength until everything went mercifully black. Then it would start, all over again. This was how I did my time. Some people call it childhood. I watched endless hours of television until the shows and characters blurred one into another because I feared sleep and the evil that rolled along behind. When I'd lain awake for days, my body tight as a prowling wolf, an unseen door opened in my mind. From it came a little girl who looked remarkably like the 3-year-old I had been once upon a time. Her feet were bare and bloody, and a dog collar hung about her waist. She carried the basket to me, pulled me away to the red-checked cloth. We both stared at the long and wicked knife. We both knew why the old woman had put it in there in the first place, what she expected of me. Still, I could not behave. But I found a use for the knife, certainly not what Granny had in mind, and not as final, at any rate. I used it to chop up my memories into tiny bits. When I was done, I folded the knife carefully in the cloth and slept. I did not wake up for a long time. When my keeper finally opened my little door, I emerged a pale and quiet girl who never fought and rarely spoke. The trial attorneys were pleased with the result. Their solution had worked. What remained of my childhood was spent alone. It wasn't so bad, because I wasn't outdoors. I wasn't in the rain, and there were no hunters about in those days. The cave was clean and dry. I had a television and a lot of books. I was allowed out for meals and to go to school. I didn't have any friends because the other kids were afraid of the trial attorneys, and I didn't have much experience relating to people outside of books or a good fight. I kept my nails sharp. About the time I was supposed to graduate from high school, the trial attorney's worst fear came true. A hunter came for me. He was a big brute of a man. That's what they thought. Of course, when they saw him, he was a boy instead of a man. When he walked out of the dark woods, he looked like any other hunter because he carried an axe. Long and wicked looking, with a red handle. No one particularly noticed the axe. What interested them was that he also carried a notebook, which meant he had a plan. He had something to prove. He had to kill a girl, and he chose me. I don't know why. Over the years, I've wondered if the hunters who'd taken me later told the story of the girl who ran, the one they'd lost. Perhaps in this version, the boy heard the story around the campfire and vowed to find the girl who had shamed his elders, vowed to find her and succeed where the other had failed so long ago. Perhaps this happened. Or not. I will stick to what I know for sure. The day he walked out of the woods, there were names scratched in his notebook in blue ink. The name was what I noticed, what everyone noticed. The first line, the first page, was red. The hunter tracked me when the trial attorneys learned of this particular threat. They promptly left me alone in the remote and lonely cave and waited in hiding for the inevitable. The inevitable took a while, but hunters were patient. Since I'm here to tell this tale, you've logically assumed the boy hunter failed. That is, you must assume the boy failed if you believe I'm telling the truth, because I cannot be like the poor psychic's cat, both dead and alive at the same time. I cannot be red and not red. It must be one or the other. The two ideas fit together like an hand to an axe. One evening, I returned home from school and found the hunter waiting for me. I ran, but he was faster. He threw a hood over my head. Blinded, I stumbled and fell. He scooped me up from the ground and threw me over his shoulder, set off at a furious pace. Soon the crunch of boots smashing through the crust of snow gave way to a thump and slide that slowed to a soft, gravelly amble. We'd reached the lake with its frozen expanse frosted with delicate layers of fresh snow. His pace slowed even more, and I could feel his body tense as he picked his way across the ice. Fear radiated from his broad back with a stench of unwashed skin. Fear told me what to do. When he slid right, I rolled in the same direction, throwing all my weight against his grasp. Letting momentum set him off balance, we lurched sideways. His knees buckled, and I tumbled across the ice. I yanked off the hood and pushed away from the cursing, floundering hunter, scrambling until there was distance between us. He growled and struck out after me, lean and lethal against the flat white. I was lighter and faster, reached the centre where I knew in the summertime waters rippled over rocks far below the surface. The lake was deep here, but the current made for thinner ice, thin but strong enough to hold one smallish girl, I hoped. The hunter was only a boy, but tall for his age with big arms and legs, padded with dense muscle. He could not touch me here, not without breaking the ice, plunging to certain depth in the dark waters. That happened. He would take me with him, this was true, down into the deeps, past air and light and all hope of life, into the night tide. But that was a place I knew by touch. He stood there, thinking of blood and death, and roared his fury. It came to me that I should feel pity for him, some measure of compassion for a boy raised by brutes in the wild. They fed him cruel stories and handed him an axe and set him on a course that led to me. There were other stories, more true, if only I could make him believe. Faint hope bloomed that the truth might save me more surely than any blade. "Have you killed a girl?" I asked. He took a step and the ice cracked. Silence then, across the frozen lake. I shoved my hand into my pocket, brought out my knife. If he came close enough for me to strike him, would it matter? We would surely fall the ice and die together. "Have you killed a girl?" I asked again, a little more louder this time, more assertive. "No," he said, but I will this day, and in so doing become a man. He took another step, and the crack widened. I held my ground. This act of being cold and quiet, something I'd mastered during the long years I spent locked in the den, and called to him. They told you lies. There are other ways to prove yourself and become strong. Shut up, he shouted. I'll have none of your tales. And with that he charged. The ice gave way, huge, jagged shards raking skyward as we fell, sinking into the deep black. The lake swallowed the boy's dark form. I waited for my mind to go, for the endless cold to steal my breath, for death to take me one last time. It did not come. What happened is that hands, hands like claws, bony and odd, gripped my legs and dragged me up and up till my head ploughed through wet sand that clogged my nose. When I could breathe again and my body stopped shivering, I scrubbed my eyes. I lay on the floor of a cave. Somewhere nearby, waves crashed against rocks. We've got about 15 minutes. The voice sounded like gravel and sandpaper, sharp, full of acid and familiar. I pushed myself upright and stared into the ancient and ruined face of the old woman. 15 minutes for what, I asked. To decide if you want to live or not. I don't understand. Don't be stupid, child. You cannot trust her, whispered a voice that might have been inside my own head. Maybe it came from the walls of the cave. You told her your story. You told her the truth and she betrayed you. I will not kill myself, no matter what you say. Is that what you thought? She chuckled with cool amusement. I gave you a weapon, girl. I was a child. What did you expect me to do with it? I expected you to grow and bide your time and learn the strategy of patience. I stared at her in the shadows. The mass of frizzy white hair blown wild by the wind, and her small reddened eyes. What are you? She grinned a wolfish smile. Her teeth were like sharp bits of yellowed ivory. I am the girl who ran. And that's this part finished with. Thank you so much for coming back to listen. We'll continue with the next part soon. Many blessings. Hello everyone, welcome back to the fairy tale, Still Red. Thank you for coming back to finish listening. I shook my head and backed away from her. A low moan escaping my lips. She advanced towards me. I became the woman who went after those who hurt me. I became a hunter. I'm the girl who lived. No, I am the girl who fought back always. She is death, whispered the voice in the cave. She will kill you with the very knife she gave you long ago. I stood there unable to move, trapped as surely as a rabbit in the hunter's snare. She is the old woman who betrayed me. She is the woman I might become, a bringer of horror. Surely, as those who took me into the woods, I gave you a knife, a worthy blade. But you became a girl who felt pity for that odious boy who fancied himself a hunter. You might have saved him, pulled him from the water. And then, where would we be? Her mouth twisted into a sneer. You are weak. I cannot have that. I said, I am not weak. I survived. Because of me, I saved you. And what of it? I asked. If we are the same, aren't you saving yourself? You know nothing of the way the world works, she said. The way it slices things and puts them back together in different ways. Choose strength and I'll let you live, and teach you to become a hunter. If I make another choice. She smelled a goofy thing that made me shiver. Why would you do such a thing? If you wanted to die, I could have left you in the icy water with the boy. The boy. I'd forgotten about the boy. She's afraid of the boy. whispered the voice in my mind. She's afraid you might make a different choice than she did. She rushed towards me then, holding the thick, heavy stick in her hands like an axe, and she came at me again, and my hand found the blade. But instead of striking her, I let it fall. I turned and ran. Her screams followed me into the tide, swept me back into icy waters, where the boy's dead white face floated in the darkness. With all the fight and fury of the girl who never gave up, I grabbed him, kicked my way to the surface, and dragged his lean body onto the gravel-strewn beach, where he gagged and vomited. There was no sign of the old woman. I found the gnarled length of polished driftwood she'd used for a walking stick, not far from the entrance to the cave where a set of footsteps in the sand abruptly stopped. I traced the footsteps back inside the cave until I came to where the knife had fallen, but it was not to be found. It was like it vanished with the old woman. When I came out, the boy's eyes were open. He stared about him in wonderment. I was going to kill you, he said. I know. A hank of wet, dark hair fell across his forehead. Blood trickled from his nose. You saved me. I know. What do we do now? I turned away from the cave, entranced and faced the length of the beach and the clusters of houses piled along the shore with their shining windows. We go home, I said, and I held out my hand. The end. That's the full story of Still Red. Of course, it's not Little Red Riding Hood as you know it. That girl in that story went through an horrendous time, but she changed. She turned her life around. That's what she did, which is always a positive thing. Anyway, guys, thank you so much for listening. I truly appreciate it. And I hope that you enjoyed the short tale. Some of them are short, some of them are long, but you can always find more anyway. And I always leave in the description where they can be found. Usually, you'll find a whole book regarding that particular story and their life, etc. So yeah, thank you so much. I hope you did enjoy, and many blessings. Hello everyone, welcome back to my channel. This fairy tale is called The Unicorn Hunter by Alethea Contis. The demon was waiting for her when the huntsman brought her into the forest. He knew exactly who she was, where she be, when she'd come and how she smelled, what she ate, the size of her slippers, the sound of her voice, and exactly how far her chest rose and fell when she drew in a breath. From the tiniest needle on the smallest tree to the oldest dragon in the mountains. The denizens of the forest had been whispering about her for weeks now. The poor, beautiful young princess, whose horrible jealous mother was sending to her death. The whole of nature waited with bated breath for her arrival, wondering at what adventures might arise from this terrible occasion. There hadn't been this much drama in the wood since the last time his brethren had crossed the storm-tossed threshold into this accursed world. He killed a doe while he was waiting, in part because the princess would eventually want for substance, but mostly because the idiot creature was too distracted by all the excitement to have the sense to stay away from him. He knew the moment she entered the forest, for everything in it smiled at once and sighed, like a chorus of a set of tinkling bells. The cold winter sun broke through the grey clouds, and bare branches to kiss her alabaster cheek in reverence. The gold thread in her dress and golden ribbons in her ebony hair caught the light and danced like fire. She was young for her height, slender as the willows, and as yet untouched by the first blush of womanhood. Perfect. The four winds, dizzy and drunk with happiness of her arrival, caught up the dead leaves of the forest floor and spun them in a frenzy of deride applause. The ecstasy was short-lived, however, and the forest caught up a collective gasp when the huntsman tore the sleeve of her dress, scratched the pristine flesh of her arm, and forced her to the ground. It wasn't supposed to happen this way, but there were demons in the world now, making the evils that men do far easier to reach. So the memory stone had taught him and his brethren, and so he knew what he must do to correct the situation. He had hoped not to make his presence known so soon, but he needed her purity intact, and if he waited much longer, all his efforts would be for naught. Her scream ripped through the now still air. The ice pansies at his feet wept in terror. In a few long strides, he crossed the clearing and kicked the huntsman with an ironclad foot, lifting his body off that of the princess, sending him sprawling into the dirt. "I was ordered to kill the child," the huntsman said, after spitting out a mouthful of teeth and blood. "What use is the rest to you, beast?" "None of your concern," said the demon. "You have no orders now. Be gone from this place." The huntsman came to his knees, withdrawing both a knife from his belt and a box from his cloak. "Not without claiming what's mine," he said. "I'm to return to the palace with her heart." The demon went back to the body of the doe and sliced open her chest with one sharp claw. He plucked the tiny heart from the cavity and dropped it at the huntsman's feet. "Be glad it's not your own," said the demon. The huntsman nodded. He snapped the heart up in the box and limped away from the demon as fast as his legs could manage. "O great and honourable beast," the young princess addressed him, without looking directly at him. Her voice shook and hiccuped with tears. "Thank you for saving my life. My kingdom owes you a great debt. The same kingdom that just sentenced you to death. I doubt they'd sing my praises at the moment." She might have been a princess in the most perfect human female form this world had ever seen, but she was still a young girl, and far sillier than she looked. He'd forgotten how closely ignorance walked in the footsteps of innocence. The memory was less amusing than it was annoying. "You, however, owe me your life, and that life I will take. So stop your snivelling and get on with you. We have work to do." "Work, my lord?" He snorted at the address, as if a ridiculous feudal society would function longer than 5 minutes in his world. He felt the compulsion to explain, but knew the words would be wasted. "That's right, work. Are you at all familiar with that term?" "I've heard of it," she said in earnest. "Excellent. Your Highness, a ridiculous horrific, as he was roughly 9 feet tall, before the horns and the top of the head came to just above his navel. You are going to help me catch a unicorn." Actually, there were 3 unicorns, and he intended to kill them once he caught them, but the demon felt it wise to omit these details. "Oh, that does sound lovely," she smiled. "I accept." "Yes, indeed, stupid as the day was long. Just as he suspected." He waited what seemed like ages for her to compose herself. She finally stood adjusted a torn sleeve of a gown, collected the small silken purse she brought with her, and squared her shoulders. "I am ready," she announced. "Fantastic," said the demon. "Let's go." The demon kept a steady pace through the trees, through bushes, over streams, straight to the heart of the wood. The heart was the hardest part of the forest, where the trees had forgotten more than the world would remember, where magic ran wild. There were no paths there, for only a handful of human feet had sullied those hills and valleys in the last few centuries. The heart was where the demon had first appeared in this world. He assumed they would also find the unicorns there. The demon looked over his shoulder, periodically to make sure the princess was still following, and showed his pace accordingly. Every time he looked back, the forest had given the princess something else. There were flowers in her hair. She wore an ermine as a neck ruff, and the shoulder of her dress was now firmly anchored with what looked like cobwebs and a vine of some sort. She sang or hummed or whistled as they walked. She even skipped sometimes. Every time he turned back, she smiled at him warily with those full Cupid's bow blood-red lips. He tried not to turn back very often. He tried not to stop very often either, but her feet were small and her legs were short, and there was no help for it. Every time he stopped, the princess asked him a barrage of silly questions that had no doubt occurred to her while singing, or humming, or whistling, and were now burning to be answered. "Do you live in the mountains with the dragons?" "I am from a different world, a world very unlike this one." "How did you come here?" How to explain using the fewest words? The same way the unicorns did. There is a place, deep in your wood here, where our worlds meet. The storms there are sometimes so powerful that they rip a doorway between the worlds. One creature gets pulled from my world, one from the unicorn world, and we end up here. "How do you know all this?" "The memory stone tells me so," he said. "The spirits of our demon brethren past are drawn home to the memory stone. It's how they share their knowledge with us." "Do all demons have big horns and black-red skin where you come from?" "Most have horns, size, and skin colours, well, vary by nature." "Why do you wear iron boots? And your feet are like horses." "A little, yes, and I am being of fire, so cloth or leather would do little good." "Why don't you wear any clothing?" He was glad his loincloth had remained intact to avoid further such questions. "I am a being of fire. I do not feel cold the way you do. Plus a creature who can kill anything with his bare hands has no need to be modest." "Why didn't you just kill me?" Not that it hadn't crossed his mind. "Because I need a living innocent to lure a unicorn. I've had little success with dead ones." "Have you seen a unicorn?" "Once, briefly. One had arrived at the same time he had. As such was the lack of balance." "What are unicorns like?" "Like giant white puppies of happiness." "Do you think unicorns will like me?" "They will think you are the best thing they've ever seen. Like everyone else, it seems." "Do you like me? Only when you're quiet." "Why are we capturing a unicorn?" "Because it's the only way I know to get home." Again, he thought it wise to omit the rest. "Do you have a family back home? Do you miss them?" "I do need you alive, but you don't need to be at it with your tongue." The answer was enough to curb her examination until the next time they stopped. It wasn't a planned rest, but the girl collapsed on the crumbling stones at the foot of an ancient well. It was a good place as any. A bear cub smuggled up to the princess's back as a warren of rabbits cozied up to her front keeping her warm. The demon thought it a bit ridiculous that nature here should fawn all over this little girl just because she was beautiful and a princess. He felt bad for any poor ugly pauper girl who stumbled into the forest unawareness. She'd be that bear cub's breakfast, for sure. Every time they stopped, there was always one animal or another in the princess's lap. The demon noted their bravery. In all the time in the forest, he had never before had the pleasure of any beast's company. They sensed what he was and stayed far away. The more intelligent creatures still did, but it seemed some of their children were young enough. Yeah, young enough to tempt fate. Turning the tables, he asked her one question before her heavy eyes escorted her into sleep. Why aren't you afraid of me? Should I be? She asked. I'm a demon, he said. I could drink your blood to warm my feet, grind your bones to make my bread. But you won't, she said. You need me to capture a unicorn. I could burn all your clothes so that you might freeze. I could spit in your face and you would lose your beauty in a heartbeat. Will you? She asked. Perhaps, if you make me mad, he said. Then I will endeavour not to make you mad or anger you, she yawned. We have tales, old stories from long ago of benevolent beasts who were really kind souls or princess in disguise. I'm no prince or princess, he said. Pity, she mumbled. I could use a prince, and with that, she slept. Perhaps the queen was not mad, and in sending her daughter away, she had done her kingdom a favour. This child, though a rare beauty, was too happy and silly and gullible and kind. Her subjects would riot, and her advisers would rob the coffers bare, and her castle walls would be breached within a fortnight. She would make a terrible queen. Even still, he could not imagine sending his own daughter, or any child, to a death. And he was a demon. And that's the end of part 1 of the Unicorn Hunter. If you have not guessed, the original tale is Snow White. Just so we're clear. Thank you for listening and many blessings. Hello everybody and welcome back to episode 2 of the Unicorn Hunter. The demon leaned back against the stones of the well, safer from his body heat than a tree, and closed his own eyes in relief. The world was so cold, not to his skin, but to his heart. And it wasn't just the winter season having washed all the colours with the dark dullness of mud and snow. What little fire existed in the world was buried far underground, so far that being away from it tore at his mind, trying to free the madness there that would be all too happy to escape. His brethren had succumbed to that madness, and eventually so would he. Even now, he could taste the princess's pulse beneath her skin, imagine his claws marring her perfect flesh, smell the fear of the wild animals who dared accompany her. He wanted to destroy the forest around him, dead limb from dead limb, and set it ablaze so that there might be colour and warmth filling the world, if only briefly. If he did not destroy the unicorns soon, their presence would tip the balance too far. This would indeed cause another storm and rip another of his brethren from his world. He needed to kill these unicorns now, all of them. The first 2 for his brethren, and the last one so that he could escape this prison and end this dreaded cycle, for as long as chaos would let it be ended. He woke and realized he'd fallen asleep. The stones beneath him had melted away into the dead earth. On the far side of the well, the princess sat, quietly singing, gently combing the hair of the latest beast in a lap with a jewelled comb. Of course the princess had taken a jewel comb to the woods. Then again, she hadn't expected to survive this long. The animal in her lap seemed to be an albino fawn or a large goat. And then the demon realized that what looked like an ice shelf just behind them was actually an icicle protruding from the animal's forehead. The first unicorn. The demon would have laughed if he hadn't been afraid of scaring the beast away. There the princess sat, shimmering like magic, her skin darker than the unicorn's by a mere blush. The curtain of her ebony hair, like a waterfall of shadow between them. From her blood-red lips came a nonsense song about flying dishes and talking pigs. A rainbow of feathers fluttered in the trees around her. A cacophony of birds had flocked just to hear her sing, and the unicorn was mesmerized. Its eyes were closed, and it suffered the princess's combing without complaint, completely still, too still. The demon crossed over to the princess in a few steps that shook the ground and caused the myriad of inhabitants in the bushes to explode into the air. The unicorn did not move. The demon reached down with a large hand, the skin of it as red as the lips, the claws as dark as her hair. She stopped singing when that hand came into view, and she stopped combing, but the unicorn's head in her lap held her trapped. The demon swept back the unicorn's silken white mane with a claw. A few stray hairs stung his skin. The perfect flesh beneath the mane was crisscrossed with layers and layers of angry red lines. The princess looked confused. The demon gently took the jeweled comb from her hand. Its aura of bile taunted him. Poison, he said. He melted the trinket into nothing with the heat of his palm and tossed the little golden ball of it into the well where it could do no more harm. Did your mother give that to you? The princess nodded silently. One big, fat, shimmering ice drop of a tear slid down her cheek and fell onto the unicorn, into the unicorn. Another tear fell, and another, deeper into the unicorn's flesh as it turned to snow in the princess's arms. When she realized what was happening, she jerked, startled. The shape of the unicorn crumbled to cold lumps of nothing in her lap. She lifted her arms slowly, reverently, and the rising sun made the rime on her forearm sparkle. Dazed, she raised a shining finger to the tongue that waited between her blood-red lips. The demon slapped her hand away. He pulled her up by the wrists and began dusting and melting away a bit of corpse ice on her that he could see. Stupid girl, he muttered. What would have happened? She asked, when she found a voice. If I had tasted the unicorn. You would have screamed with delight because it would have been the most delicious thing you ever put in your mouth. But after unicorn, all of the food to cross your lips would taste foul. You would wander the world for the rest of your life, starving forever trying to taste something, anything, that come close to the divine perfection. Oh, she said, and clasped her traitorous fingers behind her back. Thank you, she added, but sounded unsure. Come, said the demon, we should leave this place. Other unicorns will sense that one of their brethren had died, and they will not come near it. I'm sorry, was all she said. Why? I did not let you capture the unicorn. I killed it. No matter, said the demon. There are others, let's go. The princess was navigating the melted stones of the wall in her thin, inadequate slippers when something occurred to her. She brightened and reached for a tiny clutch, pulled a small object from it and held it tightly in her hands. She squeezed her eyes shut and scrunched up her face, as if in pain. The demon held his breath, waiting for a magic spell or another bout of weeping to burst from her, though possibly more trouble. He hoped for the former. I wish my handsome prince, my one true love, would find me and save me and take me away from all this, she said, and tossed the coin into the air. The demon stretched out a hand and easily caught the tiny gold disc before it hit the well. His palm, still hot from the comb, melted it, too, into nothing. He tossed the thin, swirling, misshapen bit of metal into the snow at her feet. Why did you do that? The princess asked. You didn't want to make that wish, the demon replied. I didn't? You don't want any prince who would have you right now, he said. Trust me. But I always make that wish, she said. Then I hope he takes his sweet old time finding you, he said. Wishes are magic and wonderful, said the princess. Are they now? Said the demon. Skin as white as snow, hair as black as ebony, lips as red as blood. How'd that wish work out for you? Those blood-red lips formed a thin red line, and the princess stomped away from the well. The demon chose to enjoy the silence. They marched through the forest as before, with a varying menagerie of wild animals keeping pace. The princess was distraught when the demon picked one new friend at random to be their lunch. But once cooked, her growling stomach betrayed her, and she ate with relish. She apologized to her friends when she finished. They seemed to accept it easier than she had, and so she frolicked with them as the day and miles through the endless forest stretched on and on. The meadows gave way to hills, and then mountains, and at times they had to skirt sheer cliff sides and rocky terrain. But still, on they walked. The princess had long since shredded and discarded her delicate slippers. Her ebony hair was as stringy as the limp ribbons still woven through it, and her golden dress trailed behind her in muddy rags. But she maintained her posture, and addressed her wild friends with all the pomp and circumstances of royal courtiers. They did not stop again till they came to a stream that sliced a deep crevice through the forest and rushed swift with ice-melt water from the mountains. The princess was far ahead of him, singing a harmony with a family of larks and dancing with a fluttering collection of moths and butterflies, so she did not spot the unicorn refreshing himself in the stream until she was almost upon it. The demon noticed at once. He had felt the chill presence of the unicorn emanating from the water, far stronger than any ice melt. The princess stopped her dancing, though the circus around her did not, so she still appeared to be a flurry of movement. She lifted her mud-heavy skirts and curtsied low to the unicorn across from her, on the opposite bank of the narrowest part of the stream. The unicorn noticed her, lifted his head from the water, and bent a foreleg as it bowed to her in return. Without taking her eyes from the animal, she reached into the silk purse at her belt and withdrew the most beautiful red apple the demon had ever seen. It occurred to the demon to wonder why the princess had not mentioned the apple during her passionate fit at lunchtime. It did not occur to him to wonder why she possessed such a remarkable fruit in this season where similar apples had long rotted into memory. And so he did not stop her when she offered the apple to the unicorn with both hands, and it munched heartily. For a moment they were a mirror of snow, white skin and blood-red lips, a picture of innocence and perfection. when the unicorn started to scream. It sounded very much like how the princess had screamed when she'd been attacked by the huntsman. Its cry cut through the oncoming twilight and pierced the heart of any living thing within reach or earshot. Some of the smaller animals in the glen did not survive the terror of that scream. The demon thought it wise not to mention this to the princess. She was already crying, screaming in fear as the unicorn screamed in pain. She leapt into the icy stream and threw her thin young arms around the slender neck, mindless of its hooves and rolling eyes and the blood-frothed mouth. She ceased her cries and began to sing to the beast a lullaby in attempt to calm it. There was magic in the voice, whether she had willed it there or not. The demon saw several animals curl up in sleep as they heard the song. He yawned twice himself. The unicorn's thrashing slowed with its heartbeat, and it laid its head in her lap, far less gracefully than the previous unicorn had. She rocked it back and forth, all the time singing it to sleep, singing it to death. She held the unicorn until long after it had turned to snow at her feet, and the wind had blown its form into tiny drifts around her. The demon approached her gently this time. He did not want to disturb her, but he also did not want her to freeze to death. So he loosened his fire essence through his iron-shod feet and into the ground, warming the earth around her. The corpse ice of the unicorn began to melt away. "I am sorry," she told him again, when the tears were gone. "I killed the unicorn." And that's episode 2 of The Unicorn Hunter. Thank you for listening. Next time we'll carry on with episode 3, see what happens, I guess. Many blessings. Hello and welcome back to episode 3 of The Unicorn Hunter. We're going to continue where we left off, and she just killed the second unicorn. No matter, the demon said calmly. "Can I get you anything?" He found himself surprised at his concern for her welfare. She untied the silk purse at her waist and held it out to him. "A drink of water from the stream, please," she said. "There is a golden cup in my bag." Her voice was ragged and hoarse, with strain and sadness. The demon snorted. "You humans and your gold." He was careful with his giant claws so that he only untied the small bag instead of ripping it to shreds. He withdrew the ridiculously ornate cup. Like the coal, it too burned at his eyes with its sick aura. "Your mother gave you this." It was not a question. "Yes," the princess affirmed. "She gave me the bag to take with me on my journey." He cursed himself in his own stupidity, and immediately immolated the bag and all its contents at his feet. "No," cried the princess. "The unicorn, now all but forgotten." "Why would you want any of that?" he asks. "Every bit of it is meant to kill you." "It's all I have," she said, over the blackened mark of singed earth. "It's all I had to remember her by." "You have your memories, your memories," he told her. "Those should be painful enough." She stood tall and glared at him, her whole body rigid, her hands in tiny fists at her side. "How many more unicorns are there?" "One," he answered. "How many more demons are there?" she asked. "One," he answered. "What happened to the others?" "I killed them." She relaxed a little in sympathy. "How could you do that?" He could just as easily ask her how. She could have killed 2 unicorns, but he thought it was wise not to mention it. "We are not meant to be here in your world, not us, not the unicorns. Our presence makes the spectrum of your world larger. We make the waves taller, the valleys lower. We turn bad into evil, and good into divinity. The longer we're here, the more we lose control of our minds. Demons become savage. Unicorns, I imagine, become more ephemeral. Our souls belong in our own worlds. They return to these worlds after our death. So you hunted down your brethren and killed them for the sake of my world and to save their souls. They were easy for me to find. Evil begets evil. I would not have found the unicorns without your help. And how would you have killed them? I don't know, he answered. Honestly, you did that for me. The princess exhaled then, deflated, and sat again. She hugged her knees to her chest and looked out over the rushing icy stream. Apart from the burbling of the water from the stream, the woods around them were blessedly silent. The demon sat beside her, only close enough to warm the ground beneath her and the air around her. Is that why your mother is so evil? Asked the princess. Because there are demons in the world. Perhaps. I don't know. I don't think you are evil. Then you are a silly girl. Are unicorns demons too? This was certainly an avenue of thought the demon hadn't considered. What makes you say that? They have horns and hooves. They're elemental. They are the polar opposite of you. They are ice where you are fire. You said demons are all different colours, based on the nature. And they're ice, demons, where you come from? I have not heard any tales of any such thing. Perhaps they were exiled from your world, or you from theirs. Or perhaps we're the ones exiled. We might have all been part of the same world once. That would be a remarkable history, he said. What will happen to you when you die? My soul will return to my world, and I will tell my tale to the memory stone, so that others who might follow the path will know how to act. I don't want you to die. I have to. My continued presence here will only tear your world apart. I know, she said, matter-of-factly. I just wanted you to know. Thank you, said the demon. Her declaration both pleased and frustrated him. She was growing too mature too fast. He'd hope that at least wouldn't affect her ability to attract the unicorns. Shall we go find the last unicorn then? The demon stood, offering one large clawed hand to help the princess to her feet. She took it. We shall. Just beyond the stream was another small mountain, more of a large hill really, with a gaping maw before them that appeared to be the entrance to a mine. Up or down? The demon asked her. He imagined the unicorn would find them either way. I want to see the stars, was all she said before she started climbing. They climbed to the summit in the long hours of the early evening. In the spring, the demon suspected, this ground was covered in wildflowers. What crunched beneath their feet now was only dirt. Dirt and dry grasses hiding sharp rocks. The princess stumbled a few times, but she kept on climbing. The demon could not see the blood on her feet, but he could smell it in the wind. And so long as she said nothing, he wondered why he cared. Once atop the small mountain, the princess skipped and jumped about joyously under the bright heavens. She ran around the summit as if the wildflowers still surrounded her. She spun and threw her head back and held her hands up to the sky to catch the flakes of snow that had started to fall like little stars all around her. And then the stars themselves began to fall from the sky and dance with her. The princess pulled the golden ribbons from her hair and tied them all together in one long strand. And the stars leapt and swirled, and they twirled round the ribbon as she spun, around and around herself. Her giggles and laughter sounded like bells. The wind around her whooshed and whistled and sounded like whinnying. And when the whirlwind of flurries took a unicorn's form, she quickly tied her ribbon around its neck, fashioning it into a crude golden harness. The great white beast bowed its head to her, accepting his defeat, allowed her to lead him to the demon. With one quick hand, the demon snapped the unicorn. He took its horn right off its head. With the other, slit its throat, deep and deadly. Without so much as a snort, the unicorn burst into a flash blizzard of snow, covering both the demon and the princess in blood and ice. The demon lifted the unicorn's frozen horn to his lips, and the heat from his breath melted it quickly down his throat. His stomach clenched and his muscles spasmed. The poison was quick. There were tears in the princess's eyes. The demon held a large, warm hand to a small, cold cheek. "I'm sorry," he said. "I killed the unicorn. I cry not for a beast I never knew. I weep for the beast who was my friend." "Where will you go?" he asked, no longer surprised at the concern for her welfare. "I will find whoever mines this mountain and seek shelter with them." She was above him now. He did not remember lying down. Her ebony hair curtained her face, erasing the stars from the night. From her neck dangled the melted coin she had almost thrown in the well. She had woven one of her golden ribbons through a hole in the design. He reached out to touch the medal, but his arm did not obey. "Perhaps your prince will come," said the demon. "In time," she said. "Perhaps in a very long time, when we are worthy of each other." "Very wise," said the demon. "Will you tell your memory stone about me?" she asked. "Yes," he whispered. "I will tell it all about the smart and brave princess I once knew." She laughed and fought back the tears that no longer fell. "There is no need to lie." He laughed too, but his breath had left him. "And what stories will you tell your world?" "I have." She screwed up her beautiful face in effort to maintain composure. "I have my memories," she said. "Those should be painful enough." He nodded in reply, but his head would not obey. He fought to keep his eyes on her face, but he suddenly went from looking up at her to looking down upon them both. He watched her as she hugged herself to his chest, then shifted herself around his horns so that she might cradle his head in her lap. She held him until he turned to ash in her arms, until all that was left of him were his iron shoes. He watched her until the corpse dust flew away on the wind, until his soul was drawn so far away that she was only a golden speck on the dark mountain, another star in the sky. He had been wrong. She would make a great queen. And that is the full story of the Unicorn Hunter, otherwise known as Snow White, but before she meets the dwarfs. Yeah. Anyway, thank you for listening and many blessings. Hello everyone, welcome back to my channel. So this is called Thorns and Briars. I locked my heart in a box and put that box on a shelf, high in the room of a house surrounded by thorns and briars. They parted to let me through, then closed behind me again, and I went out into the world, unafraid because heartless. I did the work I was told, completed the tasks I was given, nodded and smiled. So they thought I was such a reliable girl. But all that time, my heart was beating in a box, made of some fancy wood, inlaid with mother of pearl. I gathered credentials, gained titles and honours, was granted suitable recompense, while the thorns and the briars grew higher, until you could no longer see the small grey house behind, and my heart was safe on the shelf from either theft or scrutiny. The thorns and briars will only part for the one predestined to rescue my heart from the box. So someday I'll return and open the gate. Then the tangle of thorns and briars will part to make a path to the door of the house, and all the roses, the simple dog roses, the elegant albas, gallicas, portlands, and those canes will burst into bloom, white and pink and red, in the room, surrounded by books and dust. I will take the box off the shelf and reclaim my heart as preordained. The next is the rose child. Wandering among the roses in my garden, I found a child only 5 inches tall. Under a Madame Hardy she was standing, on mulch, leaning against one of the rose canes. I bent down to look at her, and she looked back fearlessly. She was lean and brown, dressed in dormouse skin, cleverly sewn together. She raised one hand, and I saw that she was armed with a long, sharp thorn. She was not threatening me, just showing me that she was not defenseless. She shook the cane, and rose petals fell down around her like summer snow. What should I do? She was a child, but clearly self-sufficient, in no need of help from me, so I did nothing. Every morning, when I went to check the roses for black spot Japanese beetles, I would see her, or traces of her, a fid speared on a thorn, a pile of raspberries pilfered from my garden. I didn't mind. She could take what she wanted. Would it be wrong of me to leave her something? And what would be useful to her? String, I thought, toothpicks, pieces of felt, cut of apple. I would leave them under the blossoming Custa nymph or Cardinal Richelieu, where they were always taken. And one morning I found a Japanese beetle spitted on a toothpick, and the next morning I found 2. I think it was a way of thanking me. She must have noticed what they do to roses, how they eat the leaves and petals, chewing through them until they are only a series of ragged holes held together by a spiderweb of veins. I did not see her again for a long time, just tiny footsteps where I had raked the soil. But one day I found her lying under the bird bath. Immediately I could tell there was something wrong. She was pale, her breathing irregular, in quick gasps. She lay with her arms wrapped around her torso, the way you do when you're trying to hold yourself together. What should I have done? We're always told not to touch the wild things. Abandoned thorns aren't really abandoned. Mother birds may return for fallen fledglings. But she was a girl. A wild girl, but still human. I put her in a shoebox, lined with batting. I carried her up to the porch, which had a screen to keep out insects, but was not indoors exactly. I brought her the sorts of things I thought she ate in the wilderness on my garden: raspberries, sliced peaches, lettuce, peas, asparagus, sprouts. Even a frog I had to spare myself. But I had seen her thorn, so I knew she hunted. She ate it raw, all except the skin and bones. Nothing seemed to help. Each day she would eat less, sleep more. Slowly she grew sicker, coughing and feverish with the typical symptoms of a respiratory infection, something viral that even her strong system couldn't fight off. One day, she stopped eating altogether. She drank water from a thimble, that was all. The next morning I sat with her as she closed her eyes. Then it was over, so quickly and peacefully. As a bird flies from its nest, I buried her by the edge of the woods under the stand of maples. I put a stone there, grey with quartz. Then winter came, and I was sick myself. At my age, I don't get over these things so easily. Not as I used to. Meanwhile, the garden lay dormant, snowbound. I mostly stared at it from the kitchen window. When spring came and all the snow was melted, I walked around to survey what had been damaged. The rose canes were dry and brown, I'd have to prune them, so new green shoots could spring from above the graft to form flowering midsummer arches. The vegetable garden was covered with burlap. I peeled it back to see what had survived underneath, mostly beets and turnips. Almost an afterthought, I walked to a grave. In front of the stone was heaped a strange assortment: acorns, a piece of faded ribbon, the cap from a soda bottle, several sharpened sticks, a bright blue plastic button. I started to sweep. I swept it away as rubbish, then suddenly realized, no, these were grave goods, as ancient tribes would honor their dead by burying them with weapons supplies for the afterlife. Later that day, I brought the thimble she had drunk from and left it there, like a chalice at a church altar. But every morning I'd go and leave something, berries, and when the roses had started blooming again, the finest blossom I could find that morning, fragrant, still covered with dew. It was midsummer before I started to see them, the wild children, no larger than she had been, dressed in skins with weapons just like hers. Now when I'm in the garden, deadheading the lilies or cutting back the mint, sometimes I'll see one, sitting on the old stone wall, enjoying the sunshine, never speaking, just being companionable. Or one will be leaning on a tomato trellis, arms crossed, watching the birds in the lilac bushes. Sometimes I leave out something they might find useful, a ragged handkerchief, a knitting needle. That would make a fine spear. But I try not to interfere in their lives. Some things should be left as they are. At my age, I've learned that I hope eventually, when I'm buried by the edge of the woods myself, which is what I've arranged for, they will come visit, leave me bits of ribbon and buttons and maybe a rose every once in a while. It makes the thought of death easier. Somehow, that they would still be climbing up the branches of the apple tree, or fishing in the pond, or maybe dancing under the moon, if indeed they do that. I've never seen them. Just tiny tracks in the newly prepared bed, where I was planning to sow the radish seeds. If they could visit me just once or twice, even if there's nothing of me left to know or care, I definitely like that. And those are the two fairy tales of the most wondrous flowers, of course. Flowers are just amazing. I especially love roses. Roses, orchids and lilies. Beautiful. Thank you for listening and many blessings. Hello everyone, welcome back to my channel. We're gonna delve into something quite different, and that is werewolves. And I don't mean we're going to look at actual werewolves. Let's separate fact from fiction, shall we? Heed the words of the ancient gypsy. Even a man who is pure in heart says his prayers by night, may become a wolf when the wolfbane blooms and the autumn moon is bright. Poetic, isn't it? It's a verse that's been repeated by multiple characters, but 1941, the movie Wolfman, that's what you probably remember it from. I mean, it is the most memorable piece of dialogue in the film, if not all werewolf cinema. That was screenwriter Kurt Siodmak. He didn't exactly have to comb through dozens of ancient manuscripts or interview surviving gypsy descendants to obtain this bit of verse. He simply made it up. Most of what the average person knows about werewolves, it's a result of Siodmak's efforts, right down to the idea that a human changes into a creature that looks a lot more like a hairy person than a wolf. That a film provides a classic werewolf for pop culture is not surprising. There's no furry equivalent of Dracula by Bram Stoker in the world of lycanthropy literature. Count Dracula, the character was able to change into a wolf among other forms, but that doesn't count. Until recent years, novels had little to do with the popularity of werewolves. Even though he didn't have a classic work of literary fiction to inspire him, Siodmak should have done a little more digging into non-fiction or folklore. Turns out that the real werewolf legends they're a lot richer than anything Hollywood has managed to capture. I mean, werewolves of folklore, well, they were rarely described as looking anything like men or women, with fur popping out of the neckline. Most of the eyewitnesses reported seeing, well, wolves. It seems the very first lycanthropic film, a lost 18-minute short from 1913, the werewolf had that right. According to reports, the film featured a Navajo woman who gets involved with mysticism and transforms fully into a wolf, a real wolf. Sadly, a fire in 1924 destroyed all existing copies, perhaps altering forever the future of werewolf cinema. Filmmakers who came after would avoid trying such a folkloric take on lycanthropy for several decades. Getting real wolves to behave on set, well, it was difficult. The CGI has made that not an issue, I guess. You know, Twilight Saga. Just look at that. Look at the lycanthropes there and how they change and how enormous. Yet, I mean, otherwise, they just look like natural wolves, don't they? Maybe larger, yeah. But they still look like natural wolves. Occasionally, the lycanthropes of folklore, they were just sort of rather large wolves, as in the case of the beasts of Gévaudan, which probably should have been called the beasts of Gévaudan, plural, not just a beast. From 1764 to 1767, giant wolf creatures terrorized the French countryside, from which they got their name. At least 2 of the beasts were killed, put on public display. We obviously have no photographs of these things, only crude drawings, with a questionable handling of perspective and scale. These artists didn't benefit from modern police sketch training. Crude or not, the most famous drawing clearly shows a wolf-like beast standing on all fours. Some eyewitnesses reported a beast that could walk either on all fours or upright, but most only made it sound like a standard wolf, in stance if not in size. Accounts from the era all seem to agree that these beasts seemed far too large to be just ordinary wolves. We'll have more to say later. But one other key point needs to be brought up. No one, not one single person, ever witnessed a man turning into any of those beasts. Only toward the end of their reign of terror did the beasts start to generate more mysterious sightings which bordered on hysteria. For instance, strange men with furry hands, but no reported wolf snouts, were spotted trying to lure female travellers into the woods. Of course, for a region being plagued by wolf terror, it's not hard to imagine the people seeing monsters everywhere. For the most part, werewolf cases seem very much like wolf infestation cases. A sceptical reader would be justified in jumping in the right about now and asking, maybe there were nothing more than wolf infestations? Despite their bad reputation in movies and fiction, wolves are not bloodthirsty monsters. They usually run in, well, quasi-civilized packs that seem to coexist and act in harmony, as if they possess an almost psychic group mind. A typical pack has complete respect for its alpha male or leader, and thereby does what the alpha feels the pack needs to do to survive. And when a subordinate wolf becomes overly aggressive and goes against the pack, this is usually its way of announcing its challenge for the alpha position. This could end up in a violent takedown of the aggressive wolf or a change in leadership. Most wolves, current and ancient, keep away from villagers. They rarely sneak into children's rooms and carry them off in the middle of the night. Still, it's hard to ignore the overwhelming lack of eyewitnesses in werewolf cases who actually reported seeing humans going through the throes of transformation. rather than people claiming to see their neighbours turning into werewolves. It was the werewolves themselves who usually claimed to do the changing. Yep, you read that right. Unlike vampires and ghosts, werewolves have testified on their own behalf, effectively against themselves, and have actually admitted being monsters in court. There's some of these accounts you'll read about, supernatural cases, I suppose, in official courtrooms, where we bring in the witch and there's an inquisition, investigations, and the accused will confess, maybe after a few rounds of torture. You know how it goes by now, surely. I can hear the skeptics, pointing out the obvious fact that people will confess to being the devil himself if the right number of hot iron brands are being pressed against their body. I say to those skeptics, read on. I'm a skeptic too. Being a true skeptic means having an open mind. When I look over the oldest surviving records of a werewolf testimony, I can't ignore a few peculiarities that stick out, especially when these accounts are considered in groups. They're not isolated events. They're not one-off. They are numerous with multiple people. That makes it interesting, don't you think? Whether you believe or not, we're going to delve into the history of werewolves, and we're going to look at it from fact and fiction. We're going to take away the mess that Hollywood's placed in there, the mess that films are put in there. We're going to look at cases, and by the time we are done, come to your own conclusion. Doesn't matter, it's folklore, right? If it's folklore, it's not real. Many blessings. Hello everyone, welcome back to my channel. This is not soft-spoken or ASMR. You will hear noises in the background because this is the section we're doing on the werewolves. The reason I brought the werewolves into it is because they tie in with the witch trials, and you'll see why as we go forward. Because that's when it sort of came a really big thing with werewolves. And bear in mind, I did mention, yes, there was the Beast of Gévaudan. Everybody knows about the Beast of Gévaudan. But no one ever saw a man transform into a wolf. They were always told as just extra large wolves. And at the end of the day, we did have extra large wolves. We had dire wolves. Even some of the common wolves used to grow quite big back in the day. There's nothing saying that any of those did not survive until there were just two left, let's say, the Beast of Gévaudan, and then they were taken out. But anyway, you'll see why I brought werewolves into it. It does tie in with all the witchcraft trials that we did. So, 3 reasons come to mind why someone would admit in court of law, even insane religious kangaroo court from the Middle Ages, because that's what they were, let's be honest, that he or she was a werewolf. First is the aforementioned torture. So if you've ever burnt yourself on an oven or a grill, well, imagine that sensation repeated for hours. Again, no big surprise that torture will get an accused individual to spill words as fast as their blood can run to the stones below. Torture is one of the biggest reasons that hundreds of thousands of individuals, by most estimates, confess to witchcraft and being werewolves. So that's a lot of numbers. Staggering numbers, right? Back in the Middle Ages, witch meant devil worshipper by Inquisition standards. Not someone who was a peaceful pagan or a herbalist. But even if you lump all mystics, sinister and sweet, into one category, hundreds of thousands of practitioners of mystical arts and the dark arts, it just seems like too high a number. A second in our reasons why one might confess, combination of confusion and mental deficiency. The Inquisition without a doubt manufactured or willingly accepted cases based on flimsy evidence. Guilty until proven guilty. is like their motto back then for the legal system. An uneducated or even mentally deficient individual could get swept up in the pressure and drama of a court case, basically agree with any wild theories suggested by the accusers. I mean, even without torture, they could do that just because they want an easier, quieter life, you know? I mean, you tell a suggestive individual that he or she has sinned and has fallen prey to the devil, that person may feel guilty and actually believe you, and in hopes of salvation, which would come after a most painful end to life, then they would confess. Third is the hardest reason to accept of all, that the confessors fully believed they could turn into wolves, even before they were caught and tried. We'll see as we go along in a famous courtroom of, if you remember, Jean Grenier, the young boy, 13, and he went about bragging to villagers that he could turn into a wolf, and his capture came soon afterward. He's not alone in such bragging. Other individuals that we'll read about described ritualistic methods they used to transform at will. The first two reasons people would claim to be werewolves can't really add much to our exploration of a legend. They're both the result of coercion. After all, there's probably reasons that are not valid. On the contrary, just let them go as given as explanations and just accept they were tortured into claiming they were something they were not. People were definitely forced or tricked into claiming they were werewolves, in some cases. But what about those times there was no torture before a confession, and the individuals were not swept up in a court of drama before letting out their first admissions? Confessors fully believing they are werewolves before their capture just makes that too intriguing a situation to pass up in the study of werewolves. The two coercion-type reasons for confessing seem to explain false positives in werewolf cases. The third category of true believer seems to point to something that could explain a whole lot more. The proclaimed werewolves are the only ones that could add some interesting meat to the examinations of human interwolf meat-eaters. Could it be that they were crazy? We'll look at that later. The once supernatural term lycanthropy, which described a literal transformation of human into wolf, has fallen into use by psychologists as a clinical lycanthropy of the belief that a person can turn into a wolf. Clinical lycanthropy is a medical condition, and psychologists, they don't claim to fully understand it either. It's not like they're saying, yeah, we've got this down to a T. You know, there's medical case histories of lycanthropy, and they're fascinating to read, describing people, even in present day times, who swear they can turn into wolves, often in padded cells, while white-clothed professionals observe otherwise. Delusion that doesn't make for much of an occult story, but keep in mind when it seems the most likely explanation, though, doesn't it? Weeding out pseudo-phenomena is a must. The most fascinating explanation is that these men and women didn't just believe they could turn into wolves. What if on some level of reality they actually could transform and carry out acts as wolves? Reality is a tricky concept. I mean, think about it. You start at college, you do physics major, a polytechnic university, you learn quickly the macrocosmic, tangible world around you. You learn about microcosmic quantum. Some quantum phenomena resemble what has been called the paranormal, just to make that very clear. The study of quantums and quantum world and quantum phenomena is actually paranormal. And it's a topic that most people can barely touch on, and we can't touch on it because we just don't know enough. This strange and wonderful fusion of physics and the occult is a subject that's fascinating, you know. Science and the paranormal in absolute agreement, only on a few principles, mind, but still science and paranormal in agreement on a few things. That's pretty amazing. One of these is the idea that what you can see and touch is not all there is to our universe. An expanded concept of physical reality may account for at least one type of werewolf. Speaking of types, that is not equal in the realms of furry folklore. You know, there's vampires, isn't there, as well, and they're all different. The occult truth, you've got to classify the supernatural here and there, and there's 4 discrete categories. And notwithstanding our inability to get a giant salivating lycanthrope into a laboratory, we can gather data that ensure our categories are not haphazard groupings. It's true that much of the evidence in werewolf cases is old, even ancient, but that doesn't mean the data won't yield patterns when viewed, especially if you view it in mass and you compare it to everything else. So, having seen similarities, casualties start to emerge from the mists of time. You can analyse modern evidence, experience and beliefs to the old. You can come up with patterns. The combination of evidence can solidify the categories. So what's the categories? Well, there's 4 types. 4 types of werewolves. Shall we get devoted to them? This is not a way of trying to convince you of their reality. It's actually just an organised group put together through evidence of occult theories that may explain them. That's all. It's possible to classify practically anything. You can organise types of threats you'll face in a fantasy video game, for instance. So just because you can gather circumstances and evidence together and mash them into categories doesn't make them any more real than anything else. The supporting evidence for each category of creature is the best information that's available out there in comparison to others. And it's more accepted scientific and occult principles mashed together. That does not mean I believe in all these types, but it's just a way of looking at everything and putting them together. Involuntary werewolves. No matter how cool modern werewolves and movies make out lycanthropy seem, most people if asked would probably not want to join the furry ranks if they had a choice. The number of those against the idea of transformation would have been even higher during the Middle Ages. Back then, fear for the welfare of one's mortal soul ranked as high as fear for one's physical welfare. With piety, forced or voluntary, at one or all-time high, it's not surprising that one of the types of werewolves from folklore is involuntary. So in films, humans were usually turned into werewolves by surviving a bite of a werewolf. While a similar principle is found in vampire legends, this concept is found nowhere in traditional lycanthropic beliefs from around the world. Nowhere. In folklore, involuntary werewolves were created as a result of someone being cursed or by being born under specific circumstances, which varied by culture. There's even an ancient Greek myth in which a god curses a man, causing him to transform into a wolf. The legend is actually where the word lycanthropy comes from. To fully examine this type of werewolf, you'd have to look at the power of curses, identify if it was possible to force someone into lycanthropy, real or perceived. Voluntary werewolves. It's more than a few fans of modern werewolf fiction would like to become lycanthropes themselves, despite how painful so many films make it look. What about people living in the Dark Ages? Despite the then common fear of putting one's soul in jeopardy, some of the more ancient ancestors would still have welcomed the idea of becoming a werewolf. Not because any fiction of the day made it look cool, though. The appeal was more primal, as power always holds a lure for some. Modern readers may be surprised to learn that, according to folklore, achieving transformation at will was possible if you knew the right rituals. That's what we'll look into later. There's some famous cases, actually. And realistic means, apparently, to change into wolf. So, what you believe in is up to you. What I believe in is up to me. It's just an analysis of transformation rituals, that's all. These rituals allow control over a person changed into a wolf. Unstoppable transformations at the full moon were not prevalent in folklore, being instead another trapping of films, so just wipe that out of your mind. The full moon, nothing to do with it. Other dimensional beings, while not technically werewolves or people who turn into wolves, but phantom-like wolves, have been sighted around the world. The evidence for their existence bleeds right into modern day because of their seemingly etheric and not physical nature. These beings deserve mention, not in a book on cryptozoology either. The latter discipline looks for everything from dinosaurs that escaped extinction to Bigfoot, as long as these things are tangible. Also in the category are wolf-like beings that appear to shamans or other individuals while these people are in the trance state. Startling anthropological research proves that people in ancient cultures consistently came into contact with animal-like beings, including wolfmen. They were in ancient Egypt too, the wolfmen. They really were. They worked for them. And women, of course. When in drug-induced religious vision quests, usually this happened. Modern experiments with similar substances have resulted in virtually identical results, even if the participants had zero knowledge of anthropology. What are these animal-human hybrids that not only appear but also communicate with practitioners in altered states? Can they explain the origins of the belief in humans taking on animal forms? Astral werewolves. This is where the strong evidence is supported. The strong evidence supports the idea that people who think they've turned into werewolves didn't do so here on the physical plane. It's a ritualistic method, and it's supposed to help one achieve transformation contains strong psychotropic ingredients, like create hallucinations, or did they actually aid in real out-of-body and into a different kind of body experience? Rituals, again, that created strong psychodramatic change in participants without the use of substances. Was it, and is it possible to work oneself into a frenzied state where a very real separation of consciousness into another form can occur? Parapsychology literature has long collected accounts of people encountering live phantoms of friends and family members who are actually asleep elsewhere and possibly out of body. If this is really possible, what will these eyewitnesses see if the person astrally projecting was doing it in a wolf form? With werewolves, fact truly may be weirder than any kind of fiction. And that's the next part of werewolves, guys. As we move through, we'll look at different theories, I suppose, and evidence, of course. And that's what's important here, is to look at actual evidence as well as scientific, not just supernatural or paranormal evidence. But there is certain links from the science side of things as well. And I'm not talking about a person changing into a wolf from a human form. I'm talking more on a spiritual level. But we'll get into that as we go along. Thank you for listening, and many blessings. Hello everyone, welcome back to my channel. Welcome back to werewolves. Ancient Greece is what we're on. The first clear tale of lycanthropy comes from the country that originated the actual word lycanthropy, which is literally a combination of the Greek words for wolf and man. What makes the story a little hard to believe is the convenient name of its main character, Lycaon, and the presence of the god Zeus in the story. Note that the ancient Greeks believed their gods to be among them all the time, in various forms and disguises. You never know who was knocking at your door asking for food. That helpless old lady could be a vengeful goddess, testing you. Yes, vengeful. Or jealous, or any human trait you can imagine.